Romania directly into Ukraine. In addition, the Israelis have quietly allowed for, let's say, thousands of soldiers who speak Russian and Ukrainian to go on vacation in Ukraine. There are reports that many of them are signals intelligence specialists, meaning computer nerds who can hackeroni, and they're doing things there. In addition, there was a video that was released around April, correction, which was at Passover, and unfortunately, someone leaked the video. Probably shouldn't have, where the platoon of what we suspect are special forces operators were thanking the rabbi in Kiev for providing kosher food for Passover, and also thanking their government for allowing them to be there. I don't think that video was supposed to get out. The Russians are pretty mad about all of this. And the Israelis have said publicly, they were very kind of, we know that Russia not good, but not really coming out hard. There's a reason why. In the last 6 months, unbeknownst to many people, out of the 200,000 Jews in Russia left, about 75,000 have fled. They've done it quietly. Almost the entire Moscow Jewish community has fled. In a nutshell, the Russians have threatened Israel because Israel has a vested interest in Jewish people's safety in crap countries, especially like Russia. Like, they don't care about Jewish people in America. They don't have any problems, but in countries that are vulnerable, where Jewish people are vulnerable, they care. So for all of those who keep asking, why is Israel not doing this, that, and the other, they're doing stuff, but they're trying to not advertise it. Similarly, they transferred technology that would help counteract the S-300s, S-400s in Kherson, and that happened about 2 months ago. And then you saw magically 10 sorties in one day, where with no Ukrainian casualties. So the Israelis are playing around, helping out that way. Again, they're not interested what Big Papa 352 on Twitter thinks about Israel. So they get a lot of abuse. And I've spoken to some friends there, and they said to me, well, people are going to hate us anyway, so we really don't care as long as we're doing stuff to help. Obviously, we have to watch out. Now, there's another factor, the big factor, that is that the Russian military is not good at fighting Ukrainians, but they're really good at fighting defenseless Syrians and carpet bombing them and using chemical weapons and destroying them. As a result, they hold the balance of power in Syria. Syria is a country to the northeast of Israel. The very dangerous border. There are about 60 terrorist organizations operating under Assad. They hate Israel. That's why he lets them stay there. These organizations are kept in check often by Russians. They're afraid of the Russians because the Russians are brutal and they just murder and chemical weapons and go to town. So the fear in Israel is if they come out publicly swinging, the Russians will do something bad to the Jewish community in Russia, which they've already threatened to do. Not publicly, but obviously privately. They've sent their little hints and tips. And then two, they could say, well, it's going to be a free for all, and we're going to do whatever we're not going to do anything. We're going to encourage terrorist groups to attack you, possibly opening up a war on Israel's northern border. A war in the Middle East would detract from Ukraine. A war in the Middle East would not look good at all, and I think it's something the Russians wouldn't mind. To let these terrorist groups go after Israel, because it'll take up the news cycle, and no one wants that. And I suspect the Americans, just as the Americans have told the Ukrainians, do not talk about ATACMS. The first rule of ATACMS Club is do not talk about ATACMS. I think the Americans have put, and the Israelis agree. They're probably on the same page. Do what you can do it discreetly, but don't let the Russians cause up trouble in other places. The Russians tried to cause trouble in Armenia and Azerbaijan, and Nancy Pelosi went over there. Some deals were made, and magically they stopped fighting because the world doesn't want Russia to obfuscate. So, for the most part, it's a complicated situation. Israel does end up looking like poop. They don't seem to care. I guess some people are caring, like this minister who said, okay, come on. He's not going to say, we already have special forces there. Why are we hiding? Why are we pretending? But that's kind of what he said. The truth is that Israelis can't give Iron Dome or Patriots. There are many reasons why. First of all, they don't have enough, and they need them. They need them. They use them every day. Rockets come in maybe every 3 weeks. They're always working. If they were to give up every single Iron Dome or Patriot missile system, they would have nothing. They would have nothing, and they could protect half of Kiev. So what good does that do? It doesn't. But what they can do is the harp and the spike. There are two things. Thomas mentioned it on Sunday. Those are two things that they could really give. And unfortunately, problem with giving them, it's one of those things that will be very obvious. So one of them is an anti-armor weapon that you could, I think, goes out to 8-9 kilometers, and you don't need line of sight. So you could fire it in your, sitting in a cat. You could sit at the door of a cafe in Kiev and hit a tank 8 kilometers away. It doesn't need to see it. It's all GPS guided. It's a guided system. A drone can tell you the coordinates of the tank, and away you go. The Russians are going to notice that. They're going to notice. So if they do take that step, then and then the drones. If they do take that step, then the mask is off. Who knows what the Russians will do? What are the things that the Russians did at the beginning of the war? They actually threatened the chief rabbi in Moscow and told him to support the war. He declined, and he was threatened with a lot of bad things, and he was told he'd be thrown in the gulag for being a foreign agent. So he said, "Oh, let me think about it," and then he ended up fleeing. In addition to the non-religious Jewish people, mysteriously, pigs' heads have been found at several prominent Russian Jewish people's doors, and in red paint, daubed on their doors, the message "Juden raus," which means Jews out. Most Vatnik illiterate alcoholics can't speak their own language properly, let alone German. So most people suspect that these are messages from the FSB. These are messages to scare the Jewish community into compliance. As a result, at any rate, this is the situation that's happening. It's a very precarious situation. It's not cut and dry. It's not just, come out and say you support us. Even Zelensky, 2 weeks after Israel had someone leaked that Israel gave the Shahid anti-drone capabilities to Ukraine, Zelensky was saying on tape, on a news program, well, why doesn't Israel do anything? I suspect this is a game. I suspect they've asked him to say this because we already know they're doing stuff. Why? The question is, why are they being silent about it? Well, we've explained those reasons. I do think at one point the mask will fall. I think the Iranians transferring cruise missiles and the Iranians, doing as much with the Russians. The Russians are not Israel's friend. They never have been. They've been the supplier of every regime for the last 70 years that have sought to destroy Israel. Israel knows that, but they look at Russia as a useful, an unfortunate bedfellow that they have to try to placate. It's not that if Russia f's around in Syria that it destroys Israel, but it causes problems. So they're looking not to unnecessarily antagonize Russia, but there are limits. The question is, what is that limit? When will it be reached? Will it be reached? Israel doesn't need Russian money. It's all the Russian money going to Israel. The Russian money is all going to Dubai. All that Russian money is going to the United Arab Emirates. It's not going to Israel. So you can take that anti-Semitic trope and stick it where the sun don't shine. It's simply a matter of there are too many things that Russia could do that could destabilize situations that Israel's not looking to destabilize. If this had been during a Hezbollah flare-up and Hezbollah was firing rockets at Israel, I can guarantee you Israelis wouldn't care. They'd publicly say, yep, we've got special forces. Yep, we've got 3,000 retired signal intelligence experts who speak Russian, Ukrainian, and English and Hebrew, and they're sitting in Kiev in a bunker effing up the Russians. They would say it. They would absolutely say it. But right now, it's relatively quiet. And I think the Americans and I think anyone who cares about global security probably would prefer Israel not brag about it because it won't help. It'll detract from what's there. And again, it's not new. We've already established this precedent. The Americans have done it with the ATACMS. We won't give ATACMS to Ukraine. Oh, okay. So what hit everything? I don't know. Special forces? Maybe it's a truck bomb. Even the Ukrainians are in on it, right? So we have to remember something. Ukraine, the United States, the West, we're under no obligation to tell the truth to the Russians as to what's going on. They're literally the enemy, right? So I hope that explains it. It's a long-winded answer, Heather, and it was a question I wanted to answer later on, but you forced my hand. And you know what? Are there any questions to the curious question of Israeli involvement?
Well, I wanted to just give a little, I wanted to just say thank you so much. I wanted to ask you this last night, but you disappeared. So you got, almost 24 hours of leeway and when I wanted you to answer it. But you were the
Yeah.
person you were the wanted to hear it from because of your expertise when it comes to the uh, Jewish issues and Israeli issues. Even though you're not Israeli, I know you're very, very plugged into those two items. And so you were the person that I wanted to hear speak on this. So I really appreciate the time to go through all of this because I've heard you say time and time again how much the Israelis are actually doing for Ukraine, but it very quietly. And so I've always appreciated it. And so I was really a little bit surprised by some of the things I heard today. So anyway,
Yeah. No
so
worries. Yeah, and you do see an enormous amount of sorry here. Give me the co-host and Dub. Your mic is on. Double D. Daryl, please. Yeah. So the other thing is, um, you know, we have seen, and you've seen it quite a few times. There are dozens of videos of Ukrainian soldiers in actual Ukrainian combat units who say, "I'm Israeli." Or, I'm a dual citizen. I came back in 2014 to fight. There, it's not one or two, right? So if you're seeing a dozen videos, there are a ton of Israelis who are back in Ukraine fighting for Ukraine. I don't know the exact numbers that are in organic units like actual a platoon size. I think that'd probably be the biggest there are, but they're clearly there. And when it comes to signal intelligence, they and here's the beautiful thing about it. They do this with the Russians in Syria. So the Israelis are literally just taking stuff that's very recent. They're very current on it. And so they know how the S-300s and the S-400s work. They know how to go around them. There is another point that one of our friends who I think is listening, Azrael, he's here. Um, and it's not just him, it's quite a few people are aware of this. There used to be this concept that with all of this Russian equipment in Syria, Israel has to strike Hezbollah targets, and I don't even know all the names of the separate Popular Front for the Liberation and the Liberal Popular Front of this and the front for those who are more liberal than the other ones liberating this and that. It's just a bit of a Monty Python sketch, but there's so many of them, and Israel does give them warnings. If you do this, we'll do that. There's basically a rat line between Damascus Airport and the Bekaa Valley in Lebanon, where the Iranians ship, weapons to bomb Israeli citizens. So the Israelis aren't going to sit there and let it happen. So they'll interdict these shipments and they'll blow them up. But within this milieu lay, dozens of S-400s and air defense systems and radars and counter battery. Well, the Israelis the working situation. How do you say the accepted truth is that the Israelis and the Russians have a deal where the Israelis will ask the Russians or tell them we want to attack a certain area. Please don't shoot at us, and the Russians say, "Well, we don't want to cause. We won't shoot at you." And that's the belief. That's the explanation as to how Israeli planes can operate in Syria. However, many other people don't believe that's true. They don't believe that to be the case, and they believe it's actually not why this is happening. They believe that the Israelis can do what they want anyway, but the Russians are not interested. They're interested more so in selling their goods and using Syria as a proving ground to sell their junk weapons to other countries. So Israel's not looking to embarrass them. In one case, we suspect the F-35 is untouchable with competent training and proper use, untouchable from Russian air defense. And the F-16, there was one F-16 that got lit up, and dozens of batteries fired at it, and it still returned to base. And that was one. And they sometimes fly 2-3 sorties a week for the last 5 years. So what that tells you is the Israelis are running circles around the Russians, and when certain events in Ukraine occurred, and Ukrainians wanted to exercise their air power magically. Those S-300s, and this was before the HARM missile, those S-300s and 400s were effectively made useless, and the Ukrainians were flying 10 sorties a day all of a sudden, whereas before they couldn't. I would say, I will say this. My opinion is that certain information, certain training was delivered to the Ukrainians to overcome that air defense threat. And that's all I'm going to say about that. So, again, bottom line, it seems like the Israelis are more concerned with not advertising what they're doing. And for whatever reason, I've said some of them. I personally, I respect their military. I think that they, sometimes they're rough around at the edges and could use with the bedside manners. But I think they're, from what I've seen, the heart's in the right place, and their moral compass is there, regardless of what they tell you publicly. Two different things. So let's go to some hands. I don't know if it was Abdullah, Bloke, or Troy. Please go ahead.
All right, we got Bloke, Abdullah, and then Troy. Yep, and then Morty and Vikash. If you guys want to ask a question, you need to raise your hand. All right, thank you.
Yeah, you can skip me for now.
Okay, Abdullah.
Hi, yes, Yehuda. I just wanted to ask you a quick question. By any chance, is there any possibility of going after those production facilities in Iran?
In Iran?
Because the Iranians have been attacking northern Iraq as well, the Kurdistan region with these missiles. Is there any chance in the future?
Oh, I don't know. Unless it was something more localized, like sabotage. They're going to save any of their secret tricks for an attack on nuclear reactors. I don't think they can afford to. And where these drones are made, they're. I know. Someone sent me a link about people talking about them. They're not high tech. They're just a lot of low tech things, right? And they're autonomous as it is. They could probably be built in any factory or warehouse in Iran, right? So it's not like it's going to be centralized. And if it is, how the risk is the juice worth the squeeze? The Israelis are really good at interdicting Iranian drones. They do crazy things. Like there are times that they've programmed the drones to fly back to the sender, to the operator, and have it auto destruct or have it explode. Exactly, they send a fake message to the operator saying that there's a malfunction in the battery and it's coming back because they have a whatever program to bring them home if there's a problem, and not necessarily kamikaze ones, but all sorts of drones. And the Israelis have mastered the ability to send them back and have them blow up, right? Like they're nuts. Like I don't know. I mean, it's like they're really good at what they do. So the better way is probably to intercept them and to compromise them in the battle space. If you could build this item in one out of 50,000 warehouses all over Iran, it's not really it's not really not. It wouldn't be worth to do some kind of Herculean, famous Israeli raid on the Mickey Mouse drone factory, right? They're going to save that stuff for Osirak reactor. They're going to save it for Natanz. Osirak was in the 80s in Iraq, 82. But I'm talking about, very, very symbolic big missions. So no, I don't think that they're going to invest that into doing that type of operation. Hope that helps, Abdullah.
Yes, it does. One more thing, the Harab loitering munition. Can you tell us more about it? How much it weighs? How much it costs?
No, because I don't know. I know it's good. I know it. They swarm. They are very effective. Thomas gave a breakdown of it. I'm sure Wikipedia's got rough answer for you. I'm sorry, I have not brushed up on it. I do know it's something that the Ukrainians want.
Yes, I know. Thank you.
You're welcome. Sorry, I couldn't give you more color to that.
All right, Troy, you're up.
Thanks, Daryl. Hey, Yehuda. My question is actually very similar to Abdullah's. There was as you mentioned, Syria. the IDF destroyed a drone assembly plant in Syria in July via airstrike, and I was going to
That's
ask
also
if,
closer, right? That's a local call for them.
yeah. Well, what do you think about? I mean, I'm sure there's a reason why, maybe the CSTO, but there's a new Iranian drone factory in Tajikistan as well.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, Tajikistan is a pretty much a failed state. The Israelis could mess around in Tajikistan pretty well, I'd say, if they wanted to. But they do have good relations with Tajikistan, and the president is very close to the Israeli president, so I don't think they would. But could they? Absolutely. Everything they do in Iran is like Israel's top tier. The A team does the stuff in Iran, right? So they're the ones that are, in getting into Iran somehow. Who really knows? I have some ideas, but I'm not going to share what I think. But the Israelis are able to do things and affect change on the ground through various channels, and they usually save those, those super cool moves for things like nuclear weapons, and they want to make sure that the Iranians aren't going to try to get a nuke. So would they do it for a drone factory? I highly doubt it. If they're building them in Tajikistan, it just goes to show you that it doesn't really require a lot of infrastructure, which therefore would mean they can build them all across Iran. Also, Iran is a lot farther than Syria. Syria is, a 4-minute flight from most Israeli Air Force bases into Syria. They could be there and back, get a hot dog, go to lunch, and go to the gym, and they're still not done half their day. Okay, so it doesn't really mean much if they did it in Syria. They did it because it was probably convenient. Iran is just too far, and the risks. I mean, look, if Iraq and Israel became buddy, go figure. Who would have thunk a lot of things that have happened lately? So never say never. But yeah, Iran would be toast. Iran would be really upset about that. But obviously, there's huge Shia. I mean, it's not going to happen. But yeah, it's possible. Israel will flex its muscles where it can, but when it comes to Iran, they have to save it for the important stuff, right?
Right on. Thank you. I appreciate it. And one more thing, if I may, real quick. Did you think it was notable that, considering the main, the Russian provocations around the Jewish agency in Russia, that the foreign minister of diaspora affairs was the one that came out and publicly stated that, maybe it's time to reevaluate?
Well, diaspora affairs is not the Jewish agency. I'm pretty sure doesn't roll up to diaspora affairs. I think it rolls up to the interior minister, or it doesn't even roll up. It's technically not. They purposely make it not a governmental organization, so not to run afoul of countries like sort of certain laws that prohibit lobbying. It's meant to be. So for those who are asking, the Jewish Agency is an organization that initially was helping Jewish people who were oppressed to go to Israel. Now most of the world's Jewish community is relatively safe, so they can come if they want to Canada, United States. They don't necessarily have to go to Israel, but if they want to go to Israel, they have a system set up. Now, the Jewish Agency in Russia is a different story. It's so big. During Stalin's time and others, Jewish families were transported to far-flung places. In fact, there's a pretty crappy part of Russia called, I don't know if it's still called Jewish Oblast, basically Jew Oblast. And they tried moving all the Jewish people there. It was desolate. It's crappy. It's not nice. Obviously, Chabad's there. It's good for them. But they tried moving there. But the Jews have been pushed all over Russia. As a result, the Jewish Agency acts as a kind of a cultural outreach group where they bring spiritual religious material to these far-flung communities, and they've been doing that for years. And there are people that don't want to leave Russia, and they're the last they're a World War II veteran, and they're like 85 or 95, and they're just sitting in there. They don't want to move anywhere. They visit them and they bring them comfort. Well, that agency, after it came out that the Israelis were doing a lot of stuff behind the scenes, the Russians wanted to punish them, so they declared the Jewish Agency a foreign, almost like a spy service, and they shut it down and they closed their bank accounts. So the Israelis kind of saw the writing on the wall. Then the Russians kind of backed off a bit. So it's kind of an ebb and flow. We're mad, we're not mad. Like a crazy ex-boyfriend. I don't know what's going on. I hate you. I love you. Maybe I don't care. So but that's a big insult to Israel. And that's why there wasn't an issue with, I think that might have even been part of the rationale to say, you know what, give the Ukrainians the information to bypass the S-400s and the S-300s, give them the information that they need, or we're going to just quietly look the other way officially, but you can sell them the terminals that bring down the Shahed drones. But if the Russians were to go full stupid, then you might see these Israelis say, you know what, here you go. Here's a bunch of Harrops. Let's show you how to use them. I mean, I want to say I wish that happens, but I'm afraid that it's going to be, you know, a lot of the Jewish community in Russia is going to be targeted for death. Not good. Hope that helps, Troy.
Yes, immensely, always. Thank you, Yehuda. Have a good evening. Everybody else have a good
Likewise.
time.
All right, Morty Siegel must be Episcopalian. Go ahead, Morty.
Hey, how are you?
Well,
All right, yeah. I mean, Yehuda, you covered a lot of like what I wanted to say about Israel and providing assistance to Ukraine, specifically like, you know, the air defense systems. I don't think that most people understand when they sound off about the Iron Dome or the other stuff, how small Israel is and the type of neighborhood it lives in. And they don't have, Israel doesn't have the type of drawdown capabilities like the United States has to just, you know, ship off $700 million worth of Arrow 2 or 3 or David Sling systems out to Ukraine. You know, in Israel, the United States maintains a like pre-positioned stocks of weapons, and just in case Israel's in a situation during a war where they don't have them, you know, if they run out of munitions. So Israel actually relies on the United States, you know, for something like that. And, you know, the recent maritime agreement, which is in the process between Lebanon and Israel, just a month ago, you know, Hezbollah was threatening Israel with a war. And in such a scenario, Hezbollah can fire 3,000, 4,000 missiles into Israel. And Israel basically needs, you know, every missile they have. I don't think that they can afford it, even if they wanted to right now. In the long term, I can see
but just
Israel.
so you know, Morty,
Yeah.
I did caveat. I told people at the beginning that Israel doesn't even if they said yes, take everything, we don't need them anymore. We've made peace. It's all over. They still wouldn't have enough to cover all of Kiev Oblast. You
Oh,
understand
yeah,
what I'm saying?
yeah.
Israel covers their main population zone. Tel Aviv, the Shephelah, like the what do you call Shephelah? Foothills of Israel, Jerusalem, certain countries. That's certain parts of the country. That's it.
Oh yeah, only where it's populated. Like the way their system, like the Iron Dome, won't go after a projectile if it's not going to hit where people live because of the cost and of and how many interceptors they have.
Yep. Yeah. So just to, we've stressed that with the audience, so no one thinks that they're going to be able to do that, eh?
Yeah, and
Yeah, but
I
go
could,
on.
what I just wanted to finish, I didn't hear everything you had said. I had come in the
No
middle,
worries.
so sorry about that. Long term, and I don't know if you covered this as well, but long
Go for it.
term, I think that Israel will be a part of Ukraine's integrated air defense system that NATO and the U.S. wants to build, whether that's the Arrow 2 and 3 and David Sling, which like Germany wants to purchase now, and there's talk of that like European missile defense group as well, but it's not something you know, like I think that's feasible in the short term.
Yeah,
So
I think, to be honest, I think a lot of, I'm not saying all the criticism, but there are those who you can just kind of scroll through their timeline and you realize their interest in Israel not publicly being so pro-Ukraine is not really geared to Ukraine, but you know, you might find some other unfortunate information on their pages. Probably not the nicest people in the world, so just be careful what you look at, because if you just do a little survey, ask a lawyer, they'll take a survey and see what, you know, what's going on here. A lot of these people just hate Israel or hate Jews, and they just want to make fun of them. They're genocide, and they complain about genocide, and look what they're doing now. They're not doing anything. They're not doing anything bad. The Israelis are doing what they can to help, and they're trying to do it quietly, because the United States and the West does not need a war to break out in Lebanon with Israel, which Israel will win, but it still takes away from Ukraine, and it'll be a victory for the Russians because they would have been able to export this war to other theaters in an effort to take away from Ukraine. So no one wants to let that happen. And there you go. Even when it came to Canada and the turbine, Canada said, "Fine, yeah, no, fine, Siemens, take the turbine," because they knew that the Russians were bluffing. They wanted to make Canada and Germany get at it and then make start a fight. And we didn't give in. We didn't play that game. We said, yeah, we'll play. We'll do it. No problem. So you got to remember, don't let that Russian misinformation fool you. The reality is the whole free world is on board. There are some exceptions, Hungary and certain other countries, and maybe Turkey has issues. But for the most part, I think we're all on the same page. Thanks for that, Morty. Do you have a follow-up? Where did Morty go? There you are.
No, not really. I would just say that Iran becoming kind of like you said, buddy with Russia and sending them all their probably is going to be their ballistic missiles and everything doesn't bode well for Russia. Keeping Israel's weapons out, and systems out of Ukraine. And the last thing just was that NATO, the United States, have plenty of Patriot missiles, and the PAC-3 system, the latest iteration of the Patriot, has that good anti-ballistic missile capability. They're in a great position with all of NATO, that has them, for each country to donate parts, bits and pieces to make up some sort of anti-ballistic missile defense for Ukraine. And that was it. Yeah.
Well, also Medvedev, Dima have another Medvedev, have another reference to a drink. He said today that if Israel publicly, he said, if Israel gives weapons to Ukraine, then it might as well give weapons to Bandera, a man who died in the 50s. I'm sure he knows he's dead. So at any rate, he's basically trying to say Israel's a Nazi, because that's what the Russians call Bandera. Privately, apparently, he said the Russians reiterated the threat to the Jewish community. So I'm not sure messing around with Israel and threatening the safety of Jewish people in Russia is the best take Russia can have. Probably not. I think if the Israelis are this coy about what they're doing and they're not, and they don't seem angry, I don't want to see them angry if I was a Russian. I can tell you that, because there's a whole ton of Israelis that would be a perfect fit in the Ukrainian military right about now, much more than we see in general. So thanks for that, Morty. We've got a bunch of people trying to get up, and do come up to the speaker. I don't know if we've got Prince, if we've got Heather, Double D, if you're still trying to get in, Abdullah. It says you're there, but I don't know if you're there. Kingpin wants to go for it. For anyone else, if you're it's tying up the spots here. Is Daryl still on, or is he gone for the night, Michelle?
Daryl's around listening. There were a
Okay.
lot of ghosts, so I was seeing everybody that you were seeing. So I had to. So Prince is no longer there. Dilla's no longer there.
You know what you have to do? You have to actually remove them from the room, not just the speakers. And then you go back to the settings and allow them to join. They'll be under the removed tab. That way they can see the space after. So if you have to, you just go to their name and go to remove. It'll actually remove them from the room. Not remove from speaker. You remove them from the room, and then to allow them back in, you go to the little people icon and go to the removed header and go to allow to join. Just so you know. Sorry about that housekeeping,
Sounds
folks.
good.
That's the way we do it here to make things roll smoothly. We're talking about what the Ukrainians are getting from other countries. A lot of concern about British Royal Air Force pilots training the Chinese. Some strange murmurings again about Israel and Medvedev making passive aggressive threats, and certain weapons the Israelis can provide that on another big counteroffensive would mash up even to a greater extent Russian positions. Their drones are their loitering munitions are pretty darn good. You can Google it, Wikipedia, and then probably multiply it by 2. And that's a good thing. In addition, their anti-armor spike, very cool weapon. You don't need to see it. You could, maybe the Russians could use it, because you could be drunk when you fire it. It just goes to wherever the target is. But thankfully, the Russians don't have that weapon because they're not very good at what they do. So on that note, Kingpin, go ahead. And Michelle, might have to take over for a bit, but I'll be here. Thanks.
Yeah, just wanted two things. Note that I found interesting. One was Norway announced that a week ago they arrested some, I guess, like, Russian tourists who were caught spying on their critical energy infrastructure and using even like spy drones, which might be a hint about like where the next pipeline accident could happen. And then the other thing was that like yesterday, one of the hosts got really angry at me because I was kind of wondering like what explains like the difference between the Ukraine death estimates and the kind of like estimates from like the U.S. and the U.K. So I did some research. I did, and one thing I found was that actually total casualty estimates by both Ukraine and like the U.S. and the U.K. are actually all about the same. In fact, the upper estimates from like the UK and the US are a bit higher than Ukraine's. The main difference is that Ukraine is estimating that like they have a very high. There's a very high killed or death to wounded ratio among Russian forces, where like for every 2 dead Russians, there's only like 1 wounded, while the US and the UK are kind of going by the standard like 3 wounded per 1 every dead soldier. But both of them estimate that probably like total casualties right now are like maybe around
Okay, sorry.
125,000.
I'm getting a little confused. What's your point? Sorry, if we could land that plane. What numbers are right? Is that what you're asking?
No, I was just letting kind of like the group know. Just I found that interesting.
Okay,
That
sorry.
total casualties are that because in the news it's often reported that Ukraine's estimates are actually much higher than like the estimates coming from Western intelligence agencies, but like in reality total casualty estimates are the same among both Ukraine and like other countries. It's just that the big difference is whether the big difference is in their death to wounded ratios, where Ukraine is estimating a much higher one than among like the US and the UK and other countries.
Yeah, I would actually argue that I think everyone's estimates are underestimated. I think the Russians have lost more than even the Ukrainians know. I'd argue that we'll find out when the war's over. So yeah, you heard me right. The Russian death toll is probably about 5% higher than the Ukrainians know. We have the Russians have suffered enormous casualties, killed in action. Their severely wounded numbers are through the roof. We're not looking at 3 to 1. I think it's closer to 10 to 1 Russians in terms of total injury. But the catastrophic injuries are much higher.
Well,
why? Hold on. Why are they so much higher? Because the Russians have almost no combat medics. People are having limbs removed when they wouldn't normally have to because they're infected. They're not being evacuated. It's not normal. It's a very not normal situation. So in the beginning, people thought, the Ukraine numbers are so crazy, and then slowly Western numbers started matching it because people couldn't believe it. People couldn't believe it. The only thing that they have to estimate is how many people are in a BTR, because sometimes they're not manned properly because they don't have the infantry. But for the most part, what the Ukrainians do when they collect these numbers is they take the weapons system that they've hit, and if the complement is usually 4 personnel, they'll have it to 2. Do you understand what I'm saying? So the Ukrainians are actually taking a lot but aside from counting bodies, when they're hitting platforms, they're having the number. They're cutting it in half. So if they think that if there should be 60 people in 35 types of trucks and equipment and self-propelled guns, they'll say it's actually 30. That's how they count their numbers. I think their numbers are low. And the reason why they're doing that is because they found out that not all of these weapon systems are being manned by the proper complement of soldiers. So if there should be 6 people to BTR, there might only be 3, right? If there it should be 4 people on a type of gun, they're saying that let's just say there's 2. So when they destroyed that gun emplacement, they're not saying it's 4 dead there. If they destroy 4 guns, you would say 16. They're saying no, let's say 8, just to be conservative. So you'll see. One day when there's a new regime, they'll go through the death toll and they'll blame it on Putin and his staff. But yeah, if you have a follow up, that's fine.
Oh, I was just gonna note that actually, like you were saying, like 10-1 wounded, it would kind of be the opposite. Like you have like really high wounded to deaths when it's like the military has a really good medical back. Like in Afghanistan and Iraq, the U.S., which had like the best medical evacuation implementation in just about military history, had like 9-1 and 12-1.
No, you're confusing what I'm saying. So I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole again.
Okay,
yeah, that's not what I'm saying at all.
All right.
I'm saying that in the Russian sphere, injuries that are moderate become severe. Injuries that are severe become fatalities because they don't have the training. So whereas they would normally be able to be rehabilitated, they're ambulatory. You know what that means, right? Ambulatory. It means you can walk around like an ambulance walks around. It doesn't, but it drives. You get the idea. So all of those injuries no longer become, I have a shrapnel wound in my arm. Here's some antibiotic, get a tetanus shot. Here, wrap it up. You're good to go in a little bit. In fact, sometimes you can just keep fighting. In the Russian lines, that very low priority injury becomes gangrene and the arm gets cut off. So all of a sudden, the wounded numbers are skyrocketing because they're not having proper adequate medical care. So we normally say that for every 1 killed, there's 3 injured, right? And those are various injuries. One could be a catastrophic injury, 1 and 2 could be, dum-dum wounds, a la Joe Pesci, a scratch. It could be something not very serious, maybe a missing toe. I don't know, I'm making it up. But for the Russians, we're looking at them far. So in other words, we should be saying that if there are 50,000 dead Russians, that there should be 150,000 wounded ones. I suspect the number is far greater, right? And the severity of the wounded is far more serious as opposed to what should present in a normal combat ratio. But those combat ratios, those wounded, killed in action, and wounded ratios are based on proper care. It's based on, okay, we assume that if someone has a gunshot wound to the leg, they'll get a tourniquet, they'll be out, and all of a sudden that's a major surgery, but there's a good chance of recovery. Now that becomes possibly a death, right? When it comes, how many, just from friends on the ground in Ukraine, we're hearing stories in the medical command of how many Russians are capturing who have gangrene. Like gangrene. This is World War One. Like you shouldn't be in the field that long. You should not have a wound festering where they have to cut off your arm because you have gangrene, right? You're not behind any, you're an hour's drive back to Russia into a hospital, and they're dying of gangrene, right? They can't have the surgeries. They're getting septic shock and dying. So those traditional numbers that we consider, we can't really look at. It's not a peer-on-peer fight. So that's my point, Kingpin. They don't have a proper setup. Okay, okay, you get what I'm saying now?
Okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, that makes total sense. Thank you for explaining that. Also, just a last thing: is there any news like on Kherson? I know there's like a blackout, but there are evacuations. Like they're fleeing. Some of their people are more like kidnapping some of them, and then like also some of the local like Russian installed governors and stuff are fleeing there. Has there been any news of like any change in ground?
No, there's some small villages. We'll get to it later with an update, but we're just gonna, I'll get to it a little later.
Okay, cool. That's all then.
Yeah,
you can
there is some changes. You can stick around. It's fine. There are some changes on the ground, but for the most part, all you hear about is evacuations. So let's go to Sojo, and we'll circle back. Go ahead, Sojo.
Thank you, Hida, and good evening, or morning, whatever, wherever anyone is. Just to add to your point of gangrene, there's also maggot-infested wounds, which I've seen video evidence of. Not surgical maggots either. But Kingpin, you mentioned something about Norway and some arrests. What was that about?
Okay, well, I don't know where he is, but I'll answer.
Oh, the Norway thing?
There were Russians arrested for using drones on airports and critical infrastructure in Norway recently. So that's what he was referring to.
Yeah, I was just wondering what his question was, though, regarding that.
Oh, it wasn't a question. I was just, in case like that hadn't been brought up already, I was just bringing that to attention.
Oh, okay. I thought you might have had some further information.
No, just I thought it was like an interesting piece because it might indicate that that could be like the next target, just like how they almost certainly targeted the Nord Stream pipeline. The next might be some critical infrastructure connected to Norway, like energy infrastructure specifically.
Yeah. Well, they have critical infrastructure in their sites as always, and but really, I think the main focus is the threat of targeting critical infrastructure. But I wouldn't worry about it so much. The Scandinavian and Nordics are on it, and so is NATO.
Agreed. All right, Jacob, go ahead.
Hey, can you hear me? Just want to be mic check real quick.
You're good.
All right, cool. Yeah, so I don't know if this has been talked about a lot, or I just haven't heard it brought up, but I was just curious about like Russian intelligence compared to, obviously the West is going to be, significantly less, but whenever there's movement in Russia, for instance, like the trains that were relative to their nuclear capabilities were moving. We knew about it, pretty quickly, and I was just curious, how fast they know things. For instance, if Leopards were to move in Germany, just hypothetical, were to start moving, toward Ukraine, is that something that they would know about, or could that be done covertly and kind of catch them off guard? I just didn't know if you had some insight on that.
Bloke, I got to do something. So if Bloke can answer that, I'll be right back. Oh, never mind. Let's get some people up here. Give me a second, Jacob. Michelle. Yeah, here we go. We get Bloke. I can't add anyone. I'm gonna have to drop down again.
I can't add him either. So hold on a sec.
Okay, find out who's working.
Sorry. What was the question? I missed that.
Yeah, well, hold on, Bloke. Jacob will answer. Jacob, ask it again. But in the meantime, I'm gonna pop down. Can someone message Ghost and say we can't, or Joe or someone, Battle News, we can't add anyone. It's a bit of a go.
Twitter isn't working again?
Nope. Go figure. Didn't pay the phone bills.
What a surprise.
Alrighty. I will attempt
Jacob.
to answer whatever question was posed.
Yeah, so I'll just kind of say it more clearly, I guess. Yeah, I was just kind of curious, I know compared to the West, Russia's intelligence is not as advanced, and whenever there's movement in Russia, military movement, we know about it pretty quickly. It's all over Twitter and the media and here on the MriyaReport. And I was just curious, what their intelligence is like if, let's say, there was a movement of Leopards from like in Germany headed toward Ukraine. Is that something that they would know about in advance? Is something that can be done covertly? I'm sure they have, they're capable to some extent.
Okay,
I just if there was insight on that.
I'll start this by saying that's not my area of expertise. I was not an int, so it's totally not my area of expertise, but I can speak generally. Generally, I would argue that, they would know. They would know because actually, believe it or not, the Russians have been good in several categories. Like one of them is being able to hack social media, going as far back as, 2010 even, and to find chinks in the Western army armor using social media. So they're not without capabilities in intel, but they're nowhere near the capabilities that the West has in terms of actual, satellite imagery and stuff like that, but they're nowhere close, right? Without getting into details. So my answer would be that they would probably know, but who gives a shit what they think?
Well, yeah, I mean,
Um,
if they're moving, I mean, I guess it's already, yeah, who cares? But yeah, I guess I was just curious. With like this, like you just brought up the satellite imagery. I mean, it's like it's almost says I don't know how much more in advance, our actual intelligence gets those satellite images before we see them, but it seems like we see them pretty quick. Um, and I was just, yeah, like, do they
yeah,
see them
look,
that quick?
I'll be perfectly honest with you. Into is not my field, right? Like this
Right.
is not what I ever did. But those guys know what they're doing, and they're able to collate many different sources from all over the place to support a finding, right?
Right.
So like getting back to the point where the Russians are extremely weak is actually not necessarily in the capabilities that the FSB and all these agencies have. Where their vulnerability is because their troops are so piss poor trained
Right.
that we can actually figure out what they're doing because they're so incompetent, right? So let me give you an example. Early in the war, a number of EW platforms were collected from the Russians, right? They were
Yeah.
abandoned. Now, in Western militaries, I mean, if you're going to abandon a piece of kit like that, I mean, at the very least, you're going to throw a grenade in it. Like you're actually issued thermite grenades to,
Right. You're not going to donate it.
Yeah, exactly. So that's where they're really, really bad. It's just their training. So it comes back to training, right? Like, or the number of people talking over cell phones and talking to, I mean, for a number of months, the Ukrainians were able to geolocate Russians because for whatever reason, their signals units weren't, I don't know, they couldn't figure out which crypto card they were supposed to use that day. They didn't know what they were supposed to be doing. They didn't have their shit together. And so what they would do is they would pick up a cell phone and fall
Right.
and call some guy, right?
Right.
And that went through Ukrainian cell towers. So what do you think happened, right? Like they understood exactly where the Russians were and what they were planning and what they were doing. So it's not so much a question of how competent these organizations are. It actually boils down to the individual training of the Russian soldier, right? Which is really poor. And
Yeah.
that's going to blow your cover more than anything else. So it doesn't matter how many satellites you have. If
Right.
if some commander is going to call a Russian lieutenant over a cell phone and say, "Yeah, I want you to attack, XYZ," and someone hears that, then whatever money you're investing in your FSB organization or whatever it is that the GRU or whatever they're trying to do, it becomes almost like irrelevant, right?
Yeah, I mean,
You know?
I think it's comical. Like you mentioned the using unsecure cell phones. I mean, I have zero military experience, but I think it's just kind of common sense, like almost to like an extent, with like if you have a little bit of knowledge of technology and how cell phones work, that if you're in Ukraine using,
Oh, dude, some of the stuff is just brutal. Like, I mean, they were taking pictures. Like, some of the people took pictures of the Wagner headquarters, like
yeah, right, right,
like buddy pictures. and the address was right next to it. What do you think
Yeah.
happened the next day?
Right.
Like, the Ukrainians plugged in the address into a HIMARS and sent a Gimlers there and blew
Sure.
up the entire headquarters. Like, it's absolutely brutal.
Yeah.
They're
I mean, I
just
guess that.
unbelievably incompetent.
Yeah, I guess that's a good point. I mean, obviously, I've thought about that, but I guess it kind of does render it null and void if even if they do have the intelligence and the satellites and all that. If you give that information to someone that lacks common sense, they're gonna fumble it and screw it up somehow, and actually probably make it.
Exactly.
They'll probably make it worse. It's probably better to almost not have any intelligence, because they're gonna get themselves killed or caught, and then they could. Yeah, it's almost better to have them be in the dark.
Yeah, and actually, what's really interesting is that at the beginning of the invasion, the junior officers were not even told that there was an invasion happening until the night before.
That's
So
crazy.
imagine that. Now, why? Maybe they were not confident in their ability to keep secrets. I have no idea. But imagine like you're a lieutenant or a captain in the Russian military, and you've just been told the night before that actually this wasn't an exercise. You're going to invade Ukraine. How are you going to get your act together?
You can't.
Overnight. Like it's just ludicrous. It's ludicrous. It's something that would never happen in a Western military, and it shows. There, time after time again, we've seen them. I'll tell you. I mean, everyone was, you know, assumed that with all this weaponry and with all that kit and with all that armor, that this was a competent military. And now we're seeing
They've exposed
Ukraine.
themselves.
Yeah, Ukraine, we're seeing them with incredible bravery and tenacity. Let's not underestimate that, right? Um, just rout them,
Yeah.
and defeat them thoroughly. And they liberated 8,000 square kilometers of territory in a couple of weeks in
Right.
Kharkiv. If we gave the Ukrainians what they needed, they would just do the job. They'll do the business. In fact, that's basically what they've been saying. We
I mean,
don't
yeah, I
need
think
new troops.
if they had what they have right now, which isn't everything they need, but let's just say what they have now. If they had that at when it first kicked off, I mean, we probably maybe wouldn't be having this conversation.
That's exactly true. That's exactly
Yeah,
true. Yeah, I agree.
yeah. And I
So
just one more question, then I can mute my mic. But I was just is I've seen reports of people literally taken off the street, and 2 days later they're on the front line now. Like, is that happening for real? Like for real?
yep,
Like
yep.
in
Are you talking about the
in mass
Russian
numbers?
recent mobilized?
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. It's documented. It's documented. They're actually they're it's documented. There was a mobilization and then a funeral within 2 weeks.
Yeah,
Like it's just it's nutty. It's absolutely nutty. Now,
and I know it's been touched on. I know. I think Yehuda was talking about how it's almost just playing old tactics of just throwing bodies at it until they run out of ammo. Is kind of the tactic, but there's Ukraine has the backing of all of the free world. Essentially, they're not going to run out of ammo, so that tactic isn't necessarily going to work.
yeah, well, look, here's the thing. It is unfair for the Ukrainians to have to pay this enormous price. Like today was a bad day for me. I saw all these drones attacking Kiev,
Yeah,
killing innocent civilians. A couple, pregnant women, and just terror bombing, right? The the way to make this end the fastest is to give the Ukrainians everything they need. They have not asked for us to fight for them. They've asked for our support. And so if we give them everything they need, they will liberate their country. They will do the business. They know what they're fighting for. It's their country, and they want to liberate it. And you would too if it was your country, right? So it becomes a bit of a moral imperative for us to stop overthinking it. We just need to give the Ukrainians all the weapons they need to liberate their country. And the result of that will be that, first of all, for Ukrainians, they will lose less lives, less civilian lives, less innocent people killed, less genocide, less people in mass graves. They will eject this barbarous organization, mafia organization from their country. They will liberate it. So for them, it's better. And for us, it's better too, because it'll send the message that you see that was a really bad idea. Don't do that ever again. China, Iran, or all these other dictatorships that have designs on expanding their territory. No, we have to stand up right now, and we have to face down this stupid nuclear blackmail. Right? Like, I was extremely pissed off at Elon Musk lately because he's saying, oh, well, if we don't let the Russians be assholes and invade whoever they want, then, they might start a nuclear war. Well, there's a corollary to that, is that Russia will end. So this is a bluff. And we have to call Putin out on that and defeat them thoroughly. Because if we don't, then every single time a nuclear armed power decides it wants to take over a country, we'll have the same discussion. This has to end. It has to stop now. And I will stop talking. I hope that answered your question. Oh, I think we have Twitter problems.
Yeah,
We
we
have
definitely
lost
do.
all of our co-hosts, and we have lost the person who asked me the question, and I don't know if that was making any sense. Whiskey, tell me what's going on.
Can you hear me?
I can, loud and clear.
Okay, I was just checking because we are definitely having Twitter glitches right now. Would you entertain me just on the thoughts that you just shared with the group? Today I agree with you. Today was a bad day. I logged on to Twitter this morning and saw what was unfolding across Ukraine with these Iranian drones, what's dubbed as the mopeds. But if you would you entertain me and just thinking out loud right now? Like, I'm thinking as a developer, as an engineer. We look at the air defense, and we look at how slow these low tech drones are flying. We see how hard it is to actually hit them with on the ground rifles, machine guns, even with tracer rounds. As far as I can see from studying the photos, a lot of those drones look like they're actually maybe built from Kevlar, which does pose a problem with radar cross section, as far as I understand. But they do seem to fly slow. They do seem to have a distinct sound to them when they do fly. So in looking at those two things, actually, and developing a tech that actually might be able to intercept them, would be small, like instead of using expensive, surface to air interception or radar, which I understand the radar cross section is hard to track. If you're following along, what I'm looking at is actually small drones that could actually track and home in on the sound of the moped motors, much like how some of the U.S. torpedoes. I think it's, if I
Yeah,
remember right.
I know what you're saying.
Yeah, you're picking
Yeah.
up what. Okay, so the acoustics, right? So you track the acoustics. You maybe follow that with lidar or some sort of
Oh, I think someone accidentally muted everyone. That wasn't me.
Yeah, sorry, that was me. I was trying to bring Anna up at the same time.
Okay.
Major issues today. Sorry.
Yeah, well, we're having Twitter problems, folks. I mean, this happens from time to time. It's just like, a bit of a mess right now. Bear with us. But Whiskey, carry on with your point. I'm listening.
Okay, thanks, Bloke. I appreciate that. I'm just trying to bounce. Like, I'm an external thinker. I try and like kind of process, like spitball ideas against the wall and try and figure this out. But just thinking from an engineering standpoint, that's not too hard. We have a distinctive sound that's generated from these drones. They're slow moving. They're low altitude. So if you had something that could actually zero in on that and track them, that moved at maybe twice the speed that they travel at, it might be a little bit easier to intercept them. What I'm proposing is not something that would take months or years to actually develop. This is actually something that could be fairly rapid if we had the correct, if we could get the right data from the ground that actually has recorded these, we could actually tailor something that could potentially
Whiskey,
be produced.
You're absolutely correct. This could all be done. No doubt about it. You're right on the money. The thing is, it has to happen. So the first thing you have to do is you have to collect the data, and these drones, are being experienced in combat for the first time. I would point out to everyone in our audience that the interception rate of these drones is also, is remarkably high considering the fact that they've only been around for a couple of weeks, right? So and one of them has been caught intact. So one of them actually, farted out and landed and was captured intact. So that means they have access to all the electronics. They know the frequencies. They can figure a lot of stuff out. And as far as whether it's sound homing or EW interference or whatever it is to take these things out, I'm absolutely, like I can absolutely promise you that people are working on this problem right now. And as to what to take them out, yeah, you're right. Like it would be way better to take it out with cheaper assets, right? Because you know, AMRAMs and stuff like that, those are expensive. So you don't want to be taking out a 200K drone with 200K missile, right? So all this stuff is probably being worked on. The interception rate after a couple of weeks is already really high, which just shows that this is actually like strategically not a great system. Like it will be countered. But these things take time. You have to collect the data. You literally have to have people listening to them, people figuring out the characteristics, collecting evidence, and putting it all together into a package that can counter them. And that will happen. In the meantime, what do we have? right? The Western nations, the nations who are supporting Ukraine, are giving them their air defense systems that will absolutely take care of them. And that's what's on the table right now. It'll be expensive, it'll be slow, but that's what has to be done with urgency until, you know, the appropriate countermeasures can be figured out. I don't know if that's helpful at all, Whiskey.
Yeah, I'm just I'm not a slouch when it comes to this kind of space that I'm speaking in. This is kind of what I do. This is I'm just trying to suggest like what could be done.
Oh yeah, and I completely agree. I know you're not a slouch, but I'm just saying that, like, just put yourself to the problem, right? So you're in Ukraine, you're in Kiev, you're listening to these. What are you going to do? You're going to have to record it. You're going to have to take a sound sample. You're going to have to put it together with a countermeasure. I mean, these are not trivial problems to solve, right? In the meantime, there are, air interdiction systems that work and can be shipped. So let's do that first, and then absolutely let's work the problem.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I like I said, I was just wanted to share with space another way of actually, a possibility about going after these drones.
I think that's awesome, and it's like I really do think it's awesome. And the more brain power we apply to the problem, there's this expression. I'm sure you've heard it. Many eyes, right? Many eyes over a problem produce a faster result. So keep going.
100%. Do you want me to keep going, or do you want me to be quiet so we can move on to the next speaker?
There doesn't seem to be a next speaker now. Twitter is sort of blown up. I don't even know why I'm co-hosting right now, because I wasn't supposed to. But
Well, I think you got sucked into that vacuum space of when Twitter starts to glitch. You're at the helm, and I can't think of a better person to actually be hosting right now, frankly.
I appreciate you being up here, Bloke.
Well, I take offense to that.
I contrast to say that.
Oh, come on, Daryl. I love you.
My fellow co-hosts are far better than I am at this job. So anyway.
No, you're doing a very good job. So thank you.
Come on, Daryl. I love you.
No, he doesn't. You have to actually say that to you.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you.
I mean, we've got a power co-host panel up here now. We've got Michelle, Anda, and Daryl. I don't even know what I'm doing here.
Oh,
but
we doing here. We know what you're doing.
Yeah, Anda, you're 100% too. I love you too.
Oh, that's really pretty. Bloke, you actually saved us all. You're a really good guy, and thank you for being up and helping us today.
So I randomly saved the space by being, I guess I was on the speaker panel and I got invited to co-host, and I randomly saved the space, which is great. I'm glad I could be useful.
You were very useful. I had to go back down because I was seeing ghosts and all sorts of things, and I couldn't bring anyone up. So you definitely saved.
So have we got is this entire Twitter space going to blow up, or have we got stability now?
No, I think we're good. We're good now. I can bring people up.
Awesome. Great.
Fingers crossed. I just did a test with Daryl and Anda, so it seems to be working.
Fantastic. So, Whiskey, I don't know how much you want to geek out over countermeasures for the Iranian drones. So where do you want to take the conversation next?
Well, I was like, coming from an engineering standpoint, I was just looking at actually what was possible based off of what was off the shelf, what was already created. How can we quickly implement this and what would be the strategy of taking them out. So that was kind of where I was going with the conversation. As far as copter drones going, yeah, it's something that's already available, either off the shelf. You can put them together. As far as the sensors go,
Oh, that's clever. That's clever. Yeah.
yeah. So I'm looking at a very grassroots, very quickly implemented, very rapidly.
I got you. Actually, at this point, I want you to DM me. Let's stop talking here.
Okay. Yeah. Because like a lot of the stuff I do, probably shouldn't talk about on the space here, but yeah,
I actually totally understand where you're going with this. So could we take this to DMs, please?
Of course.
Besides,
100%.
like we're gonna be totally geeking out, and no one cares. Right?
Okay, I got one ungeeked thing that I could probably add to that. Think about the sensor, the break glass sensors in a house. They are set to a certain frequency to hear glass break. If you were talking about being able to hear those drones, you set something at that frequency to be able to hear that motor.
100%.
You would be able to detect. I think that's what you're getting at, is something that
and imagine if a little cheap drone appeared in the path of that very expensive drone.
And you had some explosives on board to neutralize the warhead before
okay,
it
let's
got
stop talking DMs,
Okay.
and we'll talk later. Okay.
100%.
Okay. Thanks. Bye. Michelle, are you ready to take over? Because I'm actually not competent to host tonight.
Yeah, for sure. And if you could stay on if you have the time and would love to stay on as a speaker, we'd love to have you here. So thank you so much for taking the last half an hour of your time to come up and co-host. I think Anda might be ready to come up and co-host as well. So feel free to drop down whenever you'd like. So thank you so much, Bloke. We really appreciate it. Your insights are always invaluable, as usual. So thank you so much. And I just wanted to remind everybody, when you do get the opportunity, please retweet this Twitter space. We really appreciate all of you being here, and we have a lot of new listeners lately. And so thank you so much to all of you for being here. And of course, like our regular listeners and speakers, we love it when you come up and have a chat with us. Also, if you would like to come up to speak, there are a few spots available right now. Please press the microphone button on the bottom left-hand corner. I know I have been reminding everyone recently about raising hands, and there is a heart, icon emoji at the bottom of the screen. Press on that for a few seconds, and then you'll see a hand come up on the right-hand side. Just press on that. I also wanted to remind everybody, and I know all of you that have been here for a long time know this already, MriyaReport is on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And everyone here, the co-hosts and everyone in the back scenes are all volunteers. And so we're doing this because we really want to do as much as we can to help Ukrainians and in Ukraine. And we, like I've mentioned many times, we love that all of you are here with us, because I feel like it's been a journey for the last 8 months. I came on board, or I guess I started listening early March, and just came here to get some information, and from some other reasons as well. And I've just started listening to everything that was going on. I have no military background and no geopolitical background, so this it's still very new to me and kind of Greek. So I appreciate all of you helping me out as well. When you do get a chance, please check out MriyaAid.org and see some of the really amazing things that they're doing. 100% of their proceeds go to providing non-lethal aid to Ukraine, and those include things like tourniquets, bandages, drones, and so on. And none of it goes to either overhead or administrative costs, which is really important, especially in this day of age when a lot of organizations aren't that transparent with where the money is going to. So thank you, everyone, for listening to me rant for a little bit. We're going to be bringing Anda up shortly to help co-host with me. And we do have a hand from Anda, and I'll pass it on to her.
Actually, I have a question for Whiskey, because I saw yesterday you were talking about drones. And I saw yesterday some tweets with a drone who was taken down by a round of gunshots from the police. And some of the comments claimed it was there that couldn't have happened, and others say it could. Could you please enlighten me, because you're lucky as Michelle. You will have two co-hosts, two girls with no military background, so we will need some help from you.
Anda, I heard a little bit of that because I heard you request.
So I was talking about a video that was yesterday posted for me yesterday, like a couple of hours ago, with a drone which was taken down by gunshot by police in Kiev, supposedly. I don't know. And the comments said that could not be done. It was flying relatively low. So I wanted your opinion on that.
Well, I'm no expert in the Iranian drones. Was this one of the Iranian drones?
Yes, it was one of them.
As far as I'm aware, yes, they actually they can be taken down by small arms fire. They weigh about 450 pounds, as far as I know. They're not armored, they're not protected. The big question is yes, you can inflict damage on them with small arms fire if you're lucky enough to hit them. The question is if you can neutralize the explosive warhead in them. What's been being passed around, as far as what I've read, is that even if you neutralize the flying drone and you don't get an explosion, you still want to give space to that explosive warhead of at least a few hours, just in case it has a self-destruct, because it is still very dangerous. But yes, to answer your question, at a low altitude, they can be taken down by small arms fire.
Thank you. Thank you. Sometimes I really have, so my brain works this way. In order to memorize something, I need to understand that thing. So sometimes I come up, I used to do that, and I'm taking advantage of the fact that so many knowledgeable people come to speak in this space. I came up to ask things that are for a layman person unknown. So many of them were answered, and thank you for helping us and helping me today. The other day we had Gani telling us about T-62s, and some week back, I think 2 weeks back, we had Colby about Abrams. So slowly we learn, at least for me, which is awesome. And thank you. I have been listening to you. You have been up sometimes some months back, talking about rockets and how they work. So yeah, I thank you.
No, I appreciate that. Yes, I've been around the space since the beginning of March. The only times I really chime in is if it's something that, if it's a technology that I actually know about, that I can actually give some useful material to listeners. Otherwise, if it's something I don't know about it, I won't comment on it.
I think that's the wisest thing. Um, because we all have something to bring up to the table, and um, by letting someone who knows better on the topic, that helps the conversation and keeps this space interesting, actually. So I think that is actually great.
Well, to that point too. Oh, and welcome, Anda.
Welcome. Thank you.
How did you have it? How was your day?
I just woke up like 20 minutes ago, and I'm having my coffee, listening to you guys, learning like every morning.
Well,
If,
go ahead, Whiskey. Oh, or Daryl.
I'm sorry, Michelle. I was just going to follow up to what Anna was saying. Just to be clear, my wife, she is an electrical engineer by training, but she's also a software engineer. I'm actually a mechanical engineer, and what's really nice is actually together. It's like I can design the mechanical and the sensor part of the equipment, and my wife is really brilliant at actually designing. We both code, we both do software, but my wife is actually really brilliant at actually developing the software to actually run these things.
I think that's brilliant. I saw some months back, I haven't checked your profile recently, but some months back when you talk about rockets and missiles, I checked your profile and I saw some tests you have done, and I was really wondering, and I think that's brilliant. Yeah, it's a good thing to have a team at home.
Thank you. It's a family business.
It's awesome.
Yeah, that's awesome. Hey Dan, I see that your hand's up. So go ahead.
Yeah, on this whole shooting down the drone thing, they're hard targets for small arms because most people are lousy shots, and even people who are good shots have typically not trained intensively to hit this sort of flying target, even though it's like technically feasible. The bigger problem with shooting at them with small arms is that the bullets come down somewhere. So in the short to medium term, and I suspect this is already underway, the entire world is trying to dig out old-fashioned anti-aircraft guns. The Gepards that the Germans have already sent are sort of the highest tech version of this, but there were a great many of those at one point in time. I mean, a very great many, going all the way back to the 40 millimeter Bofors on U.S. ships in World War II, and most of them that were made by anybody that cared had shells that were designed to detonate as opposed to landing. So after either by time or altitude or proximity or something, the shell would explode as opposed to the whole round coming down and just wiping out random whatever. Because if you're using them for air defense for your city or your fleet or your whatever. You don't want just an enormous rain of this stuff coming back down. And like the Russians have a couple of classic ones. They have a 23 millimeter 2-gun version. They have I think it's a 37 and a 57. I saw a tape of the Russians pulling a 50-something-year-old 57 millimeter out of, hauling that out of storage and towards the front today. I mean, they're useful against both drones and ground targets, although until drones became a thing, were considered completely obsolete. So that's just going to be there's going to be a short-term frantic push to drag those things out of warehouses and all sorts of odd places. Longer term, drones are going to be their own arms race. I mean, it's just going to be its own separate thing. The way tank guns and tank armor have gone now for 80 years. Drone versus anti-drone is just going to be a whole nother subset. Special military operational specialty, whole companies devoted to it. It's going to be big, and it won't stop. It'll just counter.
Couldn't agree more.
We're already seeing that actually happen. And I'm sorry, I don't mean to speak out of space, but there was a video that came out this morning where there was a drone that was actually a Russian drone that was actually taken out with an explosive. So we're looking at low level kind of anti-aircraft, what you would see in World War II. And that's kind of the idea about how you go about dealing with some of these things. You incapacitate the explosive, the drone, everything while it's in the sky so that you don't have collateral damage on the ground.
The issue with gun-based systems, though, is it takes an enormous number of guns to cover a city the size of Kiev, because even if you have good sight lines, you only have, even for the latest model stuff, and it goes down quickly if it's older, you only have a couple 3,000 meters of range on a gun-based system.
And ammo.
So, you're talking hundreds and hundreds of guns, and an infinity of ammo and people to man it all. So it becomes a big resource sink. And I mean, I assure you the world is shopping for a better solution as fast as it can.
The solution's already there, though. Small drones, they're fairly inexpensive to actually construct, to manufacture. The technology is already there to program them to swarm.
And I agree with all of that, but I don't think they're going to come out in quantity in time for this war.
I disagree, because what you're looking at is actually utilizing platforms that are already mass produced. So there's no retooling of the manufacturing line. There's simply conversions that you're actually doing, and these conversions can actually be quite simple. I would rather invest time and money into having 100 or so drones cover a city that can zero in on a particular target than training 100 people to man maybe 25 anti-artillery pieces of equipment that actually require ammo, the equipment and being placed in the right space. We're looking at a totally different ball game here. And, for those that actually understand the technology and actually can spot the weaknesses straight away, this is a fairly quick and easy retrofit to solve the problem. And this is what we're looking at going forward.
So are you talking about using quadcopters against quadcopters, or something that will knock down, just to use today's example, these
No, he's not
Ukrainian?
talking about that. He's talking about using quadcopters to interfere with the flight path of one of these Iranian drones. If I'm not, not mistaking your intent, Whiskey.
You can use both. Quadcopters are great, but you run into the same problem of the speed of flight, right? So if you have a dual purpose plane, I think correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's the Fury, where it's like you have the vertical takeoff, but then you actually have the horizontal flight. So you get basically the direct takeoff, but you also get the horizontal speed of flight. We're looking at something like that.
Yeah, I'm getting a little uncomfortable about brainstorming on. It's a great idea. I think we should talk about it, and I promise you that the Ukrainians are already thinking about this, right? Because they've got a problem to solve. So I promise you, their best minds are working on it, and their interception rate is already pretty high. So they're on top of this. But I would love to talk about this in DMs or something. Because I think you have a good idea in general.
Sorry, 100%. This is stuff I nerd out. This is what I do and nerd out about. So
totally. And by the way, if it's okay with you, Dan, Whiskey DM'd me a couple of days ago some pretty interesting things he found out about the Kerch Bridge, and he doesn't want to talk about it because he's not an engineering expert or something. So if we could have some engineers come up here, that would be great.
I'm actually an engineer.
Oh, okay. But not a civil engineer, right?
No, I'm not a civil engineer. I'm a mechanical design engineer. Like whatever you need built, I can actually do it.
Alrighty. Well, the point I wanted to get to was when you DM'd me a few days ago, and you showed some pictures of the Kerch Bridge, and you showed some of the supports and how there were cracks in the supports, and you said, "Where's the rebar?" And I thought that was awesome. I think that is a major point, and I was wondering if you would be able to share that with the audience. So we could talk about it. Dan, if that's okay with you, if I take the conversation in a different direction, are you okay with that?
Yeah, totally. I've made the major point I wanted to make, which is that small arms and solid bullets are not the best things to shoot at these things.
Gotcha. So, Whiskey, talk about the Kerch Bridge and what you discovered and what I thought. We did a lot of swearing in our DMs, but I was amazed, at what you pointed out to me. So share it with the audience.
I sent that to you because I thought you would appreciate it. It just, when that video was released, I was kind of going through looking at that, and again, being in the engineering background, I've worked in a bunch of different trades. Everything from energy space to structural to flying things to electronics and everything else. But I've owned a number of companies too. But one of the companies that we used to run did a lot of structural heavy ironwork engineering, and when that video came out, I was studying. I looked at it first. I was drinking my coffee in the morning, and then I was like, wait a minute, what was that? Back up a minute. And I kind of zeroed in, took some screenshots, and the first thing I noticed was there was a lack of rebar in these bridge sections that were in this video showing damage. And having been in the background of a lot of these like major, structural projects. I was just like, that's a lot less rebar than you would expect. And I'm from San Francisco. I no longer live there. I'm not going to tell you where I live now, but we were in a very seismic zone, which the Kerch Bridge, they had a lot of different plans in the beginning over the years how they were going to connect Russia to Crimea. And one of the big things that they needed to do was work out some of the seismic issues. So when they built both the roadway and the railway, some of these piers needed to be driven at angles that you'd expect. The silt buildup in that area is typically around 60 meters, I think, if I recall correctly, before you get to bedrock. And after they got to bedrock, a lot of these piers were actually driven about 90 meters from the water surface into the ground. So you get about 30 meters into the bedrock in any given place on average. Okay, forget all that. But when you got to actually the above water concrete structures that were exposed to the salt air, the ocean environment or sea environment, and given that it was in the seismic zone, after we saw this video that came out a couple days ago, I think it was, whenever that was, that I sent that to you, Bloke. I think that was a couple days ago. I lose track of time, but there was some, like, on the still standing part of the road bridge, just directly across from where I believe it was the missile strike that actually took down the very weak point of these prefab bridge sections, which would have been dead set in the middle. The other bridgeway that was directly across from that would have gotten a side shear from the blast, right? That side shear would have shoved that structure sideways. We already saw the railroad structure that was across from that sustained shrapnel damage, and those tanker trains full of fuel or kerosene or whatever it was burst into flames, and we can get into that later. But what Bloke is bringing up is actually photos that I shared that showed the bearing blocks that actually hold these pan deck, kind of long-standing bridge sections together. And those bearing blocks from this bridge being shoved sideways broke the concrete that holds the foundation of these bearing blocks. And what these bearing blocks are actually for is a natural expansion, contraction, and movement of any bridge. So what that showed to me was that there's a lot more damage that actually occurred, not only to the portion of the bridge that was taken down, but the portion of the bridge that was still standing. Russia quickly tried to show these propaganda videos of them moving, light passenger cars across the bridge. But, this damage that was actually sustained to the bridge kind of reinforces the fact of what they're saying, July 2023, that they're not going to be able to have that bridge back to 100% capacity. Furthermore, what it actually shows is there was, they cut corners when they actually built the bridge initially. And initially, this was Putin's project, right? He wanted to establish this bridge from Russia to Crimea as quickly as possible. The amount of corruption that we've seen already in Russia,
That's when I started swearing.
exactly. I remember that, and it was hilarious. I was just like, "You get it, brother, right on." and that was the funny part, because here it is. We have photographic evidence of the demolition of this bridge. And here it is in the demolition videos. We're seeing that there's not as much rebar that should have actually been in place in a structure that crosses the seismic zone. In any event, sorry. It's late for me here. I'm trying to compile all the thoughts,
No,
millions of thoughts.
I'm happy to sum it up, but basically, where's the rebar, right? Like, because like you look at anything, right? Even if it's your house, there's going to be rebar in the concrete, because concrete is great for compressive strength, but really crappy for torsional strength, right? And if you're building a bridge, you need torsional strength, right? And what we saw, what Whiskey Tango Foxtrot showed me, was that there was not enough rebar in that column, right? And the first thing that came to my mind is, who stole it?
Exactly.
Well,
And not
can I
and
throw
not
in? Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
and not
please
only
do. Please do.
Yeah,
Well,
go ahead.
go
ahead.
ahead, Dan, and then we'll have
So
Whiskey sum
I
it up.
have one more layer to this question on the bridge rebar, and I've seen the picture he's talking about, thought about it, looked for some things online. Haven't found the thing I'm looking for. We don't know is, was the bridge designed with the amount of rebar that it's actually in it, or did they spec more rebar than they actually used? Because if they designed it for the amount of rebar that was actually used, then at least they had some comprehension of what its strength, durability, and so on is.
That's that's not necessarily true.
Well, go ahead.
No, because I've worked as an engineer, but actually as somebody who actually produces the items as well. Where I started out in my career was actually started not as an engineer. I started actually as the guy actually making the stuff, and then I rose through the ranks and actually became an engineer and went back to schooling and all that. So what I had that actually gave me a hand up on everybody else was I actually had first world experience in actually the type of machines, the type of equipment, the type of material processes and everything else. So as an engineer, I could go actually back and apply that to actually how you develop something. And a lot of times I saw out of the box engineers like design something, come to me and say, "Hey, can you manufacture this?" And I was just like, well, here's all the places where you went wrong. And I tried to optimize that for engineering. It's called design for manufacture, right? So just because something's been spec'd out on a drawing and checked off by engineers doesn't actually mean that it's actually 100% sound. I've seen this happen way too many times in my career. But based off of my knowledge, actually working with like solid sound engineers, contractors, and such, the reason why I pointed this out immediately was because the lack of rebar that actually was in these in this damage that was shown, the lack of rebar that was actually witnessed in these aftermath photos.
Well, no,
and go ahead.
Let me put back in for just a second. So I understand exactly what you're saying. There clearly ought to be more rebar in that photo, and the fact that there's not indicates a real flaw in the bridge. But what I'm saying is, was that rebar in the design but not installed? because if they design the bridge with X amount of rebar and only use Y amount of rebar, then then the entire design of the bridge might be compromised, and this thing is a lot easier to knock down than they thought it was.
Yeah, and that's a great point, but unfortunately I don't have the original engineering drawings that spec that, but what I can tell you is that in this particular portion, and that's an important thing to note, in this particular portion, because this is a long bridge, you might not have the same contractor building the same bridge across the whole entire span. You might have individual contractors, but in this particular portion, what I can tell you from the photographic evidence is that not enough was not used. Potentially the correct kind of concrete was not used.
Like literally in the military, you have people ripping off, bronze propellers, right? So why is it inconceivable that someone would have, taken the specs and just removed a couple of rebar because, they could make more money off of that because rebar is expensive, right? So that's what my thinking was, but I agree that's pure speculation.
Well, not only that, but when you start getting into some of the concrete that's actually involved in when you're doing like salt air or waterborne crossing, that concrete is actually going to be a completely different spec than what you would use on like let's say a land-based construction project. It's going to be a lot more expensive. There's a lot different materials. There's a lot of checks and stuff going on that. But let's kind of like back up a little bit here. Let's look at how important was it that this bridge be built, and in the expediency that it being built was. When you're trying to appease Mr. Potato Head, you're gonna try and cut every corner you can. Maybe try and make a profit on that too by cutting those corners, but you're gonna try and appease Mr. Potato Head to kind of get the project done. Yeah, it stands for a few years. Like, what do we got? We have the road bridge was completed in and correct me if I'm wrong, but it was like 2018, 2019, and the railway bridge was completed shortly thereafter. I mean, if you're on the corrupt side of things and you're embezzling materials from the project, yeah, sure, you can half-ass it, and it'll stand for X amount of years. But, when you're in Canada, the UK, America, anywhere else where you're actually working on a civil project, whereas, this thing's got to stand for 25, 50 years, you're not going to cut corners. But when you're taking over, a sovereign piece of land of a nation, and you're trying to just make this road bridge as quick as possible, what's your confidence in how long that corrupt nation can hold on to this country's sovereign land? You're hired to do a project to make it happen. Some people said, well, what if it was built with no concrete, with no rebar at all? Well, yeah, granted, it would have never stood to begin with. But if you cut a few corners, take a look, cut a little corner off of the block for yourself, profit and all stuff, and then get the project done on time. Who cares how long it lasts? What confidence do you have that that this corrupt, genocidal dictatorship can actually hold on to the sovereign nation's land with the civil project. Do you follow what I mean?
Um, uh, I intervened a bit, and I do follow. I think we had when the Kerch Bridge was hit, we had on the space Raj, who is actually a civil engineer, and we had Charles Ray, who is someone who basically blows things up, including bridges. Charles said the same thing, that it looks easy to blow up, easy to be damaged, from his point of view. Raj explained us at that point a bit about the technologies that are needed, and I parrot some things right now. So yeah, I hope I parrot them well, about the fact that given the fact that you have to build it in the middle of the sea, well, not really middle, but in the water, you have some of the building blocks are poured and are precasted, so they are not poured in place. So yeah, the your point still stands. The quality of the construction is debatable. If they used all the rebars that they needed to use the correct the correct, in Romanian it's called fee. How do you call the width of a bar? I don't know. So yeah, please, that's what I wanted to chip in. Thank you. Please continue.
No, I mean that's pretty much what I have to add. But you know, I've said this on the space before. You know, Chuck Fair has been on this space. You know, my family is. I'm not. Just to be clear, I chose a different route, but my family is mostly military and Navy. My uncle was U.S. Navy SEAL Team 1 and actually 2. He was the first group that when they went from the underwater dispositive team to actually the SEAL team, when they made that transition. My uncle was the one of the first ones actually in that SEAL team. My cousin actually followed along in that. My grandfather back in World War II was at Pearl Harbor when the Japanese actually, you know, on that Sunday morning when they attacked Pearl Harbor. I remember him saying this at, you know, when we were getting together for Thanksgiving, you know, telling me stories about how they went out, you know, how he went out in the street and was shooting at the Zeros that were attacking Pearl Harbor. So I'm just trying to come at this from a historic and actually engineering background and explain what I'm seeing that actually happened on this bridge. And as far as the drones go, where I'm at with what I do lately, with what we can actually do about that.
Thank you.
Yeah, totally cool. Thank you so much. Whiskey Tango Foxtrot. That was fun. And the point being that if the Kerch Bridge is out of commission for a long period of time, that is going to affect Russian logistics over the entire southern front. So getting into these details is actually quite important. We need to understand it. Because if the Russians cannot supply their military over the southern front, well, it could be game over, right? As Craig has said on the space before. That's why I wanted to highlight that. And that's why I think these things are really important if they are extremely key. And I apologize much.
No, not at all. And I have serious doubts about. I shared some other information on the railway portion of the bridge with the intensity of that fire, and again being, you know, being in the background of engineering and actually on the ground, being in the steelworking industry. I have serious doubts about the structural integrity of that bridge. I have no doubts. There's a lot more damage that's actually done to that, and as Bloke has pointed out, how that's actually going to affect the southern defensive as far as Russian goes, but the offensive as far as Ukraine goes.
Yeah, basically, I think the Russians are fooled if they think they can keep this up. But that's my personal opinion, but I'm sticking to it. And with that, and then Michelle, sorry for taking up so much time geeking out, but I really appreciated your comments, Whiskey. And Dan, I don't know if you have a follow up to that, but I'm going to drop down shortly.
Yeah, thanks so much, Bloke. I actually have, and Whiskey as well. I appreciate just the conversation back and forth. So I didn't want to interrupt, and I put my hand up because I wanted to remind myself that I have a question as well. Actually, from one of our frequent speakers / listeners. So this is from Kalo, and he's actually on a plane right now. So I don't know if either Whiskey or Bloke you'd be able to answer this question. And so this is from Kalo. He said, I've seen a shortened train and commercial traffic moving across the bridge. Is it fair to say engineers have probably assessed weight capacity of the bridge?
Excellent question. So my understanding so far is they've moved light rail across. That light rail is easy to move across, right? But yeah, I have no idea. I can tell you this: if a bridge in your city had been suffered damage like that, you would expect a full engineering assessment and the bridge to be closed for several weeks before any traffic moved over it. So I have no idea what they're doing, but I will defer to Whiskey and any other civil engineers that know what they're talking about, because I don't, right? I don't know what I'm talking about, but I know that concrete needs rebar. So I'm sticking to that point. Go ahead, Whiskey.
Well, no, I think you're 100% spot on that. As far as the Kerch Bridge goes, that's a completely steel construction as far as what I can gauge from the construction photos that I studied. I think a few days ago, we did, or a couple of folks did, go back and forth on this. The only kind of concrete that actually is involved in that structure is actually the ties for the railroad tracks. And I think that's a great question from the listeners. Normally you would have a full engineering study that was actually done. You would actually take samples of certain portions of the structure that saw the heat, and you would put those through a mass spectrometer to actually see what changes occurred in that material. You'd also take samples and put them to stress tests to see what actually happened. There's not been enough time, as far as what I've seen from the propaganda videos that have come out, to tell me that any of that actually has happened. Maybe they did a study on what actually attacked the bridge to begin with. There's been plenty of time to study that, but to vet something is you know, structurally sound. What I've seen is corners cut. Maybe I don't have the full info. I know for sure I don't, because I'm not plugged into this. I don't have any info that any of you do. But just judging off of my background, off of being in. Go ahead.
Sorry, I can send you something in DMs that I think it would be interesting for you to look at. As I'm not a structural engineer, it doesn't make too much sense for me. And I didn't get around to take it to a structural engineer to talk to. Kingpin, you have your hands up for a very long time. Do you have something to add on Kerch Bridge?
Oh, I was just gonna ask a question, but I think it was kind of already asked, which was like I know the highway part of the bridge is down, but what's the status on the train part of the bridge? Because I know that's the main part for transferring like military equipment. And then I guess the other question I added to that was that if there were like a similar explosion again, but this time it took down that rail track part of the bridge, how long would it take to repair it?
About how long it will take to repair it, that I can answer, because I saw they published, they made it public. They estimate to finish the repairs until 1st of July next year. So
And but it when it says repairs, is that to the rail part of the bridge or the like the
both.
oh, so even the part for railway is shut down too as of now?
The railway is shut down, to my knowledge, for the moment. The highway, the roadway, it's damaged on one side. I understood so from the pictures you can see it's not straight, right? It's a double lane, and the lane which was on the side of the explosion is not straight anymore. So they let light trucks and light cars to pass, but it's not heavy traffic, and it's actually the thing that influenced and created this debacle with the ferry, right? Because they um, before this bridge they had a ferry. The ferry is um, was from to a port which is called Krim, to a port which is called Kavkaz, I think. This is about 12 kilometers south of the bridge. And for the moment, because winter is coming in, the weather is getting worse. And at some point, also the ferries will have problems crossing. They already have problems bringing stuff in and taking stuff out, and have long queues. So if they could, being in wartime, use the railway, use the uh, roadway, they would have, because they actually need to resupply Crimea. And it's not only about weapons, it's about people. You have people who came in Crimea for the summer, or who lived there, who need now to get out. And it's a big problem for them doing that. And you need ammo and food and medical supplies and all sorts of stuff to bring in. And that's another thing that actually strains their logistics supply, because they don't want to use the northern access to Crimea. They have problems there with the railways. It was not the same as on the Kerch Bridge. So they are afraid that they are going to be struck being more close to the front lines. So they try to avoid the north of Crimea and use the ferry to be safe. So Joe, good morning and welcome up.
Thank you, Anda. It's good to see you. And yeah, good morning to you too. I just wanted to say, yeah, that's I pretty much agree with everything that you've said regarding the Kerch Bridge. I mean, the whole question of if they hit it again, what will happen? It is a little bit silly, really. It's like, okay, it depends where they hit it, how they hit it, and with what they hit it. But the fact remains at the moment, as you have said yourself, that it's it's disabled in somewhat until at least June, July-ish next year. So yeah, I was just going to go agree with you and say hi.
Thank you.
Awesome. Yeah. Thank you.
I also wanted to I read, this is my hobby. I read a tweet, a very long thread made by Chriso about the ferry. How was it before the Kerch Bridge, and how many people they used to transport during 2016. Apparently, the traffic was like 6 million people, uh, um, 1.3 million cars, almost 300,000 units of freight transport, and 50,000 buses, almost 51,000. So the crossing with the ferry was kind of busy, and I can only reckon that in the last years, it's been only increased due to the crossing with the train. The traffic in itself was increased due to ease of transport. It's one thing to go, wait to the ferry, hop on, transfer, hop off. It's a tedious process, and usually people avoid it if they can. So having a highway to Crimea, having a train line to transport everything, that's much more um, efficient and easy to use for everyday people. So actually, probably someone from the audience, because I have no idea about that. So, how many people are in Crimea right now? That's what I don't know. But as I am from Romania, and we are also we have shore at the Black Sea. What I can confirm is that the Black Sea, it's chilly and windy during winter. It's not an easy sea to navigate on during winter, and it will seriously um, impair on this ferry crossing. So it does not help them in any way, and I'm very glad about that. Don't get me wrong. So Joe.
Yeah, I think I'm in full agreement with you too. I have no idea actually. I can't help you with the current population of Crimea. It's a little difficult to tell with the movements that have been going on within the past 3 months. But what I do know, as we all do, is that there's been a big problem with logistics regarding Crimea. There's, like, as you know yourself, huge queues, excuse me, huge queues for the ferries, and this includes lorries and things. So yeah, the logistics to Crimea have definitely been um, affected with the strike on the bridge, and that can only be for Ukrainians' good, I'm sure. So I don't know. What do you think, Amber?
The same, and I'm actually very glad about that. Um, uh, um, we had Craig, I think, the other night, but um, as I sometimes said, and Joseph can attest, I need to sleep from time to time. Not too much, but I need to sleep, and um, I actually missed the whole train section about the logistic discussion with Craig about the Kerch and the resupply on trains, what can be done or not. So, um,
Yeah, me too. It was awful. You know, we sometimes have to, and it's terrible. You know, gosh. But yeah, it would have been really interesting.
I
maybe
was getting,
sorry.
oh, I was just gonna say I was getting a bit of feedback from Sojo.
Sorry, did I mess everything up with interrupting?
No, not at all. We were just I think you might be okay right now.
Probably you got on a patch where you lost signal for a couple of seconds, and it was distorted. The sound was a bit distorted, but yeah, it's good now. So yeah, I really hope to lure up Craig at some point to for a retake on that discussion on logistics. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Whiskey, you have your hands up.
Yeah, the only thing I was gonna add, as far as Craig getting brought up, I think he's a Texas boy, so he's probably fast asleep. I'm a California kid, but the strike that I would like to see against whether it's the road bridge or the railway bridge, would be. And I know Gunny's gonna give me pushback on this, but what I would like to see is a underwater torpedo strike against the piers of, like, just knowing what I know on the engineering of that bridge. What I'd like to see is an underwater torpedo strike on the piers that hold up the railway section of that bridge. Once that's done, that thing's out. They're not going to fix it in July of 2023. They're going to be way pushed out on that, and it's just at that point it's just done.
Can I be a little not sarcastic to you, but sarcastic to them? Sadistic a bit. I would let them work on it, like really get it done or nearly, blow it up then if we need it, if they are close to finish, which I don't believe they will finish until July next year. Also, hopefully by that time the front lines will change, and Charles Ray actually said that if needed, and if the Ukrainians are close, the easiest way to dismantle a bridge is not it's if you have the option to blow up the head. But yeah, Yehuda is up.
Hi there,
Good
Yana.
morning.
Good morning. Please continue. I'm just listening in and I'll get my bearings. I'll jump in later.
Thank you. So yeah, that's what Charles Ray said, and as I said, I will let them use their workforce and their materials if they have any, because from what I understood the last days, for the concrete, actually you can help us with that. For the concrete, they need some special additives in order to hold and be water repellent, and those additives are made in Germany or Austria. I don't that part I don't remember correct for sure. So yeah, I will let them work on it because it's not usable for the time being, so it's not a problem. But they will spend resources on that, and that works for in the advantage of Ukrainians, right?
Yeah, what you're actually, like, as far as the concrete goes, what you're actually talking about is like a self-healing sort of concrete that actually once it has fissures in it, it actually takes the calcium and actually like strengthens the cracks and joints to kind of like seal them and fix them.
All right. That that explains it. Sojo, do you have something to add on this?
I just generally want to agree with you that instead of taking the bridge out completely, I think it serves a multi-purpose kind of thing where, as you say, the Russians are going to be wasting time and resources and trying to get the bridge functioning again, and also it gives people the chance per se to leave Crimea. And it's also kind of a little bit of a a psychological mind effing, really, for the Russians. And I think actually, that it serves a great purpose, and I do rather appreciate that it was the roadway, or the part of the bridge that was the roadway going into Crimea, which was actually hit. It serves multiple purposes, I think, and just taking it out immediately, yeah, it has a big impact, but that impact is over and done with, and whereas now the Ukrainians can lengthen this impact over time, as you were saying yourself, Amber.
Yeah. What can I say?
I don't know. We're not psychopaths, but we, but come on, we're fighting them, so gotta kind of get on that wavelength, right?
Yeah, I got to enjoy this. I'm sorry, I got to. It's an enjoyable moment. Um, um, every time I see them working backwards, and every time I see them kicking their own feet on 2 feet, right? Kicking with the left feet, the left foot, the right foot, something like that. Yeah, I enjoy all these small moments, and it's all good for the Ukrainians. Actually, about kicking your own feet. I saw yesterday and this is a bit of a diversion, and I'm sorry. I saw yesterday the plane crash in yesterday evening for me. Your noon, probably, for some of you, Joseph for sure. Uh, um, the plane crash in Krasnodar. Um, so yeah, I'm. Don't get me wrong. I'm never pro civil casualties, but when you see they are hitting their own, yeah, I'm happy about it. I'm sorry.
I know. No
It's
need to be.
terrible, but I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's no need to be sorry. Really, there's a great German word for it, right? Schadenfreude. But one is kind of like pushed into a little bit of corner when there is so many horrific things happening. Okay, to a place or a cause one is one is passionate about. When there's genocide happening, you kind of do become a little bit immune to having sort of so much empathy. At the end of the day, no civilian deaths are, we shouldn't celebrate them really. But there is a certain amount of Schadenfreude when it comes to sort of some states who is not just the state but also the population behind a genocide. It kind of like makes you a bit numb. So I understand it.
It's called "You're Out of Fucks to Give."
Yeah, well, foxes. Yeah, there's not many foxes around here. There are 0 foxes actually. Yeah, I give 0 foxes.
Yeah, and talking about good news, have you all seen the? I think there are 108 women released yesterday from it was an exchange. I think 110 prisoners for 108 Ukrainian women. I saw some videos on that, and I'm really happy. I'm praying for all of them to come back. Have anyone of you seen the videos?
I haven't personally, but were some of the pregnant women which Russia have been incarcerating, were some of them returned? I don't know anything about this, Anda.
I don't have the list yet. I can put the put the link up. There are 2 videos which were shared by with me by one of our listeners, who very kindly helps me when I'm up here, sharing with me videos and news and documents sometimes. The one that, for example, the one that I will be sharing with you, Whiskey, it's from him. I actually never asked if I am allowed to speak about him, so I will let him anonymous for the moment. So all I have for from now is that there is there are 108 women, and I have some videos, and that they are going to be taken care of, taken to hospital, examined, because they were incarcerated for several months, checked and helped to be recovered. Um, it couldn't have been easy. We have seen some of the Azov fighters who were released last time. They were very thin, and it was clear that, for example, one of them was his injuries were not treated correctly, and he needs right now to be his arm needs to be reset, and let's hope with proper medication and proper attention, he will be in as good as new. It's not possible, but as close to what it used to be. That's my hope. That's something I wish for them, because they were so brave, and for me that was something that touched me. um, um, during that month and a half in which they were holding on, Azovstal, being shelled every day. Um, um, I don't know. I don't know why. I cannot explain why. I don't have relatives in Ukraine, so you must understand that. I don't have relatives in Ukraine. I don't have um, friends from Ukraine. I'm not in any way I'm not in any way related or in contact with people from Ukraine. But I think it's something in a human being to care about other human beings and um, to separate right from wrong, and to want to help the one that it's in need. So basically that's why I'm here, to help. And I really the Azov defenders are Azovstal defenders are one of my soft spots. Especially because of their bravery, and their endurance. So yeah, I'm ranting again. So Joe, please rant
No,
Sorry,
away.
I was just. Oh,
you're not. Sorry, Michelle. Carry on.
oh, sorry. So I was just going to add to that as well, and just say, and I completely agree. Like anyone who has a heart, just how can we not have compassion and empathy for what's going on? And I just wanted to say too, from everything that I've read so far, 37 of the women released today were from Azovstal. 11 were officers and 85 privates and sergeants. So that's definitely nice to hear that some of them at least were from Azovstal. And also, I didn't see anything. I know, Soja, you were asking about some of the pregnant women. I haven't seen any photos of any of the pregnant women. And obviously, like a lot of the women are mothers. And so there's a lot of photos of their daughters and their sons. And there was one other thing as well that I wanted to point out, but I might not be able to find it. Oh, actually, this is what it was. From what Viktor Kovalenko said too, 12 of the civilians who were imprisoned, 12 were civilians who were imprisoned, and it was for being too much Ukrainian. So that's terrible.
Hardly surprising, though.
No,
Really.
exactly. Yeah, go ahead, Sojo.
Oh well, gosh. I mean, I don't know. Yeah. What I was going to say was like with Anda. It's like the whole sort of Azovstal thing. I think you're not the only one that was affected. There were many, many people affected because I mean, we were all watching really in real time. Mariupol being absolutely and completely bombarded to shit, and I think it became very symbolic for Ukrainian resistance. But we mustn't forget all the other defenders, all all over the battlefronts who have lost people to Russian incarceration, and not only that, all the civilians that have been taken and incarcerated also. I mean, it's horrific, really. But Azovstal it was a really good symbol of the whole kind of like horrific ongoings, really. So yeah. I'm just trying to say, yeah, I get you.
Yeah. They had a moment later on. I saw so in early April, late March, early April, I already have seen, as you said, about Mariupol, about lack of food, lack of water, the Russian tanks on the streets, people dead in the streets and buried in front of the buildings, letters sent to friends or family. You will find your mother at the corner of that street with that street, near the kindergarten. um, this for me, this was these are the first images that I remember from the beginning of the war, and the fierce fight that took place on the streets, both by the Marines and by the Azov um, um, regiment. And at that point, I know I saw some postings that they are out of ammo. It was at some point a tweet that and later a Facebook post that was circulated at that time, that they are out of ammo. And I think it broke me. So that day I don't cry easily. I usually I'm um, I don't cry. I laugh or I analyze, but I don't cry. I make fun. I don't cry. So that day I cried. I really uh, lost it. And someone from here, from the space, I DM'd right at that point. I DM'd everyone I know, everyone I heard of from the space, talking in the space, and someone from the space who was co-hosting more at that time heard me, read my DMs, and took the time to answer and calm me down, actually, to basically had the kindness to care for another human being. And going forward, that was a proof to me, for me, that we don't we are here in the space, in this space, not only for Ukraine, but to support ourselves and between ourselves, to pull together for this, but to not to forget about us. And we from time to time we have Tom Zimbardo here in the space, reminding us to not let ourselves get engulfed and forget that we are here to help, and we in order to help we need to take care of ourselves. So yeah, for me at least, many of the people from the space became friends during these past months. And I think I'm how do you say, I feel I gained in this much more than I foresee. I could have foreseen at the beginning when I started listening. So yeah. So Joe?
Yeah, well, that's great. I mean, that it just really speaks to the power of this community, right? Because we are a community, and I mean, MriyaReport, we're not only a community of people who stand together, with Ukraine, and trying to sort of counter Russian disinformation, etc. I mean, this space is awesome, really. There are so many experts that come on, and we have so many very knowledgeable and erudite people that come here and share their wisdom with us, right? You know, it's a very multi purpose space, really. I mean, we've got somewhere to come and sort of pose our questions and say, hey, what about this? What about that? And with somewhere to come to learn a lot about what is going on in Ukraine and around Ukraine, whether it's got to do with economics or culture or whatever it is. So yeah, it's a great place to be, Anda. I can see Joseph has got his little digits up. What's Joseph got to say? I wonder.
Chip in,
Well,
Joseph.
hello, Anna Michelle. How are you doing tonight?
Good, thanks. You?
Pretty good. Yeah, I was just looking at what's going on today. So yeah, I mean, there seems like there's a few things. What happened? Of course, I was very interested reading about this recent plane crash that Artois was mentioning. I don't know if it was probably already discussed at length in the space. But Anna, did you see the information about the plane crash in Russia?
Yeah, I saw several videos and um, photos. From what I understand, I don't know how they got to that. But what I understood it was a Sukhoi 34, I think. You can correct me on that. From one of the videos I saw, it had a flame before hitting the building, and it hit the building. It hit a building with apartments during late last night. I think they had 15 apartments on fire, and the last report I saw was four dead. Actually, I would love to have some.
Yeah, I would actually say, Anda, there's probably dozens dead. That jet was carrying a lot of ordnance. That apparently was hit by a missile. Didn't lose control, and the subsequent crash. I mean, that looks like a 10 to 15 story apartment block. The entire front was engulfed in flames. I'd be shocked if it's only four. Obviously, don't want any civilians killed, but that's a huge number. I mean, a huge number would be affected by the type of explosion and the secondary explosions from the munitions going off. Those bombs were actually meant for Ukrainian homes. It's a little ironic that it ended up um, possibly killing dozens of Russians just in their beds. It would seem, but it's pretty shocking, actually. If you want, maybe someone could post it up to the nest there. I'm not sure if it's already there, Joseph. I don't know if you want to do that. But yeah, no, great points as well, Sojo. This is a place to learn when there isn't a major offensive or military situation going on. This is an opportunity to discuss the impacts and the effects of the war. I want to point out that the MriyaReport has funded a team that's now in DC, preparing to testify before the Helsinki Commission. Lots of stuff going on. I think I'm going to post some pictures from their trip, and I'll get on that right now. And hopefully, I can give maybe a mild update. There isn't much difference from the last one, so I don't want to belabor things, but definitely want to give the audience. So please do retweet the space. Let people know we're here. We're also looking at Adam Kissinger. He's a friend of other people of our show. He was just on earlier, and I think he went to the wrong room. So we're going to get him back in here. We did tell him to go on Twitter Spaces, but unfortunately, we got our wires crossed. So we will be bringing more people in, and I'll be back shortly. Over to you, Joseph.
And if I could just add, it is the responsibility of a pilot to ensure minimal civilian casualties. And I have seen seen tape of pilots who go out of their way to protect civilians. And the comparison between the actions of the Russian pilot and the actions of the Ukrainian pilot who were shot down, you couldn't get,
Why don't you
a
explain
more
what happened?
polar. Okay, so there was a Russian pilot shot down, well, had a failure over Belgorod and ejected and didn't care where the plane crashed. It crashed into a civilian apartment building. There was a Ukrainian who was actually shot down, right? And maneuvered the plane and stayed with the plane until he was sure that he was clear of civilian areas and then bailed out.
And so the reason why Bloke is saying that is because if you notice in the footage of the Russian pilot over Yevetsk, Yesk, he actually, you see him ejecting, and his plane flies straight into a building. So he had time to think about ejecting, or maybe cant the plane up, put the pitch up, and get blow up in the air. Take your, die with your plane instead of possibly killing 100 people. So great point, Bloke. Yeah, sorry, go on. I just want
And there have been several examples of that in Western militaries where pilots will think about the impact that their plane could have on a civilian population, and they put themselves at risk in order to protect the civilian population. That is not evident in the Russian Air Force, and it is evident in the Ukrainian Air Force. And that is like night and day. That shows you the two different mentalities that we're dealing with, right? And with that, I'll drop down. But I just wanted to say that it's a really important sign about the difference between what we're supporting, what we're fighting for, what the Ukrainians are fighting for, and what the Russians are fighting for, right? And I'll make that point and drop down. It's just something that really struck me today. Today's been a terrible day. We've seen a lot of, horrible massacres of civilians by Russians. And then we see bravery and selflessness of Ukrainians. And we have to remember what we're fighting for. And I'll leave it at that.
100% Block. You are totally right, and that is actually part of the training. And Craig, who actually worked with pilots, can tell us more about this. So since we are lucky, and since he came up, I will let him talk more on this topic.
So I'd have to ask. I only came in partway through it, so it's gonna be kind of catch me up on the context.
We are talking about the Sukhoi 34 who hit the apartment building, and the pilot who ejected. And you can see him in the pictures on the right, as the building is engulfed in flames. And the first thought you have is, why the hell didn't he crashed in a park or something? steered.
Oh yeah. Why couldn't he aim it? Well, it's funny. I can't talk a lot about that individual instance that we saw. All I can do is tell you a story. I remember I was in a radar room one day, and there were planes. There were single engine planes that were doing maneuvers in what's called a MOA, military operating area. It's exclusive airspace that nobody's allowed in, and it's made notice to airmen through NOTAMs, etc. During certain hours or just in general. And so I remember sitting in the radar room, and I was just listening in on approach, and that's what you might call, it's a radar scope of about maybe 50 miles, depending on what your operational area is, and it kind of does sweeps. And we had a flight of 2 that were coming back, and this is a very sparsely populated area, might I add. Just want to offer a disclaimer there. And what happened was is that I was listening in, and all of a sudden one of the pilots goes, "My engine's out," and we kind of just stopped, and we're just like, "What?" And we thought he had hotkeyed, or we thought something, and we were just like, so and so, repeat their last. And his wingman rogered up and said, "Yeah, this is flight of 2, et cetera, et cetera. We're so and so miles. I think my wingmate has a flame out. We're trying to restart." And then the next thing you hear is you kind of wait 10 seconds. You just kind of have that moment of pause. You're like, okay, this isn't going to be anything bad. They're going to restart it. And the next thing you hear, clear as a bell, calm as can be, he just kind of goes, yep, he just punched out. I got 2 parachutes. I can't describe which way they're going. I'll get back to you. I'm just going to circle overhead. Those 2 pilots were picked up on the highway. They parachuted out. They got to a highway. A civilian picked them up and brought them back to base. Now, I tell that story because it was just remarkable to me how calm they were, and just kind of like, yep, he punched out, plane's down, oh, it just exploded, yep, there it goes, we're good to go, no damage, and then just kind of go about their business. And that's the kind of professionalism that you would expect that wouldn't ditch their plane in a residential neighborhood. That's kind of where I'm going with this, right? Is that you would find some way to divert it, but then again, you never know. He could have taken a bird strike at a very low altitude. There is no coming back from a bird strike. It's not like you have an engine restart. You might be able to glide for some time. It's nothing like that, right? You can do that if you have enough propulsion and you have enough kind of direction of flight, if you will, depending on your yaw rate, which is side to side. And so if you do that, you have some degree of turn. But like I said, if it was a bird strike, it's going to be pretty quick. He's not going to have a whole lot of time. And of course, depending on the altitude that he was at as well.
Yeah, and if I could reiterate, the amount of calm and the amount of thinking that goes on in those pilots' minds is remarkable, and it has brought tears in my eyes because I've listened to, we have to listen to, the incidents, and the amount of professionalism and going through their checklist and making sure that they don't harm others is so selfless and so beautiful. It's really the ultimate form of professionalism, and it's stunning. And you can hear that professionalism in the Ukrainian Air Force, and you don't hear it in the Russian Air Force. Well, we're not privileged to their comms. We don't know what they were saying, but the guy just punched out and crashed his plane into a building, right? Like, it's night and day.
What I was aiming at, and I know it's stupid. It's not stupid, but I was talking with a commercial pilot at some point, a Romanian commercial pilot, and when I said why didn't he crashed the plane someplace else, it would have mean so unless the direction was out, he could have steered down. It would have meant for him to sacrifice himself, right? So if I point it down, if I see a clear spot where I can crash between buildings, right? I die, and everybody else survives, right? It's a call you have to make at that point, and it's not like you don't. Craig, you can tell us more about this, but a training of a pilot, it's not a 1 month training with 20 hours of flight hours with a co-pilot, and then off you go. You're good to go. It's um, um, when they give you a multi-million dollar jet on your hands, you have some months or years of training behind. You know what's expected of you. You know what you have to do. You know what can happen.
Yeah, I mean, it does come down to what some might call your esprit de corps, right? How proud you are to wear your uniform. This isn't just a job for you. This is, for all intents and purposes, a way of life, right? And if you don't believe in that, if you don't have your heart in the right place, then it doesn't matter what anybody is teaching you, right? About aeronautics, about you know Bernoulli, or excuse me, it, it it's irrelevant, right? Any technical aspects that you want to comment on, you just kind of go out the door because your heart's not in the right place, and you have to be proud to wear the uniform. You have to be, especially be an officer, naval aviator, Air Force pilot. You have to believe in the mission. It has to be meaningful to you, and if it's not meaningful to you, then, like I said, the rest of it just kind of goes out the window. So, whether he ejected to save his life because he chickened out or he didn't have a choice, I think that we might never know, but I think it's fair to say that, and I always like to point this out to people when they comment on the Russian Air Force and what they have left or what they don't have left or what the Ukrainians have. The Russians always had this idea that they could operate aircraft more or less with impunity, and they nearly kind of did in the first beginning phases of the war. Not exactly without impunity, but with far more flexibility. And this is with cities, this is with areas that are just over its border. And what that speaks to, and there's a really good article that was written about it, and it was the myth of the Russian Air Force, right? That there's a lot of bombers, a lot of ground attack aircraft, there's a lot of firepower it can rain down. And yes, just like its army, its artillery, yes, it can launch a lot of munitions. But what it can't seem to do is get its act together to act in a cohesive, organized military operation to where it all kind of comes together. And that all stems from the individual. We can talk about top down systems, we can talk about this, but if your people at the very bottom, from the ground crews to the pilots to the air traffic controllers to the theoretical ground controllers, I know Russia doesn't have those, but things like that, then everything else, like I said, just kind of goes by the wayside and is more or less irrelevant. And Russia's shown that it can bomb a lot of stuff, that it can make things go boom a lot, but it doesn't seem to be to a very good outcome. It doesn't seem to be going anywhere very quickly. And so I would just kind of preface these comments that in regards to whether he couldn't or couldn't have. Like I said, we may not know, but one thing is absolutely clear about the Russian Air Force, and it's about as close to a paper tiger as there ever was one.
100%. 100%. I have a lot of people coming up. Look, yay! Actually, earlier, I have 2 more hands. 3. Tim is up. Wow. Hi, Tim. And Gani. Yay. And Daniel. Yay. And Konstantin, it's
My
it's
work here is done. I shall.
You're a magic man, Craig.
Thank you very much. I missed you in the early morning, my early morning, earlier, like 2 hours ago. I talked about trains and Kerch Bridge, and yeah, I'm not even 10% as eloquent and knowledgeable as you on logistics, but yeah. Uh, I wished you were here. So I'm glad you came for the plane talk. So Daniel and Gani, you came up for the plane talk, and Tim.
Yeah, I was just going to say, look, hands up, who's been in an aircraft in an uncontrolled descent here and has had to punch out? None of you. All right. So let's just take one pace back. San Diego, 2008, I think it was, an F-18 crashed into a neighborhood, and I think 4 people were killed, and the pilot punched out. So is he a coward? September this year, a pilot and backseater jumped out of an American training aircraft, and the aircraft landed in a neighborhood, trashed a house, I think at least one house. Are they cowards? I mean, come on, folks. At the end of the day, whatever happened, that guy, who from the sound of it is an ex-airline pilot, maybe he used to be a fast jet jockey and then went into Civ Air and he got called back up. He had an in-flight emergency, complete loss of control of the aircraft. It looks like it hit something, either power lines or a crane. It was in a steady descent, probably absolutely no control whatever. And he was looking through the windshield with screaming alarms and flashing lights at him with no hope of recovering the aircraft. And he had a decision, stay with it, ride it down and die, or punch out. Now, you can come on the space and you can say, well, I'd have stayed with the aircraft. All right, yeah, fine. Have that little fantasy if you want. But at the end of the day, and people here have faced death, either in the military or in an event in civil life, I promise you, most of us are quite keen on surviving. And when faced with that increasing apartment block in the windshield, we will probably look at the black and white stripy handle, knowing that the aircraft's unrecoverable, and leave the aircraft. If he was an ex-civilian pilot, we can assume, he probably has some idea of the responsibilities to his aircrew and his passengers. And it just says to me, probably he just had that momentary flash and thought, I am not getting the aircraft out of this. And what is the point of me dying? And he left the aircraft. And I absolutely refuse point blank to condemn anyone who, faced with a situation where they've done all that they can, has a momentary decision to make, and decides that saving themselves is probably going to be the way out of it. Because if you don't think this happens in the Western military, I've really got news for you. We have accidents all the time. Some are preventable accidents. Some of them are just bad luck. Some of them are bad maintenance of the aircraft. Some of them are bad pilot training or whatever. No one's immune to this. Yes, the Russians have a lot more of it, and the Russians are not nearly as professional. But to kind of say, well, it's just psyche of the Russian military, but the aircraft hit an apartment block and he didn't stay with it. As I say, I've given you 2 examples where Western air crews have punched out the aircraft last minute. The F-18, he punched out at 400 feet. There was a big investigation, but he was returned to flight status at the end, despite there being a bit of a culling in that squadron and the aircraft having no maintenance issues. There were loads of things came out of it, as there always are with these investigations. But at the end of the day, the bloke left the aircraft and 4 people died. I'm not going to write off an American F-18 pilot for doing that at all. The same as I won't write off this Russian bloke. What's more interesting is the secondaries that happened once the aircraft had hit. It sounds to me like small, like the internal gun ammunition was going off. can't really tell from the explosion, but that aircraft might have been flying around fully armed up, fully bombed up. And given the distance from the front line, that's mildly interesting. But does it reflect on the maintenance of that squadron? No, bird strikes. You know, these things happen. You know, a bloke put an aircraft down in the river in New York. That's not a maintenance and crew training problem. That's just bird strikes are a perennial problem. Maybe there is a maintenance problem. Maybe the aircraft flamed out because they're running short of spare parts. We'll probably never know. But just be a bit careful of just condemning an entire nation's psyche because you saw someone punch out of an aircraft. I think much as I detest Russians, and I fucking do detest them, I think you're kind of going a bit overboard there, to be honest with you.
I didn't condemn their whole psyche. I'm just saying that I know, I understand truly what you everything you said, and yeah, I know people want to live, and in this kind of situations, it's a split second in which you decide I want to live or I want to my cat disapproves of you badly. uh, so I do understand what you're saying, and probably because I spoke with civilian pilots which are trained to care not for themselves but for the 100 200 400 people they have in their plane, and they do everything they can to keep that bird in air. And Romanian aviation, it's really proud. In the civilian aviation, it's really proud. We only have had one major accident in eight years. So that's something they really care about. Keep the plane up. If they cannot keep the plane up, to land it someplace safely, save people's lives. So for them, it's not a question if you choose to die yourself or to choose to kill someone else. You don't eject. If you have if you risk, if your plane risks to crash, you either try to steer it off. Like, it was evening, all the lights were on. It's not like it's a deserted building and you don't see what's happening. And probably I am biased, and I admit that. But and I'm not saying all of them are bad. We know they have good pilots. It's not that. I'm just saying that as a decision, it was a murderous decision, and for me, it's irrespective of in which country it's taken. You know, I'm not one who will cry.
I will say that aviation is one of the harder things to do in the world. There are very few things that are harder to do than to steer a plane going 700 knots, or a helicopter 100 feet off the ground pulling 120. It's got to do a 10. It's got to do a 180, and blink of an eye. And so it's difficult. It's tough. But I think it's safe to say that we don't know the circumstances about this, but I think that what Anda's trying to get at is that what she's seeing, I think is representative art, right? Where you have the Russian state flying along with all these bombs and all these things, and all it ends up doing is, instead of doing anything that it's supposed to do, it just crashes and kills its own citizens and hurts itself. So in that way, there is an analogy to be painted there if you want to take that away. And I
Yeah,
think that if
thank
you're going to
you.
use that analogy, then that's a fair one to paint. And I think that's sort of what Anda was getting at. I'm not sure if that's all the way there, but maybe it's partly.
Yeah, and I just want to add that I've heard tapes that are incredibly emotional and, you know, very triggering. You know, I have heard what pilots do, and I can promise you that there are pilots that actually think about what they are doing, even when their life is in danger. Incredible bravery, incredible professionalism, and I've heard it. And I have nothing but respect for the pilots who avoid civilian casualties. And I'll leave it there.
Yeah, I mean, I would just point out and remind everyone, but on a civilian aircraft, you don't have the opportunity to punch out. So you're kind of stuck with the aircraft, folks, to be honest with you. You ain't climbing out and sticking a parachute.
Yeah, of course.
You know, and if we want to, you know, if you want to go through the past 25 years and go through NATO air crashes and see how many NATO fast jet pilots have ejected in the aircraft, subsequently injured someone on the ground, am I going to write off that fast jet pilot because he refused to stay with the aircraft and die because he made that split-second decision and all was lost, and he thought about his flash moment, thought about his wife, 2 kids, and pulled the ejection handle? I ain't writing him off. That's just people.
Yeah, but Gunny,
it's
part of the training. That's what I'm getting at, right? Like
I think,
it's
gentlemen,
part of the consideration that goes in your head.
Gentlemen, I think it's fair to say that while we don't, again, know the circumstances about this, that I think if we're going to take away from anything, let's just take away the representative art of the fact that Russia is now, according to some of the folks in our group, is up to 17, right? And so, again, let's rewind the clock all the way to February 24th. Those 17 people did not have to die, whether it was from a bird strike, whether it was from a pilot being a coward, whether it was from the holy hand of God coming down and snatching that aircraft out of the sky. It's more or less irrelevant, right? So let's try and move
Fair
the dialogue
enough.
along.
Fair
Yeah.
enough. Yeah.
All right. Um, um, we have with hand up Daniel and then Tim.
Good morning. Gunny is right in many, many aspects. What I read about doctrinal PTS, the Special Air Force of Russia, even before this war, they had less hours of training than NATO counterparts because doctrinal, they don't act like American Air Force, for example. For them, usually they need to operate under anti-air missile defense umbrella. They are defenders, not attackers. They never will be attackers. This mean less hours of fly, and this make people to be a bit different in their attitude. Second things I want to remember you is the pilots of Russian Air Force now are less competent. From the beginning of the war, after the first pilots were shut down and ejected and taken prisoners, we saw from young guys of 30s, maybe 40s, to lieutenant colonels, majors, and colonels, which are shut down in the 50s, obese. And now we see the second line, the people who were civilian aviation pilots. This means they force civilian pilots to fly to fly military aircraft. And these things are not even close similar, not even close. And there is not enough training. And when you don't have enough training, you make mistakes. Make mistakes, people die. It's something very, very, very simple. And the first thing I want to point you, I just watched on Andrew Perpetua Twitter post, maybe this evening. He had some pilot in a civilian jet, and most of the gear doesn't work. Turbofans, landing gear, altitude, a lot of shit doesn't work. They don't have the spare parts. And these spare parts are under embargo. And if this happened in civilian aviation, I don't imagine the Sukhois have different situation. So this is my point of view about judging why he didn't sacrifice himself. I will don't do it. I think I'm not in that seat, and I have no idea, and I tend to accept Ghani point. But if I understand well, he was a former civilian pilot, so things are much clearer. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Tim, if you have a bit of time, time to wait, I will let John go first.
Sure.
Thanks. John?
Thank you, Anda. I just came up because I had seen a very interesting post come across my feed a little bit earlier today about a new Ukrainian loitering munition that is in development. And I don't have much time before I have to hop off, so I just wanted to go ahead and mention this. I believe GUR, Ukrainian Military Intelligence, as well as Come Back Alive, they're crowdfunding some money to try and support the development of this weapon. The title of the crowdfunding project is Bavovna in Moscow. The advertised specs are 75 kilo warhead with about 1,000 kilometers range.
John, real quick, we might have to explain. We might have to explain Bavovna.
Yes, so that is Ukrainian for cotton. There is a lot of context there regarding Russian telegram statements about explosions and the way that they describe them. There's some complicated etymology stuff in there. I'm sure Konstantin can probably explain it better than I could. But yeah, that's essentially the term that's commonly used by Ukrainians for explosions in a humorous sense. And I'll go ahead and get a tweet up about this in the nest. It's being produced by I'm probably going to butcher the name of this. Ukroboronprom, which is Ukraine's kind of state defense contractor company. It's a conglomerate that houses as subsidiaries all of Ukraine's major defense contractors and other entities. And so the advertised specs in particular are extremely interesting. A 75 kilo warhead with 1,000 kilometer range is technically challenging, to put it mildly. The most sophisticated, arguably the most sophisticated loitering munition currently on the market is the IAI, Israeli Aerospace Industries Harop, I think it has a published range of about 1,000 or so kilometers, and has a much smaller warhead on the order of 20 to 30 kilos. To be quite blunt about it, a 75 kilo warhead with 1,000 kilometers range is essentially a small cruise missile. So if they're able to pull that off, that's fantastic. But it's not clear to me what the lead time on this thing is going to be and what the production rate is. But it's really fascinating. The tweet should be up in the nest. There should be some links in there with some info about it if anybody's interested.
So, John, are they making a new drone from scratch, basically?
That's what it seems like to me. There is, I don't think there's any commercial UAV platform that could conceivably offer this kind of performance. This is not your commercial off-the-shelf kit. This is some very technically advanced military, grade manufacturing and design here.
Yeah, that's not a small undertaking to design a drone from scratch with those capabilities. I'd say that's the bottom line, right, John?
Yes, and I suspect it's also going to end up having a very high per unit price tag. I think for again just using HAROP as a reference point because it's kind of the most sophisticated loitering munition on the market. For export, I think it runs a per unit price of about $1 million. Costs to do it, if you're Israel, costs to do it are probably lower because you aren't exporting it. So cost would probably be somewhere south of that, I would expect. But these are likely going to be, some very what's the word? My English is failing me. But these are going to be some very niche munitions. I expect at a very high unit cost. But in any case, Ukraine having this capability would be outstanding.
And just one last question, John. So this whole idea of exploding in Moscow, I mean, is this a joke or is the implication that it's serious? They actually want to send this thing into Russian? I mean, what was the vibe you got from the post?
Well, I mean, it's probably a bit of both. I mean, the only reason that you would want 1,000-kilometer loitering munition is to carry out deep strikes against targets in Russia. So, if they're successful in this endeavor, I expect, with near 100% certainty that it will be used on targets deep within Russia. My line of thinking is probably against Russian long-range aviation installations. So specifically Tu-22Ms, Tu-95s, and Tu-160s parked at Russian air bases hundreds of kilometers from the front line. That would be my expectation for one of the primary uses. And if they want to chuck something at a random military target in Moscow, well, then that's just funny. Cherry on top.
That'd be amazing. That would be amazing. So thank you very much, John. I think that's all the questions I had. Unless you had any more questions on it, we can go back to our regularly scheduled programming from John's Ukrainian drone update.
So the next one was Tim and then Konstantin.
Hi, everybody. Just a very quick update from me. As most of you know, but for the benefit of those who don't, I've just been participating in an aid convoy that went from Tallinn down to Kiev, delivering a number of four-wheel drive vehicles, a load of sleeping bags, a load of drones, and a couple of diesel generators, and for some reason, several crates of Lucozade. If you don't know what Lucozade is, it's a slightly dated British energy drink. It's like a 70s drink. But yeah, it tastes a bit like diesel. And anyway, so we dropped that off in Kiev yesterday. We had a formal handover. Well, we arrived in Kiev yesterday. We had a formal handover to the Ukrainian army. Oh, hang on. I don't actually know what time it is anymore. It's the morning. So yesterday we handed them over to the Ukrainian army the day before we arrived in Kiev. So yeah, sorry. It's there was as soon as I logged in this morning, 20 minutes ago, I heard somebody mention a train, and I've just been on a train for the last 12 hours. So I'm fed up with trains. I've had enough of trains. So I've just arrived in Przemysl in Poland, where I have yet another train to take me up to Krakow, and then I've got a flight to Tallinn, and that's me done until the next good idea I volunteer for. So yeah, we met a number of Ukrainian chaps. They were predominantly from, I can't remember which Special Forces brigade, but one of the Special Forces brigades. They had been active in Donbass, and yeah, they'd been involved in that advance up there. The vehicles, they were 4 Hiluxes and 1 Ford Ranger from the UK. They will predominantly be used for reconnaissance and general utility. And they were crowdfunded by NAFO and by Ragnar Suss. who, for those of you who don't know him, he's an Estonian businessman. He was one of the co-founders of Pipedrive. Yeah, I've just arrived in Przemyśl. Yesterday morning in Kiev, there were some drone strikes, as we all know. I think was it 3 people were killed, but we heard the explosions from our hotel, so the alarm went off, and yeah, interesting story. So the night before, we had been imbibing, and so when the alarm went off at 7 in the morning, my head was a little sore, and when they told us to go to the shelter, I thought, I do have a very sore head. I have this absolutely unavoidable illness that has inflicted me, and shall I go to the shelter like they're telling me to? And then, as I was thinking that, a couple of blocks away, there was an enormous explosion. So we went to the hotel. We went to the hotel shelter pretty sharpish after that. Yeah, that was a fairly interesting morning. And so now I'm in Przemyśl and just waiting for another train. That's my quick update.
So Tim, just very briefly, broadly speaking, what would you say the mood in Kyiv is like?
It seemed pretty good, you know. The soldiers the morale was extraordinarily high. They were, you know, they had literally come off the front line, you know, 2 days before, to come and pick up some vehicles and supplies from the aid agencies in Kiev, and they were really happy. They were really chipper. The general mood, I mean, it seems really normal. Like it's, you know, there's the obvious signs of war. You know, like there's those steel hedgehog things everywhere. You know, there's a few checkpoints. There's quite a lot of uniforms in sight. There is some quite extensive damage to buildings every couple of blocks. But you know, it seems really normal. You know, everything's open. Everybody seems to be smiling. Everybody seems to be happy. There seem to be a normal number of people around. Yeah, I mean, the only strange things are there's a curfew between 11 a.m. and 5 p.m. That's quite rigorously enforced. Like, you know, soldiers will clear out bars and things like that. And there's some building damage. Apart from that, I mean, it just seems like a normal big city, really. Yeah, it seems to be coping really well.
Well, thanks very much for the update, Tim. Unless you have any questions on it, we can go back to Hans.
Actually, I have a question. What have you done with that Hilux? How did you manage to break it?
Okay, so yes, we did manage to break a Hilux. For those of you who've watched Top Gear, there was an ongoing story of the 3 chaps from Top Gear trying to break a Hilux by doing various things to it, like leaving it in a swimming pool for a couple of days, dropping it from a tower crane. What else did they do? They drove it off the back of an aircraft carrier or something like that, trying to break it, and they didn't manage to break it. But we managed to break a Toyota Hilux. Somewhere just before Lviv, after we'd crossed the Polish border, the oil gauge of the Hilux stopped working, and so the engine thought it had too much oil in it, so it was trying to burn off oil, and that had a bad effect on the Hilux, so it kind of went into limp mode. I don't know how we managed to do that, but we left it in Lviv, and some Ukrainian army mechanics came and picked it up. I assume it's working again now, but I'm not really sure. But yes, we managed to do the impossible and break a Toyota Hilux.
Thank you, Tim. You actually, apart from that, you did an outstanding job, and your effort is going to be it's going to make a difference. So thank you for everything. Colby, I lost Konstantin. Colby, you have your hands up.
Tim mentioned Lucozade, and I just felt compelled as somebody who's had the misfortune of trying it, because the North American audience is probably very confused. Just picture orange Gatorade, but terrible. That's what Lucozade is.
Sorry, I got the DM and I totally lost that. Uh, Michelle, I saw you laughing.
Well,
I'm
it just sounds
sorry.
gross. I was just imagining drinking it and I started laughing inside.
I followed Tim's adventure and culinary endeavor through every um, petrol station he got in. So yeah, that was a fit in itself to get fed on that one.
Yeah, there was something he ate the other day that didn't look very appealing either. He's either going to come back very skinny or maybe he might have gained a few pounds.
All right. So that was a fun and a lively conversation. Do you happen to know who's coming up as a speaker in for MriyaReport? Do we have any speakers today?
We do. So thank you for bringing that up. We actually have 2 speakers. So that would be today, your time, and that would be tomorrow for the North Americans. So we have Konstantin Koshalenko, who is the Deputy Minister of Social Policy of Ukraine for Digital Transformation, and he's going to be guest speaking at 12 p.m. Eastern, and then 2.5 hours later, so at
Oh crap,
2:30
really?
p.m. What was that, Joseph?
I didn't know that. I'm impressed. Sorry. Please continue.
Yeah, I was looking at his Twitter profile, and he seems very interesting. So it's going to be a great interview tomorrow. And then right after him, well, 2.5 hours later, at 2:30 p.m. Eastern time, we have Kate Levchuk, and she's the special correspondent at Kyiv Post. She also is a public speaker on the future of technology and the role of democracies in shaping human evolution. So tomorrow we have 2 really great guest speakers, one at 12 p.m. Eastern, and then the second one at 2:30 p.m. Eastern.
Wow, that's awesome. Actually, don't know if I could listen to both of them. I will see if I can. If not, I will catch them on Spotify, because what do you know? We have a Spotify account, and on that one, we can we have uploaded the interviews in a professional format. So all the back noise and droppings are cut out. uh, so we are lucky. I could listen to some of the interviews that I missed, because yeah, I sleep and sometimes I work. So some of the interviews, I listen to them in my car while I go to work or come back. I find it easier this way. So yeah, I will use it. I will use it again. Basically, I will use it again. Also, I want to ask you if you can help us with that. Please share and tweet and retweet the space so we can let other people know. We are here. If you have any questions, please come up and ask your questions. If you have anything to spare today, maybe you can consider donating to MriyaAid. I've been supporting them for since the beginning, basically. It's something I'm really passionate about, and we will go to consultant Asidius, please.
Hi, thank you. And what a fantastic speaker panel you guys have managed, guys and gals, to line up in the past couple of weeks. I'm mad I missed the 4 hour, 3 or 4 hour marathon session of. I keep hearing about it, so I'm waiting for that to be uploaded. But great work, and thank you for all your help. Back to drones. I was trying to see if the U.S. Had given Ukraine any drones, and I couldn't find any definitive answers. I know we killed Ayman al-Zawahiri in Afghanistan using an MQ-9 Reaper drone. Obviously, that's a super precise, targeted drone. It's not even a loitering munition. But how about like Gray Eagles or maybe MQ-1s that actually have, I think, a warhead? Do we know if any of those are in the battlefield and if Ukraine even wants or needs them? Thanks.
Yeah. Oh, and I are both taking off our mic at the same time. Thanks so much for the question. I don't know if maybe Colby or Joseph, you might be able to answer this.
I think Colby's probably better equipped than me. Colby.
The United States has provided loitering munitions of various sorts. They have also provided Scan Eagle UAVs, which are, again, fairly small. Nothing on the scale of Predator or Gray Eagle or anything like that has been provided by the United States so far.
Oh, okay. That's helpful. Thank you. And do you know why not? Do Ukrainians not need the larger drones, or not want them, or is it training, or is
So
it?
Colby, if I remember correctly, there was some discussion of sending them, like, I don't know, maybe in April, maybe early May, and the general like they were almost on the way. They mentioned Gray Eagles, which is basically the U.S. Army equivalent of a Predator drone, and the general conclusion, or like what the media effectively reported later, was Ukraine decided against it and basically said, we're not really sure, based on the kind of air defense picture, that these would be ideal for the situation. Is that like broadly correct, Colby?
Yes. Also, there's certainly hesitance in the United States about providing these systems for a variety of different reasons. Number one, it's going to take time to train the operators. It's not as long as it takes to train a fighter pilot, obviously, but it's still not instantaneous. So there's that. There's the lead time. There's the concerns about them being downed and the the technology then being captured by Russia, although that's less of a concern, I guess, with Gray Eagle, which is older. But certainly that's going to preclude things like Reaper being sent over. There is the overall air defense picture over Russian-controlled territory. Obviously, now it's far less robust than was imagined and significantly degraded due to the activity by Ukrainian forces through a combination primarily of HIMARS and HARM missiles. But these drones are quite expensive. So if they were to be sent and then they get destroyed, that's a very significant asset that's been lost. So there's that concern. With the TB2s, they're smaller and cheaper, so Ukraine's less worried about losing a TB2, but losing anything that the United States would provide, like that'd be a very significant blow. So there's a question there for bang for buck, because sending drones would that would make up a fairly significant amount of money out of a PDA, and you have to consider your ROI and what you might get out of that expensive weapon system. So I think those are all factors that led the United States to decide against providing those drones. I don't think that it's something that's being considered much going forward. Some people have suggested that they may have been provided covertly. That's certainly a possibility. But I don't think we're going to see too much on that front.
Kobe, I don't think United States of America will say, we sent 4 Reapers in Ukraine. I think never advertise this.
They're not going to send Reapers, period.
Thank you.
They were thinking out loud about it. I don't know. It was weird, but sorry. Go ahead, consultant.
Oh no, I was just going to say thank you. So that was a really comprehensive and helpful answer. And I'm no military person, but I'm getting further with the help of this space. So thank you very much.
And thank you for coming up to speak and to ask. Speaking about drones, because we today, for me, this morning, it was the drone day, and airplane day, but drone day. I saw a piece of news about Norway, about drones used in supposed to be espionage. There are certain so this is the third incident that I read about in which Russian citizens in Norway are detained for taking pictures of various objectives in Norway. And for example, the last 4 came from Finland at the end of September. And they had a significant amount of photographs. And I was wondering, also, not a military. I know that I'm not supposed to take pictures of military sites, because for example, we have some in Bucharest. I think every town and every country has them. My question was, how much could they damage as information in general? So absolutely in general, how much could they damage in information as information, given the fact that some countries are further away. So it's not like tomorrow it would be easy for Russia to attack Norway, for example. So it's something you do. I make sense? That's
Yeah. So like Anna said, right, there have been several reports of basically Russian spies using drones to try to get, visual reconnaissance data on various Norwegian gas infrastructure. I mean, would you say that's broadly correct, Anda?
yes, yes. Three today there are 4 Russians, and in the last week there were other 2 which used drones to take pictures of various gas infrastructures, but they didn't give specifics this time, at least not in our news. So we don't have specifics. I just have a broad idea.
Yeah, so Anna, I'm a dummy, but the good news is I talk to smart people sometimes, and so I did actually. I was talking to Doman and Ben, and I was like, "Is there just some oligarch obsessed with Norway? What's going on?" And Ben and Doman both said to me like, "Norway is more." I don't think they quite said single-handedly, but they said Norway is a big player in terms of saving Europe from themselves for energy right now. They're a major energy exporter in Europe, in a continent that is a net energy importer, and they are a major gas producer in a continent that desperately needs gas right now. And so, Norway is quite an important country when it comes to all that. And I said, like, well, gee whiz, you guys don't put that on the poster, like that Norway's saving you guys. And Ben said, like, they don't do it for free, right? It's very expensive. Anyway, the point is, Norway is a very important, bulwark against Russian energy blackmail in Europe, and Russia seems to be well aware of that, and they've been working on this problem of theirs, as they see it, for some time, and they're quite fixated on it, as we can tell. I don't know exactly what the plan is. I mean, we've seen them blow up ammunition depots in other countries in the past. Soviet ammunition, old Soviet stuff. We've seen them, try to sneak into a couple of facilities. Was it in Romania, Anda, that they snuck in and they got caught? Do you remember that incident?
I think it was in Bulgaria, not
Okay,
in.
Bulgaria. Sorry.
Yeah, it was a couple of months ago. It was in Bulgaria, and you are right. An ammo depot with ammo, which is in all Russian type of ammo, as the dimension of the caliber, right?
Two depots of ammunition in Bulgaria, one in Czechia. That one in Czechia was huge, one of the biggest in Europe, and the Czech was dying because that explosion. 2 ammo depots in Bulgaria. Bulgaria is well known for exporting ammunition for Soviet-type caliber guns. And these were pre-planned before the invasion, just looking how deliberate that invasion was years before the invasion. So when people say NATO push Putin to invade or something like that, just fake, because they blow up the ammunition depots which can provide Ukraine ammunition for the war.
Yeah, thanks, Daniel. Absolutely true as well, what Daniel said. And so I'm just thinking, thinking out loud here. I mean, that's what I would expect them to try to do with the gas fields, right? They never, that should be an Article 5 action, that they blew up an ammunition depot in NATO territory. But, so I think that would be the thinking of Russia. And so the question is, can a drone get you useful information? I would say, yeah. Like, I mean, if you know where all the barriers are, if you know where the various buildings are, I would question, does it really get you more than like Google Maps at this point, right? I mean, the Google van goes around and takes pictures of all this stuff, and you get, satellite imagery. You can see all the buildings. But I mean, you could learn maybe something about the patrols of security staff, or I don't know. There's various things I think you could maybe learn from drone observation. There's probably I would imagine if you started flying a drone around, some critical U.S. infrastructure, they would have a lot of questions for you, and I think that they would just be doing their job if they did, and they would probably be very good questions to ask you, right? So I would imagine kind of the same logic applies, right? That there is a possibility that something could be reconnaissanced from a drone being used. And yeah, so I mean, obviously, it's good that they're catching all these people, and it does make you wonder, like, what's up? What's going to happen in Norway? Are they going to blow up some gas fields? Like, what's going on? Go ahead, Anna.
No, I from what I know about Norway, is that after the unexplained incidents with Nord Stream 1 and 2, they are using everything they can to patrol their drilling sites, and from what I understand, also inside the country, um, 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 there is a ban for survival. How do you say? The Russian citizens are banned in flying over Norway territory. So for this stunt, they will get 1 year in jail for taking pictures, and 3 years in jail because they are using flight equipment. So it's not gonna be very very easy for them. It's not something that it's gonna end up with a fine, and just that's that. Apparently, Norway is really keen on taking care of themselves. They have a small border with Russia, and they do know Russia. So yeah, they are tightening up um, um, their security, basically, and I think everyone in the region has have. Consultant, you have your hand up.
Yeah. Last night, so in North America time, a Norwegian was talking about exactly this, and he said that they in this space, and he said that Norway previously hadn't had a lot of security, especially for drones around their critical infrastructure related to gas and oil, and they're scrambling to correct that. Um, I just hope that the ineptitude of the Russians allows Norway to buy themselves time. So they are aware of it, but they didn't really take it as seriously as they should have. And he was saying this should have been done years ago when Ukraine was first invaded by Russia. May I ask a question around the Iranian drones? So,
Please, you're breaking up, or
oh no, I just wanted to
okay.
know if I could.
Yes, of course.
So, we know Israel has been involved in the war and supporting Ukraine, but not overtly and not to the extent that we would like. Um, One thing we know that they're very good at is assassinations or targeted um, attacks within Iran. And someone on Twitter posted a satellite picture of the manufacturing facility for these Shahed drones. And I was wondering if the tweet today from, I think it was, oh, it was someone in the Israeli government. You'll have to forgive my, uh, I'm forgetting exactly who it was, saying they have to step it up. I'm wondering if Mossad
I
were to attack that facility, would that have an
I
impact on?
I don't think um three points. um, um, we know Russia got Iranian drones. We don't know. So we don't know the involvement. At least I don't know the involvement of Israel, and I don't want to speculate on this. I don't want to bring information into space which is not um, um, vetted on this. So I will not speculate on this. It's not because it's something I know and I choose to not to share. It's because I really don't know on this anything on this. And language learner has a saying which I love. Extraordinary claims need extraordinary proofs. So this would take everything a bit too far. Um, so I don't want to lead to let the discussion. I'm sorry, to let the discussion further on this point. We just what we know is that regarding the Ukrainian Ukraine being attacked by Russia, they do use Iranian drones, and I would uh, um, I would stop at this point until further information and further proofs. And yeah, Lucian, you are up. You have your hands up, please.
Yeah, hey, thanks, Anda, for being such a great co-host of the space, and thank you for working to forward the Ukrainian liberation from Russian occupation. Yeah, as far as Iran, it's a very convoluted kind of space to talk about. Ever since the early 1980s, Iran allegedly deferred to the release of 52 American hostages from the American embassy. And Iran's drone supplies to Russia appear to be creating havoc and very gruesome and belatable, civilian casualties with no military objective. And I've worked at Ukraine's main military hospital since 2014. So I know a lot of people, and I've kind of been in the mix, but not in the latest phase of this war. But I did work on the MH17 investigation, and know a few things about that. And then Iran also was shot down the Ukrainian flight that was leaving Tehran, and that was through a Russian. They shot the Ukrainian plane down with a Russian missile system. So Iran is a very kind of sketchy space, and it's hard to talk about, with all the stuff. Iran is just a difficult space to talk about, and it co-aligns with the narrative about Ukraine, that Ukraine gave up the world's third largest nuclear arsenal, and Iran is clearly trying to acquire nuclear weapons, but discreetly, to be on par with, say, Israel or other parties. And so a lot of this is, I heard from someone who was a classmate, and I came from a very strange, junior college kind of space, was saying that Ukraine is in a proxy war with Russia, with the U.S., and I don't buy that. Ukraine is fighting for its freedom, and Ukraine is fighting for its autonomy. And I just think that however you go beat around the bush about Ukraine, they did give up an enormous nuclear arsenal that was, just even China today cannot even come close to matching what Ukraine had in its possession, and possession is 9/10 of the equation, and they gave that up with assurances for their security. And even up till 2011, the Ukrainian military thought, well, Russia kind of, they're our buddies, and kind of they're there for us. And then they were utterly betrayed, and it's just really tough. I talked to my friend Andrew Nanovsky from the military hospital, and he said everything is normal. And yeah, they're probably taking casualties again and again and again and again for 8 years. It's going to go into 9 years. It's horrible. It's just horrible what Russia is doing to Ukraine. And all the geopolitics aside, if you just want everyone to make money and have a better world, then there's got to be a way out of this war where Russia leaves Ukraine and leaves Ukraine alone and sorts out its own issues. And I don't know. I probably said too much, but it's been like 4 or 5 months since I've actually had a chance to speak on this space. I've been popped into it here and there and not had a chance to speak. But thank you for having a chance to say something for a change. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Um, oh, you are right in one point. This war can end tomorrow, today, if Russia decides today to go home. They have invaded a sovereign, independent country, which had given them no cause, no pain. So this is something that can end really quickly. On Iran, we will not. I don't want to talk about Iran here for several points, for several reasons. What they have, what they want to do in the future, they have a lot of problems right now of themselves. Problems like, for example, oppressing women, right? So Iran has a lot of topics. So about Iran, we have a lot of topics that we can address, but we try to keep this space around Ukraine and around Ukraine's fight to free its territories, its people, and restore their independence.
Thank you, Anda. I
Thank you.
I really rephrased that. I phrased that wrong, and there was a discussion earlier about Israel and Iran. My core question was about how rudimentary are these drones, because they're killing, they're maiming innocent Ukrainians, and if where they're made is no longer able to make them, how big of an impact would that have? I think that was what I was trying to get at, and it just came out in this geopolitical way.
Okay.
So thank
So
you.
we had a discussion earlier with Whiskey and with Bloke about these Iranian drones, about how they can be repelled, their quality, the fact that they I'm trying to add Konstantin. I think I managed. Okay, so I think Konstantin can help you more on this topic, and we also have Dr. Paul in the on the panel. So
Could you please repeat the question really quickly so that I don't drift away from the answer?
His question was about the quality of the Iranian drones. What is the quality, if they are or not of a good quality?
Okay. So regarding the quality, it's hard to really estimate it. I only heard about them from the people who were impacted, from the ones who actually launched them. But they are very capable. They are working, and they are not that expensive. And we estimate that they're not expensive because no one knows actual price. Someone say $20,000. I don't really think it's $20,000. It's probably a bit more, but not like hundreds of $1,000s. And I want regarding their capabilities, they are quite capable. It's a very large drone. That is, you cannot jam it. There are no way you can counter it with, almost no way it appears to be, to counter it with electronic warfare, because they don't use any connection with the operator. It just launched through the coordinates, and it flies that way without any need to communicate back. It only communicates, only gets information from the satellites to get its positioning. It can work with three systems at the same time, including those are not military grade systems, but they work with GLONASS, GPS, and the third Chinese one I was rightfully pointed out recently. There is a third Chinese satellite positioning system. So the only way to bring them down, well, not bring them down, to affect their flight with electronic warfare would be to populate those frequencies they operate on. So those guidance systems operate on, so it cannot get the coordinates. But once again, there are multiple ways, if they have proper software, that can actually mitigate that problem, because it would calculate its actions in front, and will be able to still navigate even if it does not know its current position. The problem would be the accuracy, but the accuracy will not, it's not like it's going to miss by 100 meters. It's just not going to be as precise, maybe 10-20 meters. But we don't know real details on that, but that's a known technology, nothing super superior about that. So the only real way is just to shut them down, destroy them, and unfortunately, well, fortunately, Ukraine destroys most of them because they are large, they are very loud. We call them mopeds. That's like a small motorcycle that is really, really loud. You can hear it from afar. And we had even so you can hear them, and because they're slow, also you can and large. You can target them with a small arms fire, but once again, you don't have that much time. If you have seen, it's like a flying duck essentially. It seems to be flying slowly, but if it's far enough, it's not that easy to hit. They pose a lot of danger. We shut down a lot of them, but a lot of them go through because they use swarm tactics that just penetrates saturates the defenses, and also radar usage against them. Conventional air defense systems are hard to use right now in the theater because one of the reasons is that when radar is active, you can calculate what it is by the particles traveling, and you can calculate location where it originates from, and then Russians can strike that location with fire, and we don't want to avoid that. So it's like these drones create real big problem. I've said it. I think the first day they appeared, it was during the Kharkiv offensive near Balaklia. They damaged really hard second company of the first mechanized battalion of the 92nd Brigade. They suffered really badly. They lost on BTR, had some casualties, and that's what was their first usage, I think. And after that, it was we learned to shut them down. We understood that they have no further. They can only attack the targets that is basically static. So if you're on the move, you can actually avoid it if it was programmed to hit the specific way. So right now they're using it to mostly to target critical infrastructure and terrorize, because you don't need, for example, a power plant or a transformator station or a fuel depot will not, it's not moving. So it's a good target for those drones. And there are no really good solutions also right now, at least for all of them, because they're cheap and amount of missiles that we can use against them is limited. So lots of small arms fires will used against it, and I hope right now there is some maybe CRMs, maybe other solutions are going to be given to Ukraine to help counter it. But right now they cause a lot of troubles.
From what whiskey and I have a blank. Dan Miner was here up earlier. They said the best option to counter them, which is in discussion right now, is to shoot them down with other drones, right? As an option for the future.
Sorry, could you repeat that? Because I was distracted. Maybe you were not talking to me, but still.
Yeah, I was talking to you. So we were talking about the Iranian drones earlier this morning, and the question was how to better take them down, and it was a discussion about the price of the missiles, or other options. What other options are there in order to take them down in an efficient way, both to save the cities, and not to use very expensive missiles to take down a couple of thousand euros drone. And they said that the trend, the discussion right now, and the trend would be that in the future, there to have other type of drones who basically to defend, to counter drone attack. So to be a drone on drone fight, something like that.
Well, that certainly sounds highly theoretical. I have, of course, that may happen, but I don't. You have to have production ready solutions, not to scale it. And maybe there are, I don't know, but definitely. I have not heard any drone to drone effective production ready solution that's been in Ukraine, and I think Dr. Paul maybe has something to add.
Constantine, actually, I'm on a different topic, so I'll wait. Go ahead and finish this discussion, and we can move on. How about that?
Okay, no problem. So, I just my personal opinion on this is that it's not an expert opinion. Just it's my personal take. Is that there is no there are taking those drones is pretty easy. It's pretty straightforward, but the problem is the numbers, and the problem is saturation of air defenses. Because they're quite cheap. They're being launched in vast quantities. So the main issue is not taking down the single drone. It's securing all of them. And one of the things that I've heard is one of our pilots saying that they targeting them from the planes is quite efficient. But flying the planes themselves is not, because it takes time to get a plane up into the air. Jets consume a lot of fuel. Each jet launch costs a lot of money as well, and those jets are not endless. So there was actually discussion right now of Super Tucano jets targeting them. I don't know how that will go, but it may be one of the solutions, because you can have one of those things where those Super Tucano is a small propeller. It's not a jet, sorry. It's a propeller aircraft. That the propeller aircraft are super efficient usually. They're much less expensive to use in terms of super efficient in terms of fuel, and it's not that expensive to use compared to jets. And you can actually have them patrolling the skies at all times, basically, because and it can just fly without too much consumption of the fuel, back and forth at minimal speed, and at the cruise speed. And when there is some danger from the drones, it can engage them with like that pilot said, they can the easiest, because they're loud, we can hear where they're coming from, and during the day it's very easy to spot them with your eyes. And when you have even slower plane than a jet, it would be even easier. And also, I can imagine that newer super to those, if it's something new, it may actually have a thermal vision device on it. Would also help you detect it. So right now there is a large discussion about using those planes and procuring them to fight those to protect the cities. And also. Another good thing is that Super Tucano is quite easy to use. There is, it's not F-35 or anything like that. Even though it has advanced electronics, but it's not that level of plane where you need, so much integration, so much. And so much training, and not only training, like I said, integration. Super Tucano is a simple, straightforward plane to use. So it was, I know, one of the discussions to use them. And also like small arms fire, Gepards can be used to target those drones pretty well. But saturations of them is, we have only so little of those Gepards, and there's discussion. I've discussed this as well. CRM systems can work against them pretty really great. It's because you can protect critical infrastructure points. So you cannot protect the entire city with it because CRM range of effective range is quite small, but protecting such installations as power plants or fuel depots, it's perfect for that. And it would be super effective because once again it has thermal vision device and thermal vision sight, and those drones have a huge motor in front of it that actually radiates a lot of heat, and they're loud, so you can easily release. They're loud and large, so they easy can be shut down. And I'm gonna shut up right now. I think I spoke too much. Thank you.
No, thank you. Actually, thank you for coming up and sharing this with us. Thank you. Dr. Paul, you said you have another topic, please.
Hi, Anda. Thanks. Yes. So, Colby, you ready to discuss this? That article about 100,000 Gimlers and the multi-year defense production in this Senate amendment to the Defense Production Act. Any comments on that? What's the next step for this to become law? What do we wait for? What do we look for? Colby?
He might be brushing his teeth at this time, if I know Colby. He's literally brushing his teeth right now. He might need a minute. So, Dr. Paul,
Okay.
can you tell us a little bit about it, just
Sure,
while we're waiting?
I'll give a background. So the most exciting article the last 6-7 months, like the moment I've been waiting for 6-7 months, seems to be almost here. Essentially, an article came out that the way that to my understanding, which is not great, when the United States passes like a budget for the Defense Department and all of DoD, it goes through multiple iterations. It goes to the House committee, to the Senate committee, goes back and forth, amendment after amendment, blah blah blah. So tonight, an article came out saying that thank God for the Senate, by the way. So everybody should be really applauding the Senate of the United States tonight. They are put an amendment in there for 1,000 M777s, 700 HIMARS, and 100,000 Gimlers rockets to give the defense the defense industry multi-year contracting ability to contract out beyond 1 year's worth of munitions. That's a key point, because in order for Lockheed Martin to invest another $100 million in another Gimler's rocket facility, they need to have 3, 5, 7 years visibility into demand for those rockets for HIMARS. And so that's the first sign of that has really come out tonight in a big way. So it's a real positive shift, in my view, a paradigm shift. I mean, I've loosely, not super closely, been watching these things for dare I say, almost a decade and a half on and off. But tonight's the first night where it's like, this is it. Like, this is the United States finally shifting, the Senate specifically, not DOD. And I will not give the Secretary of Defense a bit of credit here, because he was, to my knowledge, not advocating for this, because as he should have been. This should have been advocated for since February and March of this year. But the Senate, upon themselves, is taking it like the DOD is a joke. The House is a joke. This is what's needed. We need to get in a big way prepared for not just resupplying ourselves for what we've given to Ukraine, but for, in a big way, stockpiling and creating a larger stockpile. In fact, the article cites the NATO, the head of NATO, General Stauffenberg, or that's not his name. I can't remember his name, but yeah, I know that was a bad random reference there, right, Joseph? But he said specifically to increase stockpiles. The article references that. That's what this is talking about: 100,000 Gimlers, 1,000 M777s, 700 HIMARS. this is really a really good sign. But Colby, if you're done brushing your teeth, buddy, I'd love to hear your thoughts on when this could become law.
I've been telling everybody that Congress, and the Senate in particular, has had to drag the Biden administration kicking and screaming to do everything that we want them to do. And this is just another example where the Biden administration wanted a very limited, a much more limited solution to this problem. And the Senate said, no, we're going to go full bore here, and we need to make very significant commitments to the defense industry to invest in procuring very important weapon systems and munitions that the United States and NATO is going to need in order to ensure that they have the capability of fighting a conventional war, because conventional wars are not a thing of the past, as we're seeing right now, and we need to be prepared for that. And this is critically important thing that the Senate is advocating for right here. This is so important, not just for Ukraine in the eventuality that this is going to be, well, it is going to be a long-term threat from Russia, regardless of what happens with this war. We know Ukraine's going to win, but the Russian threat's not going to go away in all likelihood. So it's very important that the United States ensures that they have the capacity to continue to build up Ukrainian armed forces so that there is never going to be another Russian incursion onto Ukrainian soil. So it's very important for that purpose. It's very important for the purpose of ensuring that the rest of the NATO alliance and all other American allies and free countries around the world have the tools to ensure that malign regimes around the world are not going to commit the heinous war crimes that Russia is committing right now, whether it be China, Iran, or any other country. And this is the United States truly beginning to restore the arsenal of democracy. Now, as far as timeline goes, my understanding is that the Senate's going to take this up in November after the midterms. So it'll be the existing Congress once they're back after the midterms. They'll take this up in the Senate, and it'll have to go to the House afterwards. I feel pretty good, I think, about the Senate passing this. The House things are always going to be a little bit more dicey because the margins are close there, and there's usually a lot of horse trading and acrimony around the NDAA and anything to do with big budgetary items and defense spending. So I'm not quite sure how that's going to shake out right now, especially since it's sort of the lame duck session and there's going to be a lot of people leaving that aren't going to be coming back in January. But I think it's likely this will pass the Senate, and once we cross that bridge, I'll have more to say about what's going to happen in the House.
Real quick, Colby. So it's interesting. So it'll pass the Senate, but from there, does it go back to? And again, I really don't know what I'm talking about here. Just to be clear, does it go back to committee in some sort of way between the House and the Senate, or does it go to straight up President Biden for signature? I mean, we are coming towards the end of the calendar year, but we're already in the fiscal year, and so this kind of needs to get passed. So, like, any idea on the procedures there?
My understanding is that once the Senate passes it, it has to go to the House. House has to pass it. If the House, wants to do something different, then they'll do that, and then the Senate then again has to. The House and the Senate basically have to come to a final agreement on what the legislation is going to look like. So things can bounce back and forth a bit, and sometimes they have to go to what's called a conference committee, which is basically when you have people from the House and the Senate get together and try and negotiate what they can all agree to pass it. So we'll see. Still a little bit ways away before they start taking this up again. But I think it will probably pass the Senate. The House is always, well, I shouldn't say that. Sometimes things easily sail through the House, and then the Senate tends to be slower. But in this situation, the Senate has been much more unanimous on Ukraine, and just there's more bipartisan cooperation typically on significant matters of importance like this, like national defense. So I think this is going to pass the Senate, but the House will be more questionable just because things are more political there, and the margins are very close. And again, we're going to the lame duck session as well. So we'll wait and see what happens there.
Yeah, even in a worst case scenario, Colby, I mean, if it goes back to the House, it will be just modified to some degree, most likely, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that they're just going to refuse to pass it. They'll get it passed in all likelihood. The chances of it not passing are pretty slim, I think. But it could get delayed, and they could, they could make a lot of modifications and take out the amendment altogether that's being proposed right now. So it's hard to say at this point in time. So we'll have to wait and see what reporting there is in terms of what the House Armed Services Committee and Defense Subcommittee on Appropriations has to say about this matter.
And but the Senate carries typically more weight and is more powerful than the House as far as defense goes, correct?
Well, the House has the House is the primary spending body. All spending legislation ultimately originates with them. The Senate is typically more consequential on matters of defense and foreign policy in particular, but they're equal. The two houses of Congress are fundamentally equal. Effectively, I would say that one's not necessarily more important than the other. They have different powers under the Constitution. So the House and the Senate not getting along is a just part and parcel of American politics. So we'll see.
Awesome. Thanks, Kobe. Well, good times. I'm very excited about this, and keep us posted on anything you hear. Thanks.
And thank you, Dr. Paul, for this question. And we have Gunther up. Gunther?
Hunter, real quick, maybe we
Yes.
should.
I just
should
pressed
do
the button
some-
by accident. Please continue.
Rolando, let's do some announcements very quickly, yeah. We've got 2 guest speakers tomorrow. Is that right, Ando? We've got first, we've got Konstantin Kochelenko, the Deputy Minister of Social Policy and Digital Transformation of Ukraine. Big deal. I know he was. I'm trying to remember. I know he came up a few times when we were discussing various events, and I'm trying to remember specific events. I want to say, Konstantin, like what do you know about the Deputy Minister of Social Policy and Digital Transformation? Anything you want to tell us about him?
I'd rather not say anything. Sorry.
Okay, no worries. Yeah, I know. I want to say, was he involved at all in the artillery system, the software for the artillery stuff, or is that not at all?
I definitely don't know anything about it.
Okay, yeah, no worries. Okay, so we got Gunther back up. Go ahead, Gunther.
Yeah, I actually did have something to say. It was sort of the back of my head, but before I had just pressed the button by accident. So what I wanted to share was I had a little realization today, because I've been thinking about like Elon Musk's opinions about things and other people having these sort of cockamamie peace proposals, always sort of backed up with like these like implicit threats, and it occurred to me that it's kind of like a good cop, bad cop in a way. Like Putin doesn't actually have to explicitly make a threat, because there would be consequences to doing that, like saying I'm going to use a nuke to do X, Y, and Z. But instead you have these individuals who are quote unquote on our side coming in like after the bad cop leaves and saying, hey man, he's really crazy, but I think if you work with me I can get you this deal. And it's a kind of a helpful framing for me. It's like a lot of these people are literally carrying out threats on behalf of Vladimir Putin. And if you look at it that way, I found it sort of clarifying. So thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Gunther. I mean, I don't know if it's an intentional thing, but I think the unintentional effect is what you describe, right? You have basically the Russians running around saying we're gonna, keep blowing up, civilians and doing all this stuff. We're going to be the bad cop, right, in your analogy. And then we've got the so-called bleeding heart people, or the so-called peacemakers, or whatever we want to call them, the people going, oh, I just want peace, man. Can't we just all just get along? Let's just give them a little piece of Ukraine. What's the big deal here, right? So they're the good cop, right? They're the ones that are saying, oh, we just want peace. We just want everyone to get along. And then the bad cop is saying, we're going to systematically rape and kidnap children and level cities like actual barbarians. And so, yeah, I would say there's definitely a good cop, bad cop effect in the sort of information environment, right? Where you have people that normally wouldn't, like, their messages don't even really align with each other. Like, the people that want peace are saying we need to just surrender to the people that are leveling cities. But for the strange bedfellows, I guess. Go ahead, Gunther.
Yeah, and it's actually, there's a great book. It's called Influence, by the author's name is Cialdini. And he talks about the ways of influencing people's decisions, things like you got to act now before the sale's over, that kind of thing. And the whole good cop, bad cop is like a whole plethora of different kinds of ways of manipulating people. And so, anyway, it's just sort of something to think about. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Gunther. I think it's an interesting lens to understand the two sides of this, right? Because we do have, I mean, it's not hard. You just look at Julia Davis's translations of Russian state media every day. I mean, it's crazy talk, right? They're like, we're at war with NATO. It's time we throw a couple nukes at them. That'll show them. This is all. We're getting ready to invade their countries and take everything over, and I don't know. They constantly are talking about this war with America and with Europe. And then, of course, you have people on the other side just saying, oh, well, let's just make peace. Everybody wants peace. Like we can talk to Russia and just give them stuff, and then we'll get peace. And again, I don't know. They just don't. Those people just don't seem to understand that there's obviously there's no. Yehuda kind of went on a long diatribe, I guess we might call it, yesterday about this, right? That the natural instinct is for people to go, well, no one would just invade a country, imperialistically and try to colonize it and conquer it. That can't be the reality. There must be some middle ground here, right? Ukraine can't just be a total victim of a war of imperial aggression by a genocidal conquering country. So there's got to be some. There's got to, people ask me sometimes that I just talk to in my everyday life. There's got to be a Russian side to this, right? Like, there can't just be no Russian side. I mean, the Russian side to it is this is a do until they're stopped military. They will continue to try to.
Joseph, do you hear me? Konstantin? Joseph?
Yeah, I can hear you. I think we lost Joseph.
All right. So Joseph, Twitter didn't like your rant and kind of cut you off. Gunther, I will try to add you up. I see your request, and I'm here alone with you too. So in the meantime, as I will, yay, we have Gunther up. In the meantime, I will try to talk about Uh, the I'm um I'm sorry, Joseph. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't want to hurt your feelings. It wasn't me. Honestly. I'm sorry. um so uh thank you for coming back. I'm sorry again.
It's okay,
We can
Anda. You
talk now.
know, we got a real mystery on the back end. Okay, we got Ben probably riding the train right now, and he's like, "Look, I go on to Twitter Spaces, I search Ukraine, we don't come up. Some random other space comes up. I search Maria, we don't come up. Nothing comes up. It says, you want to make a space called Maria? And we're just like, what's going on? How do we, I don't know. We need more smart social media people on it. We know people who know how to use the hashtags and the uh hyperlinks. I don't know any of it on. I got it. I started Twitter for this because Russia invaded Ukraine. I would not be on Twitter if this hadn't happened. Maybe I guess maybe once the Iran thing kicked off, I might have been like, what's going on Twitter? But yeah, that's I mean, so anyway, I'm very curious about it. But so sorry, where did we lose me in my rant? Anda, should I finish my rant? Do I need to conclude it in any way?
I haven't heard nearly half of it. So I don't know. A minute and something back. I didn't.
Well, the
You
good cops,
started.
Anda. You know, there's people in the West, right? In America in particular, right? That are going to go around and they're going to say, as Russia continues to lose, they're going to say, oh, you know, we need peace. And it could be this week it's Elon Musk. It doesn't really matter who it is, but they're all going to say the same thing. They all sing the same song. That's the point here. And quite frankly, it seems rehearsed. Like if you listen to their terminology, like, or I shouldn't say rehearsed, but like it's very clear where they're getting their information from, right? You don't say something like that, like Crimea was given to Ukraine in a symbolic gesture in 1962, unless Russia told you to say that, right? Like, I mean, normal people who don't care about this and just want to live their daily lives, they don't say things like that. Or Elon Musk saying, will return Crimea, which has always been part of Russia since 1760, whatever, right? Like, that's just weird bizarro talk that you get from listening to their bonkers hypnotizing television, right? I mean there's just
It's like
yeah, go ahead.
it's like nothing ever happened before 17 something, and that's when the world began. That's when magically, poof, a flame went up. Russia got Crimea, and then life began, right? And nothing happened before that.
Yeah, but so I don't know. We see these people, right? They have these bright ideas about peace. It seems like they genuinely believe it, that there's this deal that can be made with Russia that if we just got to give them a piece, right? We just got to, sure they kidnapped millions of children, right? Sure they leveled a modern city, like, like think of a city in your country, right? I don't know, not your capital city, but just I don't know, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, right? Or wherever. Just think they leveled it, right? Russia just leveled a city, destroyed it completely. It doesn't, I mean, Mariupol, I think, will come back. The territory will be liberated, and Ukraine has every reason to want to build it. But without like a concerted effort by Ukraine to do it, the city is been essentially wiped off the map, right? The government's going to have to step in and intentionally get that city back from what Russia did to it. And it's these are the people we're dealing with. I mean, what kind of deal can be made? I mean, there's you have to negotiate from a position of military strength, and this is something we've seen at every step of this, right? I mean, we saw it at like I said, at Kyiv, at Snake Island, in Kharkiv, right? Every time they've been given the opportunity to raise the stakes and really go all in and say that this is it, this is the time, we're done playing around. They've always said, oh no, we always planned on leaving Snake Island. We never wanted to be there. Oh, we never wanted to be in Kharkiv Oblast. So, blah blah blah. But so, now they're playing a new game, right? And that game is very simple. They're talking about peace. They're talking constantly about this, that Ukraine doesn't want peace and they want war. And these are the same people that were saying, oh, Ukraine just needs to surrender for peace, right? I mean, these are the same people who said, oh, they just need to surrender. Now they're saying Ukraine needs to stop attacking. They don't want to say Russia needs to surrender for peace, because for some reason only Ukraine needs to surrender. I guess that reason is, the N word that we're not allowed to say, right? Because Russia has nuclear weapons, they're supposed to be able to do whatever they want. We have to have some special deference to them, which is, to me, the craziest idea I can possibly think of, that we're just supposed to allow a country to flagrantly disregard international law, flagrantly rape children, systematically rape children, as confirmed by the UN. And oh, they've got nuclear weapons, so I guess none of that counts. We've just got to invite them back into the Club of Nations. We got to lift all the sanctions. We just got to let them genocide Ukraine. All this stuff. And I mean, it's crazy talk. And quite frankly, Ukraine, despite all of this, despite how crazy Russia is, they tried to negotiate. They tried for months and months to negotiate. They did everything they could to negotiate. And the end result was, they said, look, if you annex, first off, they already annexed Ukrainian territory. Russia formally annexed Crimea, and they formally annexed recognized, I guess, formally the Donbass, quote unquote, quasi republics or quisling republics, the fake proxy states, right? And so, in spite of that, they said, we'll still talk to you, we'll negotiate. But if you annex these regions, if you annex Kherson, if you annex, these other parts of the Donbass and so forth, we will stop negotiating. We're done. I mean, we can't negotiate with someone that has declared that our land is their land, and that it's always been their land, and that you were never here, and so forth. I mean, that's just crazy talk, right? It's like it's like Iran saying, we never gave Russia any drones. I mean, like, I've
Like
seen the videos.
Joseph, it's like, I'm coming to your home and I will say, I like this pool of yours, I like this yard of yours, I like this tree of yours. Yeah, starting today, it's mine because I like it. It's so pretty. I want to use it for me and my family. And you're like, hello, you're in my yard, you're in my house, what are you doing here? Get out. So yeah.
Yeah, and then some of your dumb neighbors come along. Like, your smart neighbors are like, "Whoa, this is crazy. I don't want him coming doing that to me, because that's crazy. I live next to this guy too. I don't want that." And then some of your dumb neighbors go, "Well, couldn't you just let him use it on Sundays? So that we're tired of you guys fighting in public, and it makes the neighborhood look bad. So can't they just use it on Sunday?" It's like, no, he can't. Like, we're not. There's no deal to be made here. There's no let's just sweep this under the rug. We're gonna, this is something Russia wants, right? At the end of the day, they want this all to go back like before. They want this. They want their McDonald's back. They want their vacations in Europe back. They want their villas back, and the elites, I should say. I'm sure that the regular Russians want to stop being kidnapped off the street to be brought into the slave army, and their prices constantly spiraling out of control, and everything else too. So I'm sure all Russians have this fantasy. It's all going to go back to normal. Newsflash, guys, it's not, right? I mean, your economy is on a slow burn to oblivion. There's no reversing it. It's 2 decades of doom and gloom. Yeah, I mean, this is. I don't know. Anyway, I'm ranting on. We got hands. I'm gonna leave it there. We can go to hands on. Go ahead.
So we have a Christian with his hand up, and then Spirit Soul. Gunther kind of gave up and let his hand down at some point. But yeah, if you remember or want to add something, I will give you priority because I saw your hand up earlier. Christian, please proceed.
Thank you, Anna. So Joseph, I have a question for you. I mean, what were we doing before these peace keeping guys appeared? I mean, how can we live our lives like this? Like, we're all really stupid and we're warmongers. I mean, these guys obviously know what's going on in the world and obviously know how this is gonna turn out, and basically we're just mouth breathers, and they know better, right? I mean, it's not just hundreds and hundreds of years of history when since Russia came to be. It's not hundreds and hundreds and years of murder, genocide, massacres. I mean, we're really stupid. I think we're really stupid. We should all just give up. You know what? I'm gonna call Kuzmin or whoever the wants to, and I'm just gonna call him and just go and you can have my house, have my family here, have my wife, rape her because you're Russia, and you can't talk back to Russia because, well, it's not a good thing to do, is it though? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Christian. I mean, we all better start learning Russian now, right? Because I mean, they have nukes, and we're supposed to do what they say. So it's really hard. I took it for 2 years. I can barely, say when I was born. It's like crazy. It's a crazy language, guys. Gendered past tense verbs. What? Anyway, Gunther, go ahead.
Just a comment. So I work here in Silicon Valley, and so I know a lot of smart engineering types, and there's this habit that happens, I've seen in organizations over and over, is you have these really brilliant people, and they're just sort of used to sort of leading the charge, and when they pick the wrong direction, everyone just sort of goes along, and the whole company will just go into the ground. It happens all the time. And I know, like in hospitals, they've moved from the model of just having like the super surgeon who's always right, but they have like a team of people that are doing it, and they're much more effective than just like the one sort of superstar. So unfortunately, this misplaced intellect is it's definitely a problem and should be called out more often. Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, I think at the end of the day, right, like these guys, they don't understand. Like in Russia, they're prey, right? They're not in America and in countries where there's a rule of law and there's, democracy and, a respect for property and things like this. They generate wealth, and they should be running things, right? Like they are the smartest, most qualified people. The reason history has sucked for so long is because they've been prey, right? Like smarter, savvier, more vicious, violent entrepreneurs have constantly, edged them out, outcompeted them, destroyed them, tortured them to death, or used them for their own wealth creation, right? I mean, that's the bottom line here. And they can't see outside the fishbowl, right? They don't understand that, like, there is a world outside of their little greenhouse where it's a jungle, and they'll get eaten alive. And yeah, I mean, that's my hot take anyway. I kind of stole it from Camille Galib, but I'll leave it there, and then I'll go to Christian, then we'll go to Spirit. Christian, go ahead.
I was, I think, last, but I'm just gonna be quick. This is just a great point that you just made, Joseph. They are prey. They are prey. For a country like Russia that doesn't respect intellect, they are prey. And if you think that just because you have a PhD, well, in general, this applies to everything. If you think you have a PhD, if you think you've read the whole Library of Congress, then that should demand respect in the real world. I mean, you're just there for the picking, my friend. You're just there for the picking, especially in Russia as a mob state. So if you go to a mobster and go on like you know, you should respect me because I have a PhD in physics and social economics and so on and so on. He's just gonna slap the shit out of you. He's gonna slap the shit out of you. This happens day to day in Romania. It's not, I mean, all over Eastern Europe, it's do or die. It's dog eat dog. That that doesn't command respect automatically. So wherever you think from your high chair that you have that's a big problem for you. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely, Christian. Turns out you're the dumb one when you can't think about how the I don't want to say the real world, right? But yeah, as you say, like there is an ivory tower. Just because you're the most qualified, just because you've done all your homework, just because John Rich knows all the facts, right? Doesn't mean of a system like Russia, right? I mean, the Russian system's built to just crush someone like John, right? I mean, that's the bottom line. So they either leave, which they do quite often. Tons of Russians leave and go and have lucrative careers in tech fields outside of Russia and countries where there is rule of law and intellectual property is respected. Or, you know, they get tortured in a basement where their crypto or their tech secrets are stolen from them, or, you know, they wind up working in some dead end job for some mobster, some two-bit mobster that or oligarch that doesn't respect them or value anything they do. So, I mean, that's the bottom line here. That's why there's no Elon Musk in Russia. Short answer. Ando, you want to add anything? Otherwise, we can go to the rest of the hands. Go
Um, actually, we have a live proof of this, that competence is not is not it's not respected. Also, a backbone, having a backbone among Russians is not something to have. Because we have a news about a Ukrainian conductor, orchestra conductor, who refused to play for the Russians, and he was killed. So not even detained, you know, just plainly, I don't respect anything. I don't respect your qualifications. I don't respect life. Just simply, oh, you won't play for us? Okay, just die. So yeah, I wanted to add that, and also that one of the pluses of more evolved social societies is that usually you have a counter. So like today, I came here and I said something about Russian pilots, and Gani came here and said something counter. And that's all right. That's all right, because between us and between all of us discussing things, we can get to a better understanding of the process, a better understanding of the outcome, right? So if I only hear myself and I only have an echo chamber around me, and that everybody approves what I say, and I'm the greatest and the mightiest, this is exactly what Gunter said. You can drive a company into the ground, because in the end, nobody's telling you, well, you know, you're not doing the right thing, right? Christian has his hands up again, and then Spirit Soul.
Yeah, well, basically, I just want to say really, really quickly, then I'm gonna shut up. I see this all the time regarding to people who are always right. I see this all the time in Romanian politics. It's people that, well, MPs and so on, like in high functions and positions, um, they tend to surround themselves with yes men, and whenever somebody else comes and just goes on like, sir, you're wrong, this is not a good project, this is not a good law, this is not a good way of thinking, you have 15 other people that counter you and go on like, dude, he's the boss, how can you say that? he's always right. He's always had good ideas. Well, not every idea is a good idea. So that's why you need this counter, as Anda said. You really need this counter for power in general. It's the cyclicity of power. It's the checks and balances basically that rule the Western democracies, and this is a really great personal level check and balance. So you need to hear a counter. You need to hear other opinions. Not always what you say is awesome.
Exactly. Spirit Soul, I saw you. I think you have the same point. Please proceed.
Yeah, I've actually, kind of studied the different political systems a fair amount, and I've traveled a great deal around the world. So one of the things that the basically a dictatorship is it's basically about creating the rules, and basically creating the rules as to the point where you never lose, effectively stacking the deck. And that's the kind of the substance of a dictatorship. And dictators don't like to lose, so they never have to, because they create the rules, and might makes right, and so on. And so I don't spend a lot of time, and once I determine that someone or some country is in that mode, I actually don't go too insane with it, because it it's it's just a fact, and you move on, basically, because once that's established, it's really, really difficult. And you look at a healthy population and an unhealthy population, and I measure that by, well, how much of the population is about security? If you have to have a quarter of your population dedicated to securing you or your government, you might have a problem. Um, and so there, anyway. So there's that side of things. But democracy, we talk about democracy, but we have really weird. We have very limited democracies, in the sense that you have a lot of democracies where the prime minister can call their elections. They can decide, oh, I'm going to have our election next week, et cetera, et cetera. So that there's stuff like that, but also, like was discussed earlier, in our companies and our other organizations, we actually don't do much democracy. We don't get a feel for real democracy. Our corporations are complete dictatorships, hierarchical, and they're usually sexist, and the good old boys run the thing. And we live in a world of dictatorships, basically. No matter where you live, most of the time, you get a taste of democracy once in a while. I would say that that's why I'm here, among others. This particular channel is, rotating. People are rotating the speaking, and that's a sign of a healthy behavior that I try to gravitate towards, or I do gravitate towards. But it's rare. It's very rare. And when I've ever been in a leadership position where I've been elected, I only do one term. And I state that pretty early in my, when I'm elected, because I want other people to be leaders, and I want to build that leadership. But I would say that we're in a, our world is, very delicate, because we don't teach democracy. We don't go beyond, local government and things of this nature. If you really want democracy, you should have democracy pretty much everywhere. I mean, there's certain circumstances where you do need to have just one person make the
Yeah,
decisions.
Spirit. Spirit, can I just come in for a second and just
Yeah,
interrupt your
sure.
voice for a second? You know, in theory, just like communism, direct democracy, or works. I slept in a tent in October of 2011, if that means anything. But in reality, it doesn't. It brings up populists. It brings up people wanting other things, fame, fortune. The 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 gravitas to power, the gravity of power, I should say. It brings people that we don't want leading us, and I do think we do need some sort of, you say we have limited democracy. I don't think we do. As a Canadian, I think we have a quite stable democracy. But as a Canadian, I can say other democracies should do more. Yes, maybe. But as a Canadian, I'm sure other people think that we don't have enough democracy. Fine, but what we've been listening to is basically you're advocating for, direct democracy and rule by limited rule. Yeah, is what, but rule by what's the word? Troy. I think Troy has a word for what I'm trying to say. I think Troy would actually say it better because Troy and I feel are on the same political spectrum, but at the same time, we can see the downfalls of populism. Populism is the word I was looking for. Yeah, so I was looking for the word populism. So what you're advocating, in theory, if everybody was a good actor and loved each other, yes, that would work. But people don't. People are bad actors. People suck. And so in order to not be governed by bad actors, we institute some sort of rules and boundaries and statutes.
Yeah. So let me respond to that, because I'm not a populist. I'm sorry, but I'm just talking that we need more practice with democracy. I don't believe we have enough. I don't need to go to populism, but I will just say that I think the key to a good democracy, just like I say, the behavior of this group is showing the strongest aspect of it to me is rotation. If you have the ability to rotate leadership and the speaker, and allow ideas to be spoken and countered, just like we're doing right now, that is a healthy sign, and evolution will take care of you. Then you'll benefit from that behavior.
I agree with you. I actually like on what you just said right there. I think it's perfectly stated that this is such a healthy group, and it has been broadcasting 24/7 for 9 months now, because it is a very diverse group of voices. We all respect each other.
If you look at Russia, right? I mean, Putin's been in charge since 2001, right? Since George W. Bush. I mean, I think even before that, right before Bush. Yeah, Clinton, I think met him. Yeah. So I mean, imagine if Bill Clinton was still president of the United States, right? I mean, that's the kind of situation we're talking about here. The same guy. I mean, You know, his buddy from sixth grade is like the CEO of Pfizer, and like he's put, you know, anyone who was nice to him before he was like made it big time, he's put in charge of like major corporations and like security services and stuff. I mean, you know, this is the kind of system we're dealing with. It's a cronyism. Yeah, it's gross. But anyway, we got a lot of hands, so it was a good discussion. But we're maybe getting a little general. Let's try to get back to Ukraine a little bit. Troy, go ahead, buddy.
Thanks, Joseph. And Donnie, yes, I do know what you're talking about. But I was kind of half listening because I was yelling at people on Twitter, which is why I was coming up here. Yeah, I feel like coming up with like a little index card, like a slogan or some, not a slogan, but something to say, like a PSA every 12 hours. Like start with a 3-tone chime, ding, ding, ding. Like you're in the middle of an information war. Like, you know, the perception is not necessarily reality, and you know, opinions and ideas may be warped and distorted and continue at your own risk. Something better than that, but you got to start somewhere. But seriously, it's getting really bad, and I mean, for the short term, for the next 30 days, it's going to be really bad, and I can't even pretend to think about what's going to happen after that, because it's just, there's a lot going on. But yeah, there's like there's 3 people just kind of circle thinking, group thinking each other off, and saying the same thing, and kind of trying to create out of nothing a narrative of we got to go back to 224 borders for the interest of peace. Because I'm really, it really hurts me to see all these buildings and all these people dying. It's like, yeah, dumbass, you think it hurts you? Like, Ukrainians have already decided like to endure and do whatever they have to do, just like World War II. I don't know how long these people think wars should last, but you know, to say they don't know what they're talking about is a vast understatement. So yeah, please be aware. You know, they're gonna come into space. They're going to rally each other up. They're gonna try and form AstroTurf, a coalition of belligerent morons who are gonna go out and say, I'm trying to do this for peace. And then when they get their terrible arguments, you know, torn up and their own bottoms handed back to them rhetorically, they're going to become even more dejected and sad, and they're going to double down and say, we're being attacked for our ideas. This is supposed to be a democracy. It is a democracy. Your ideas are terrible, and you don't know what you're talking about, and it's obvious. And it's okay to say these things. It's actually important to say these things right now more than ever. So consider yourself empowered to do so.
Thank you, Troy. Mrs. B.
Good morning, Ander. Good morning, everyone. So the point I wanted to have, and I think the analogy that Gunther made is excellent, because I'm in IT as well, and then you used to walking into areas where someone say, "Oh, the IT guy," and I'm not one of those, has been paid a fortune, so whatever he say must be true. So you take their word to them, and then you go along the line they tell you is the best line for whatever reasons. And it seems to me we kind of go reverting back to the old narrative at the beginning of the war, where at the beginning of the war, what I call the old guard, they say, okay, let's dust the book of World War II. How do we do a war? Okay, you give him this speech, you give him this speech, we take the president, put him in exile, and then we say we defend the democracy from other side. And they kind of missed the plot somehow when they didn't factor in the reaction of the general public, the reaction of Ukraine, of course. And now they we're at the stage where Ukraine's doing well. It's difficult. It's a war. It's not like and then they're trying to some areas are trying to get back in charge of the narrative. And they say, well, okay, you've had your thing. We see you can do it. We knew you could do it, but now we're going to do it this way, because really, we really need to redust the book again and start again like it was in the old days. And what they've missed is that the narrative's not theirs to define anymore. Now, in the future, after the war, Ukraine will call the shot of whatever's going to be needed and all those kind of information. And as the old guard being in charge, they need to adapt to the new world order, for lack of a better word. And I think this is what is, and this is when all of those kind of conflicting sort of opinion come through. Pretty much a lot of them are completely out of orders. But this is when they try to get back in charge of the narrative, because we're the generation who've been in charge since the war, and we want to continue being in charge. And this is what's going to need to be managed to. On the topic of democracy and everything, I think we all need to know that there's a serious amount of work needed on education, and sort of as a relation of mine does some research in education in particular, and they've got school that they call lab schools. So it's quite, I think it's quite a disturbing terminology, but this is one of those things. So I think we need to know and remain savvy with regard to the narrative. It's not easy. We seem to think because they're the loudest doesn't mean they're the most of them. There's most of us, but we just need to be clever at their game and beat them at their game. That's great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. B. Christian.
Yeah, so Troy actually made a really good point about actually was a rhetorical question more. How long do these guys think that wars last? So the problem is we have a great example for in Afghanistan. It lasted for almost 20 years, right? So from 20 years, 21 years, 20 years from 2001. And that's the sole example, but the rest of them, if we tend to go back to history, lasted for a couple of days, a couple of weeks, a couple of months. So these guys have been used to fighting really quick wars that don't affect them too much, and don't affect their businesses too much. They don't affect their way of life too much. And this is one moment in history, as it was in 1939, when civilization has to stand up for what it thinks and what it sustains and what it morally preaches. So these guys have been used to not hanging too much on a specific idea or this or that, because whenever that idea did not suit their interest any longer, they just moved on to the next one. So preaching, doing what you preach is really hard, and they're finding out. So this is why one of the reasons why these guys step in. It's not really a major reason, but this is another reason that they step in and preach this false peace, which has nothing to do with Ukraine and nothing to do with the rule of law, the international law-based system and the order. So this is one of the other reasons. The other reason is just plain Russia money and Russian propaganda, and they listen to the wrong people, as somebody said before. So yeah.
And I wanted to add a bit on a previous topic, because that one is more close to my to my field. Some Soul Spirit, I think it was his name, said something about the corporations and the fact that we all live in dictatorships, and corporations are dictatorships. That's what he said. And I want to push back on that from 3 points of view. First of all, in a dictatorship, you have no choice but to live there. So that's the first thing. If you don't like how your boss is treating you, at some point you will change your job. you're not in a country. It's harder to leave your family in a country and go in another country. It's easier to find another job in a similar line of field. I'm not saying it's a walk in a park, but I'm saying people usually have a choice, right? You can have a jerk as a boss. It happens, or as a colleague or whatever, but that doesn't mean one person or one organization in which you don't feel comfortable has to be your life and has to be your way of going forward. That is one. Second, apart from small businesses, most of middle size and bigger businesses are more like of a state, because you have a lot of levels, you have a lot of intermediary management levels, and you have a board. So the president of the company very rarely is able and has the power to do whatever he likes. He can lead, he can come up with ideas, but the board of directors has to vet them, yes or no. And you have stakeholders which will vet you, yes or no. If you're driving the thing down, they can steer you in a different direction, hopefully. But usually you have other peoples around you, so it's not a leader sets the tone of a company, just as a president sets the tone of a country. But um, oh, it's not it's very it's not a dictatorship. It's not the same thing as a dictatorship in a country. It can be associated with one, but it's very rarely this. And big corporations are um, so heavily packed with middle management, and frankly, your um, direct manager is the one who influences your life in day-to-day business. So even if the company is not faring well, if you have a good um, 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 manager, he can protect the department or you when it is needed. So that's why I wanted to push back on that, because um, it's it's something that I disagree with, and that's what he said earlier. I'm sorry, I had a call. So that's what I wanted to say. And yeah, we are in a free space. We come here and exchange ideas, um, and this is all for the better, right? So, do you still hear me?
Yep.
All
Yes.
right. So, yeah. Going forward.
Real quick
Yes.
on the. Oh, did you want to finish up? Go ahead.
Yeah. Going forward. I wanted to wrap this up. We need to um, um, look back to Ukraine. They are extremely lucky to have the right guy in the right place. And I'm not talking only about their president, but I'm talking about their chief of staff and other um, leaders that the president and the parliament um, um, it's not it's not a one-man show in Ukraine. And the fact that there are so many good people, trained, smart, um, um, people who put Ukraine's interests at heart and act on that. I think this is important, and we need to learn, and we need to help. And as Jingu says, and that's my point. I love him when he finished he finishes his talk with, and that's my point. Yes, and that's my point. Yes, thank you. Sorry.
No, thank you, Anna. So, real quick, while Constantine, are you still up, buddy?
Yeah, I still have 5 minutes.
Okay, great. So just before you sign off, there was a recent fundraiser at Celsius Beers, and I just wanted to ask you a little bit about it. So if I remember right, we go way back, several
So
months ago. Go
before
ahead.
you continue, it's Celis. It's Celis beer.
Okay, thank you, Constantine. Sorry about that. Yeah, but so if I remember, correct me if I'm wrong. Again, as you just did, please interject at any point in the story if I'm incorrect. But so there was a stand-up comedy act. This is part of the same story, right? And you went there. You were just trying to have a good night with your family, and some comedian went up and made really, really terrible jokes, really awful jokes about Ukraine.
Yes.
Go ahead. Yeah, they're very offensive. And again, I'm not someone who says, "Oh, we got to get these comedians, off the stage." But if someone just went up and started making Hitler jokes about, a genocide that was actively ongoing, I think it's fair to complain to the management, right? I mean, at that point, you go, "Listen, I just came to have a night out with my family, and this guy's talking about how it's okay that that Russia's destroying houses and kidnapping children and murdering and torturing people. That's not all right." So this place, Sealess Beers, is that right, Constantine?
Yeah, about that.
Yeah. So.
Yes.
Oh, go ahead. Okay. Yeah. So they said, okay, we agree, and we don't think that's right, and so they agreed to have a fundraiser for Ukraine, and so a local Ukrainian group helped organize it. It was yesterday, I believe, Constantine, or the day before, and there were some photos from it, and it looked great. Go ahead.
Yeah, so he was making anti-Semite jokes. He was joking about Holocaust. There was another comedian who was joking about defending Ukraine. And I spoke with the Celis Brewery owner, and she said her name is Christine, absolutely beautiful woman. And her position was she does not support and condemn actions like this. They banned the comedian from entering their place ever again. And she asked if what can she do to help us, and I said that it would be great if they could host the Ukrainian event, supporting Ukraine and fundraising the money. We have local charity here called Liberty Ukraine Foundation. You can find it on the Twitter as well now. And my friend Tony Levchuk is one of the founders. So me and my wife, Antonian one of the local activists came together, and we decided that came up with a plan for the fundraiser, and it happened yesterday, and it was super successful event. The brewery was full. I don't think we could have had more people there. It's a large brewery. It's not only brewery. They have like this beautiful garden. They call it beer garden. It's probably like football, maybe a bit less than football field size, and they have a stage there. So we had that absolutely awesome event. Lots of Ukrainians came, lots of Americans came. We had United States veterans from Marines. We had guys from Navy. We had guys from Army. And we fundraised over there. We sold some merchandise, we sold some other stuff, and people just donated. Also, cool part, I connected her, the owner, Christine was the Ukrainian brewer from Lviv. And he shared popular, well, it's not maybe that popular, but he shared their recipe for the beer, and they made 4 kegs of that beer and called it Liberty Ukraine. And all the sales from those went to Ukraine, towards the fundraiser. And together, I think we got around $21,000 worth of well, not worth, $21,000 donations. Yeah, it was super awesome event, and once again, drinking beer and supporting Ukraine. I think that's the best time that you can spend in the United States.
And I think legend has it somewhere there's an asshole comedian that's still getting bothered by cartoon dogs. Would you agree, Constantine?
Well, I don't know, but it would be funny. But another part to this, his jokes were about defunding Ukraine, and in the end, we got 20 because of his stupid jokes about defunding Ukraine. Ukraine got extra $20,000 just only because he was saying that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a happy ending. I think it's a really great story, right? I mean, he could have just gone home and said, "Man, that sucked," and just been mad about it, and which would have been completely, you would have been right to be upset. But instead, you went, you said, "Look, I'm going to try to do something good here," and the owner was completely on board with you, and it sounds like she had a really positive experience. The business itself seems to have had a really positive experience, and like you of course did, and now lots of people we got lots of or you guys got lots of fundraising done for Ukraine, and I think everyone had a good time, right? I mean, it's a win-win for everyone basically. Go ahead.
Yeah, I told Christine that while we're fundraising here, we don't want Ukrainians don't like to be a burden, and one of the first thing that we want is the business to be this relationship to be mutually beneficial, and I hope that they got fundraise, well, not fundraise, they earned the money because they had literally. The place was full entire day, like starting from 12 a.m. up to the closing like 9 or 10 p.m. It was absolutely packed, and Ukrainian beer ended in like probably 2 hours. And so they had I would say, a really good business over there, and 400 or 300 to 500 the estimate, my estimate, not we did not have any official estimates. Ukrainians came there who pretty much most of them never knew about existence of Sal's beer, so now it's gonna make new business for them, hopefully, and we're gonna promote it a bit on Twitter, we're gonna promote it a bit on Facebook, and we want we're not burden, we're making we want to help people who are helping us, so real great things. And she was so happy, she said, let's start, let's have another event, let's we want another event, let's think of something a bit later. And so yeah, and she reminded us today as well that she everyone liked it so much, so they really would be happy to host another one.
Yeah, it's an absolutely great story, Constantine. I think it's definitely a model, right? It's something I think that people could take inspiration from in terms of other stuff. And I think it really just speaks to Ukrainian character, as you said, that, Ukrainians, in my general experience, and I think as Constantine just described in this story, right, very gracious and open, and want to be appreciative of any help that is offered or support that's given in terms of what they can do to help back, right? And so I think that's something that everyone can try to reach towards. So Constantine, I know you said you didn't have a ton of time. I think Ben might have a question for you, so I'll let Ben ask his question. We'll let you get out of here. Ben, go ahead. Do we not have Ben? Ben?
Can't hear him either.
Oh,
Ben,
sweet Ben.
you have a lovely white noise, but where is your voice?
He's probably going through a tunnel on the metro.
Probably in the He's probably in the closet at work right now. But so Constantine, I know you said you only had 5 minutes, so I know this. We got you over time a little bit. So did you want to maybe close out and we'll let you get out of here? Go ahead, buddy.
No, I'm good. I'm I'm going to sleep, but while I'm preparing to sleep, I'll stay here and chill. So go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, man. Okay, we got Ben back up. Ben, can you hear us, buddy?
Nope.
He's warming up.
Sorry, Ben. Do you hear us? At least? All right. So, sorry.
Morse code out, like a thumbs up as a dot and a thumbs down as a dash, Ben. Just Morse code out your question for us, all right? I don't know what a heart is in the system I made. Anyways, okay, there we go. All right, I think Ben's saying that we have a Spotify account and it's got all of our interviews on it. They're professionally edited by our team of editors. What's that? Yep, and it's 100%. They're great, and he loves them. Ben loves the Spotify account. Just go to MriyaReport.
New York time. So we have today at 2:30 p.m. Her name is Kate Levchuk. She is the special correspondent, a special correspondent at Kyiv Post. She is a public speaker on the future of technology and the role of democracies in shaping human evolution. And she will be on in Kyiv time at 9:30 p.m. and Eastern time at 2:30 p.m. today. And also, we will have also today a bit earlier on, so at 12 p.m. Eastern, that is 7 p.m. in Kyiv, we will have Konstantin Koshelenko, Deputy Minister of Social Policy of Ukraine for Digital Transformation. And I really hope I will catch this interview. We have in Romania watched this um, um, this process of digital transformation. We have tried it ourselves. Actually, Christian might be able to help us on that a bit more than me. But if we would have up Tim or Axel, who live in Estonia, they are kind of the leaders on this eastern side of Europe in everything that is digital transformation. They managed to do that fast and really thorough. And for example, everything from opening up a business to medical records and any other administrative feature is well digitalized and easier to fare for the public. So I am really looking forward to listen to this interview and to learn, because I don't know where Ukraine is right now, and I know it's a big challenge doing this um, during wartime. But I want to point out something which was actually touched upon, I think, in March. But I like to sing a praise to all the sysadmins in Ukraine, to all the people who keep up the grid and keep all the internet going, despite the shelling, despite everything. I think this is because I think this is
Getting cyber attacked every day, right, Anda?
not only being under cyber attack, but also being under physical attack, because you need cables at some point, and these cables break if you hit them with bombs, and they are like unseen firefighters who go and replace cables and plug and unplug um, um, generators and stuff, and keep Ukraine going, um, keep all the informational system going. And I think they are very rarely noticed when they're doing their job, and everybody's yelling at them when when they say we don't have internet. Well, yes. So yeah, I really I'm really in awe of how Ukraine infrastructure, both electronic infrastructure and physical infrastructure, is being replaced and repaired and fixed in such a short time, given the hard conditions they work in. So I'm yeah, I'm really in awe of them. So that was it. Joseph, please stop my rambling. I need to head to work, and I thank you all for this morning, and for all the discussions we had here. And if you like what you learn here, what you listen to here, please share and retweet the space, and also please donate to MriyaAid, which is the organization we support. And have a nice day, or have a nice night, Joseph, and North America. Bye.
Thank you, Anda. Have a good day at work. I definitely should have restarted while you were still co-hosting with me, because I definitely have to do that soon. Hopefully. No, Anda, don't worry about it. Go to work, Anda. Go to work. It's okay. I'm telling the audience, not you. But thank you very much, Anda. You do a great job co-hosting. You wake up crazy early every day to help co-host with me and with Michelle. And we really appreciate it. We appreciate all you do around here. And so yeah, have a good day at work, and we'll see you tomorrow. Okay.
All right.
Ben, I see your hand up. Oh, go ahead, Anda. Yeah, I see your hand up, Ben, but you can't talk.
Ben?
He can't talk. I don't know what he's doing, Anda. Okay, Anda, if you got anything you want to sign off with, go ahead.
No, that was about it. I wanted to hear Ben, as he's a beneficiary of the of
He
the.
wants to know about Ukrainian beer. I know enough to know Pivo's beer, Ben. I think, is that right? Thumbs up, Ben?
I think he has a French filter. I mean, like Twitter has a French filter that doesn't allow French people to speak.
So I wish I could ask Ben, and Ben's question in the Ben way, but Constantine, I think Ben just wants to know everything there is to know about Ukrainian beer. What makes it special? What would you say is, like, if you had to tell the world about Ukrainian beer and you wanted to drink Ukrainian beer, how would you sell it? Go ahead.
We still can't hear you, Ben.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
All right. Okay. I'm going to the broom cabinet, waiting for Joseph to come back. Oh, right. No, the thing I wanted to talk about is not Ukrainian beer. Not a big beer drinker. I'm amused by the culture around it, but I don't like horse piss. But no, what I wanted to tell you about is I wanted to speak about the war in the winter. No, not what you're thinking about. Not the usual, the snow, the lubrifiant, whatever thing you put in the gun for the gun to keep going boom boom even when it's minus 40 outside. All those things, very interesting. I've learned a lot. No skiing, no Finnish master class, no nothing. No, I wanted to talk in the winter, the war in the winter at sea, and more precisely in the Straits of Kerch. There's a great thread by Christo. Hello, Christo. He's doing a fantastic job usually, and this time he totally outdone himself. And it's about the wind in the Kerch Bridge, well, in the Kerch Straits. Straits are places where there's a lot of wind for obvious physical reasons. You've got a small passage and a lot of wind. In this case, it's even worse because due to geographical reasons, you've got the whole open steppe due north, and when you've got is it a depression in Siberia? I think of Siberia as a depression usually. The depression of Siberia that pushes down a lot of air that creates. Yeah, I think it's a depression. I'm not sure. There's a lot of wind coming from the northeast. And the result is that there are crazy winds. There's a lot of stories about it if you read Ukrainian writers talking about the Cossacks and the life in the villages. You see that wind is something that you need to pay attention about. Interestingly, a lot of Italian writers who talked about the war of the Italian army during World War II in the region. They also talk about the Black Wind. That is so. This is a famously devastating wind that is blowing there, and it's frozen. It's very cold. It comes straight from Siberia. So the result is that you often have ice blocks in the Kerch Bridge. So you've got massive wind and ice blocks. Guess who does not like, or more precisely, what does not like violent wind and ice blocks? Yes, you're right. Boats.
It's the bridge?
No, boats.
The ferries.
The ferries, exactly. There's all those boats that the Russians are relying on to go from one side of the strait to the other. They cannot sail. Apparently, they haven't been able to sail yesterday, and chances are they're not going to be able to sail for quite a few days in the coming few months. So it was the perfect time when to hit the bridge. It's one of those things that is very amusing. They thought about it way ahead of time. We probably didn't. Most of us didn't. And as the time unravels, we suddenly realize how smart the strike was. So they cannot fix it before the summer, by their own admission. And they cannot use the boats either because of the wind and because of the ice. And yeah, so there's that totally made my day. And I wanted to share it with you. If you get an opportunity, go check Chris O thread. I'm sure everyone knows him. Maybe Joseph, am I allowed to put his tweet in the nest?
No, Ben, stay out of my. Yeah, of course, Ben. Go ahead.
All right. So I'll put his tweet in the nest. Have a look. It's a bit wonkish, but it's really cool, and it shows that unlike what the Russians are trying to make us believe, General Winter is not on their side, not this time. Lady Knight and General Winter are fighting on the side of the Ukrainians. So, yeah, it's a wrap. And that's
Thank you, Ben. I appreciate you coming in and helping me out, Ben. You know, here's the deal. I want Anda to go to work. I don't want to inconvenience Anda in any way. It's my fault. You know, the old Twitter app on Android, Ben. Gee whiz, they can't seem to program it right because it dies on me. I don't like to use the word crash. And I don't use the word crash because the person who runs the host account. Imagine this guy's life, right? You gotta. You wake up every day and I don't know, at any random point in the day, either my thing could die or another co-host could die, or the actual space could crash. And like, you know, if you just like stop paying attention for 5 minutes, you'll come back to like 50 messages like, oh my god, the space crashed. Anyway, I should have rebooted everything well like 10 minutes ago. Just to make sure I was good for the dome in time, but I messed up. So thanks to everyone who filled in for me, and you know what, I feel very loved, and you know, it takes a village to raise a Twitter space, and so thanks so much, guys. But on to go to work. I'm embarrassed by this whole thing, and on to being up here 15 minutes past her time. You know, as the scheduler, it's I'm ashamed. Anda, that you're still up here. And you know, we're gonna work harder to get you out by 11:30 or you know, whatever time it is in your crazy time. I'm such a bad scheduler. Go ahead, Anda.
It's 9:46, and I will be a bit late to work, but I will excuse myself. It's yeah, nobody will have my head on that, but today. So
Well, I feel terrible, Anda.
okay, no, I'm joking. No, it's okay. So we are all here. We want to we are a team. We support each other. Ben has come up so many times helping us out, and so did others. So Ryan just hopped in, and so we all pull together to provide everyone an awesome experience, and we try to be as good as this at this as we possibly can. So yeah, we have our back, each other's back, right? Okay, I really drop now. Have a great night and a great day for Europe, and we will hear each other tomorrow.
Thank you, Anda. And Ben, I want you as well to get out of the broom closet, go to work. I'm sorry. I messed up. I messed up everybody. I've inconvenienced everyone's life. I feel bad. Yeah. Anyway, and here's the other thing too. I keep saying, stop helping me, guys. And what they keep telling me back is, we're not helping you. We're helping Anda. So now I don't know how to feel. But anyway, Ben, get out of the broom closet, go to work. I appreciate you helping out, but you cover your own time. You've been doing a great job. I've been doing my best to, as the scheduler. Ben said I'm like a villain. I've been doing my best to get you to bed on time. But anyway, we gotta get back to Ukraine, everybody. So I'm assuming Doman will be here soon to answer like real Ukraine questions. But Ryan, while I got you up here, I don't know. We can talk about oil for a second, I guess, right? I don't know anything about oil, Ryan, and I haven't seen you a ton lately. It's not because you haven't been around. It's more just we do different times. So maybe it's a good time to learn something. Go ahead, Ryan.
Oil's wet. It smells like money. That's all I know.
So
you hear
so
the same
Ryan,
thing
all I know
from plumbers. So I mean, it's a habit. You just learn the smell of hydrocarbons coming from the earth, and you equate it with financial gain over a decade of working in that business. Anyway, go ahead. Sorry, I digress.
No worries. So the last thing I heard was, about OPEC being OPEC. It's called a cartel for a reason. I assume, Ryan, that they're trying to make money.
They're price fixers.
Yeah, exactly. But so I don't know any. If you don't want to focus on that, it probably was a big topic in the space. So I understand. But I guess I'm asking, like, since then, is there anything that you would say is like sort of big news in the oil world that maybe I didn't hear about? Go ahead.
I think the U.S. is looking at additional drawdowns of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve in order to offset any decreased production out of the OPEC countries and primarily Saudi Arabia in order to maintain presumably stable prices or supply here in the U.S. and keep fuel prices steady. One of the political parties here in the U.S., without delving into the politics of this, has taken this as a slap in the face and insults immediately in advance of the upcoming elections we'll have here next month. So I think the U.S. government is mitigating any potential price shocks that might occur as a result of Saudi Arabia politicking, and the Saudis have balked at the idea of it being a political move to snub any one political party here in the U.S. They're saying it's purely an economic thing. They supply Asia as well as the U.S. and other countries with lots and lots of oil, and they're seeing an economic contraction and potentially a recession, at least in some areas, driven by inflationary pressures and a spike in prices for fuel that we've seen. So they're playing a long game. Aramco's a big energy company. Saudi is a petro state. The U.S. has a very diverse economy, as does Europe, and I'm not too worried about Saudi cutting 2 million barrels of production. We can increase production here in the U.S., and other producers will be encouraged by higher prices potentially. I think the Saudis want prices to be stable and not oversupply the market. And if China's not consuming massive amounts of oil like they were expecting to, and their reserves are full, then maybe it makes sense that Saudi Arabia produces less.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like broadly speaking, you would say that if you're just looking at this from as a purely economic move, it's probably the right move for them. Like looking at the oil market, would you like broadly agree?
Exactly. I understand that they would have motivations for doing this that have nothing to do with politics or helping out Russia. They're as dependent on oil prices as Russia is, and if they foresee a decline in demand in the next 2 quarters, and they know they're producing, almost at their capacity, they don't have any reason or incentive to continue producing when oil's dropped down into the $70-$80 range, and it was at the $120 a barrel range when they turned all the spigots on full blast. They might as well dial it back 10-20% or whatever that number is, and try and level out the peaks and troughs as best they can. They're being a prudent operator.
Right. And so, Ryan, I'm wondering, it is something that I have seen, just like a lot of the volunteer groups we have on here, right? Like we have the Norwegian, Ukrainian fire and ambulance guys and gals who are driving, fire trucks and ambulances. Tim just got back from a trip, and everyone's saying, like diesel's like a huge cost for them, right? I mean, this is, and obviously it's never going to be free to take a big long trip with heavy vehicles, but this high diesel cost is definitely, like, I don't know, just a broad issue. So I don't know, like moving forward, do you foresee like diesel and I guess just gasoline, regular gasoline, like going down over the next 6 months, and it being maybe a little bit easier, or would you say it's like about the price is about where it's going to be or going to go up? What do you think?
I don't see refined product prices coming down massively, barring some huge hit to demand, which doesn't really exist right now. There were huge contractions in the refining capacity, at least here in North America. And I'm speaking as much for North America as I am, or more so than I am for Europe. I don't know what the refining capacities are in Europe and whether or not they're doing things to ramp them up. I know there are actually new refineries being talked about, being built here in the U.S. now. Cushing, Oklahoma is apparently like a top 2 finalist for potentially a giant new refinery to be built. And that's something we haven't heard about here in the U.S. in over a decade, probably. So there are things on the horizon that will take time that will help with refined product supply, primarily diesel and gasoline. But diesel is, the primary fuel you're probably using in a war, just given the types of vehicles that are being operated. So there's a huge increase in demand in places like Poland and Eastern Europe and Ukraine, especially. Any of their local production capacity has presumably been knocked out. Most of the refineries that I know of in Ukraine have already been hit. So they're reliant on importing from Western Europe. And it doesn't surprise me that, prices are out of whack right now because energy is not being delivered like it was from Russia, and Europe got heavily dependent on Russian energy, both oil and gas. And I mean natural gas, not gasoline.
Yeah, thanks, Ryan. So it's just something I've been thinking about. Like, it's something I've noticed a pattern when talking to these aid organizations. Right, they're bringing convoys of stuff in, and it's just that's something that is a major expense that they have to cover. For example, the Norwegian, Ukrainian fire and ambulance guys. Right, that's basically the only expense. They get the fire trucks donated, but they've got to drive them down. Right, they've got to physically drive them to Ukraine, and that's not cheap. So. I don't know, just something to think about with giving to different organizations, like helping them out with gas. Go ahead, Ryan.
Absolutely. And presumably the closer you get to Ukraine, the higher fuel prices will get, just because, demand and supply being what it is. I would think prices are probably pretty high if they're not fixed by the government in Ukraine right now. I don't know how that works specifically. I saw a couple of the marquees as Tim was driving through Ukraine, and I know those prices couldn't have been accurate. I think maybe there was something wrong with the camera, but things aren't going for 99 cents, even if they were metered in or measured in liters, or 99 hryvnia or 99
euros. I don't know what the price denominator was, but the marquee wasn't right. I would be interested to hear from him what the fuel prices were, but another issue there is those vehicles are big and they have large fuel tanks, and they're not economic as far as fuel goes. I've got a big 24-foot step van, like you think of a FedEx truck or something, and it runs on diesel, and it has a huge tank. And even back when diesel prices weren't extremely high pre-pandemic, it cost me probably a couple of $100s to fill that thing up, and that was at $3 or $4 a gallon diesel prices, and I think they're about 6 here now and probably 8 in Europe.
Yeah. So I think just trying to get like a broad energy picture. Ryan, there's also been just, I don't know, like some talk of Russians spying on energy infrastructure. Obviously, there was like a weird incident in Norway where I think a pipeline blew up on accident for real. I'm not totally sure. But then there was also some incidents where there was like spying in Norway. So I don't know, like anything about, do you have your eye on pipelines blowing up or anything like that? Anything going on in the Baltic Sea? I don't know, Ryan, where I'm going with this. Go ahead.
Haven't seen any pipelines blowing up lately. I did see that report about the guys being detained with a whole bunch of surveillance data and an encrypted hard drive, and they appeared to be surveilling. I don't remember where it was. Was it Norwegian?
Yeah.
Yeah, some Norwegian energy infrastructure. I don't know if that was corporate espionage or them looking for juicy soft targets. I can't imagine that Russians would attempt invading Norway. Maybe they're just looking for a retaliatory strike to respond to their own Nord Stream screw up.
Yeah, I spent a little bit about this. I knew very vaguely that Norway does produce a lot of natural gas, and he just mentioned they're just a big energy exporter and a big gas exporter. So presumably Russia would try to, like, they're helping to save Europe from being completely under the energy blackmail of Russia, more or less. So if Russia could, get some kind of real sabotage off on one of these gas production facilities or energy production facilities in Norway, it could deal a real blow to like European energy independence, more or less. That's like kind of how Ben explains it. But Ben's laughing now. Ben, do you want to clarify? He might
Real
be
quick before we let him out of the closet. I think given prices in Paris for real estate, his office is probably a closet anyway.
Yeah, I can only imagine how tiny that closet is, right? I once showed Ben my kitchen, and he said that's like my entire apartment. That's the size of my entire apartment. So yeah, Paris. They live tight. They keep it tight in Paris, Ryan.
Yeah, that wouldn't work for me. I need my space. I have to pace while I talk on the MriyaReport.
Right. This is America. We need like leg room in our cars. We're just like, that's not enough leg room. Anyway, we got Bionade up, Ryan. Ben, I think Ben's busy. I probably screwed up all the stuff about Norway. Ben, when your slot comes on, you can have a whole segment called "Joseph Screwed Up Everything About Norway," and I'll fix it. So thank you, Ben. Bionade, go ahead.
Yeah, just wanted to add to Ryan. The gasoline prices in Ukraine are around $1.70. So
per liter, correct?
Per liter. So it may be right with around 99 hryvnia, because I think 44 hryvnia is around €1, and if you convert this to dollar, it could be around right, I guess.
Okay, so that's $6 a gallon.
Yeah, I guess a gallon is around 4 liters. Yeah,
a gallon's 3 liters, I believe.
3 liters. Yeah. It's around $6 then. Yeah.
But that's actually like not as bad as some other countries, right?
I don't know what diesel was going for. I'd have to go back and look at Tim's timeline, but he can fill us in when he
Yeah,
wakes up at some point.
I can at least fill you in for the German gasoline prices. So it's around between let's say in the last year it was around 152 €2, and this is a usual price because we have a really high tax. I think around 90 cents or something like this is tax for gasoline. So could be possible this price is matching because higher demand, higher prices. I guess Ukraine has not so high taxes on gasoline. Yeah.
It makes sense. Delman, we're learning about oil. You know, it's been a while since I've been talking to Ryan about oil. I just wanted to learn what's going on.
Yeah.
Seems go ahead, Delman.
I just want to make it clear that pumpkin seed oil is the best. So moving on.
I prefer extra virgin olive.
Just
maybe infused with something.
We've got both Axel and Doman joining us, the European team, as well as Ben, who is currently mute, but he can give us like a thumbs up or a heart when he wants to chime. He's with us in spirit. So welcome, guys. Doman, you're already co-host, and it's just the turn of the hour, but I want to give you a little time to get situated, buddy. So we've had, as far as I know, since last night, your night, we haven't had a ton of like breaking developments that I can think of. I'm trying to think if anything big happened while you were indisposed. Go ahead.
I need someone to explain this to me because I saw John Ridge writing about some ridiculously, excellently fantastic numbers of various American weapon systems. I don't know what the numbers were. They were like 30,000 javelins, 20,000 stingers, 20,000 attackums, 100,000 gimlers. I don't know what the actual numbers were, but they were that sort of. I mean, I'm like plus minus 20%, right? What is that about? Is the U.S. Congress saying, yeah, we're gonna treat this as an actual war?
So as far as I understand, Doman, it's a bill. It's being tossed around, but it's like a twinkle in the eye right now. It's not like anything like far along. Ryan, do you know anything else?
The Timothy Thiner, or whatever the gentleman's name is that was on Sunday. Thomas Thiner. He tweeted about it as well, so it's not just something John Ridge imagined up. I think it is request for extra budgetary spending through the Pentagon that Congress may take up. They're not in session at the moment. I believe they're in recess, but it would appear that they're trying to get a commitment to go ahead and place orders for these things, and I would presume they're probably placing orders of those sizes because they get some sort of production run quantity, and they're replenishing inventories that have already been expended or delivered to Ukraine. So we're backfilling our own stock and potentially producing some new production runs of artillery and javelins and everything that was on that Christmas list. I saw it as well, that can be delivered to Ukraine as well. What I don't know is if that is expressly for delivery to Ukraine or if it's, to refill the warehouses we have here stateside.
I feel bad. Dr. Paul came up and he asked Colby about it, and I didn't hear the first part of like Colby's response, and then I kind of tuned in like right at the end. And I love Colby, but it was like in conclusion, I don't think Biden's doing enough for Ukraine, and Congress is doing more. I was like, well, yeah, I know, you think that, Colby, but I wish I had like more specific. But that was like, if the part that I did hear from Colby, that was like what I got was like, it's proposed, and it's a big, as you said, it's huge numbers of stuff. Congress seems to want it, broadly speaking, but it's not super far along yet, and it would require like other branches of the government to kind of like see it through to the finish line. And so, it's like we don't want to count our chickens yet, I guess, Thoman. Does that make sense?
Damn it, I mistimed this by like 10 seconds. Anyway, Joseph, it does make sense. I will argue, however, if there is a clear will in Congress, 400 votes for it, something like that, in the House, there is no way that the executive would be like, yeah, no, not really. Because, no, at some point, that's how democracy works. And I would really love to see all of the things in that list. At the very least, I think it had like 1,000 M777, 700 HIMARS, 750,000 of 155 ammo. This is going off of memory.
Yeah, it's a beautiful list. I just I don't want to how this stuff goes. Like there's rioters on the bill and blah blah blah. Like a lot of stuff could happen between now and the time it gets signed into law and then turned into actual stuff that's like on the ground. So it's not that I'm pessimistic or skeptical or anything like that. It's just as you said, it seems like a great list, and we can talk about the list. I'm happy to talk about the list, but yeah, that's kind of all I don't want to get too I don't want to say it's a done deal, if that makes sense. Go ahead.
For reference of the audience, I went ahead and threw up Mr. Thiner's summary list of equipment into the nest. You co-hosts can remove it at your leisure.
It's beautiful.
There's a lot of boom on that list.
I mean, just give half
So
of it to
the first
Ukraine,
line
and we
says,
keep half of it. I think we're good.
yeah, if you look at the first line, the XM1128, 1123, that's 155 ammo, just for context. Those are basically regular old artillery shells. But it just looks fantastic. If they actually send this, so it'd be absolutely fantastic. Also, it was only 6,000 attack and 10,000. I got the rest of the numbers pretty close, I think. Yeah, I'm doing okay with that. It's pretty good. Oh, yeah.
Oh. And he had a subsequent tweet. I went over to his account just to pull this up. In a subsequent tweet, he was highlighting to someone that we didn't stop producing Atacams a long time ago. We've been producing them all along. So there's an existing capacity that just needs to be expanded. And we can have Atacams for Christmas.
Troy might have something to say. Troy has always got some good insight into U.S. politics. Go ahead, Troy.
Thanks, Joseph. Yeah, I just wanted to point out that it's okay. So the narrative going around, the most fungible, the most exchanged narrative about the ending the U.S. or pulling back U.S. support for Ukraine in the interest of peace is the fact that they're saying they have a voice. They're citizens calling for for to have their voice heard, and that they don't want to be essentially endangered by global nuclear war. But in this case, this package is not coming from on high from the president. It's coming from the U.S. Senate, and at this time, the U.S. Senate is not only I guess evenly divided. It's literally 50-50. So a bipartisan Senate literally composing of a 50-50 representation of the country, whether you believe a certain portion of the country is one party or another. a 50-50, House of Congress has come together and initiated this. So that kind of evaporates any kind of like, I'm not being heard, taxation without representation. It's a non-starter. This is how legislation works in a democracy, and it's working right now, and that's a
Who are
good
the
thing.
co-sponsors of this draft?
I'm
I
trying to
haven't
figure
seen
that out right now. Give me a few minutes, Axel.
You can't go to bed here for just about 5 hours without somebody in the Senate or wherever the Congress
Doing something very exciting.
extraordinary. Yeah, well, it really depends on whether this is a just a test balloon, some friendly provocation, a highlight, a reminder of existence, whatever. 1,000 M777s. Why does that sound strange to people, please? Colby were here, he could answer it.
That would take
Wasn't-
several years to produce.
Wasn't actually one of the faster things to produce, if you think about it. But
It's what Ukraine said they needed, right, Axel? Like they said, we need about 1,000 of these things, right?
Well, that's the thing. The U.S. Army is phasing them out. No, sorry, the Marine Corps. Please, if somebody correct me, the Marine Corps was phasing them out, or was it? Yeah, the Marine Corps was phasing the M777s out and had them in stock. And the United States started sending Marine Corps M777s, which is what we saw when they were packing them up neatly, as Marines do, on proper transport planes in order to go across to Poland. So I'm just highlighting. If we now start, Jesus Christ, yes, I still pay taxes there from time to time, but if we now start buying M777s or having a budget for M777s to be procured, well, that will be interesting. Buying a weapon system which, whilst highly effective, and from what I've learned from CJ and others, is very, very suitable and capable, was once deemed to be phased out. So, just saying. The rest are consumables.
I think people have learned as well, right? What use certain things are that were previously thought might not be as much use anymore. But you asked about the sponsors. Jack Reed, Rhode Island, and Inhofe, Oklahoma.
Yeehaw.
Just everybody knows. Brian's actually from Rhode Island. The OKC thing is just camouflage.
And hence the Rhode Island yeehaw.
Yeah. I mean, better Rhode Island yeehaw than Russian yesk.
So Doman,
Wait,
before we go to
guys,
hands.
I came back and I get another yeast. I'm gonna go.
What are they eating? Rhode Island clams?
Can we go to some unserious?
All right. Well, before we go to hands, Doman, I want to ask about our great guest today, Doman. So it's a day of the digital here on the Maria Report. Would you agree, Doman?
Yeah, 10 fingers, maybe more.
That's right. Yeah, and also computers and stuff, right? Because we're having two tech digital guests, I guess you could say. So we've got first. I should have this pulled up already. I do this all the time. You think I'd get better at it? We've
Should
got.
I say it, or do you wanna?
We've got Kostyantin Koshelenko. Kostyantin
Hey.
Koshelenko. Is that pretty good?
I think that's rather on point. Who's
All right.
Konstantin? Is
He
he
is
just
the
someone we
deputy-
picked off the street? No, he's not, is he?
No. Yeah, someone picked him off the street, but they picked him off the street and said, "Hey, will you be the Deputy Minister of Social Policy of Ukraine for Digital Transformation?" And he said, "I'm busy probably doing something else really important, but that sounds like a pretty important job. So yeah, I'll do it." And so that's what he does now, and it's a very important job. I don't remember. I remember his name coming up, and I remember he was in charge of a couple initiatives like early in the war, maybe like. But it escapes me now. This isn't a bit. Like I'm genuinely trying to remember like some of the stuff that maybe people heard about that he was involved in. Go ahead.
So he, just to be clear, right? What is a deputy minister of social policy of Ukraine for digital transformation? He's basically the deputy minister of Ukraine for making Ukraine into a big Estonia. That's the goal of that ministry. If you look at how they were founded, and what they're supposed to be doing. So
yeah, you want to pay your water bill, you do it online. That's his job, right?
It's much more than that. It's you want to talk to your government, you can do it through the internet. You don't actually have to show up at a thing. And what he's really been focusing on the last 8 months is this e-help system, the Pomoga. And what this is for everyone, and he'll tell us much more about this, but all the Ukrainians who have been displaced, who have had to run away from their homes because the Russians were coming and shelling and destroying and raping and murdering and pillaging. How they can, maybe they've lost their documents, maybe they're in the wrong country, maybe the kids need schooling, whatever it is. How to find help, how to get help, how to get what they need, without leaving a bomb shelter. That's what he was all about. So yeah, absolutely. Early in the war, what he did was very important, and I mean he'll tell us all about it himself. So he's joining us in just under 9 hours. He'll be here at noon Eastern. That's 7 p.m. Kiev time. Konstantin Koshelenko, and then 2.5 hours later, Joseph. 2.5 hours later, who are we having then?
Well, Dylan, I'm very curious how you're going to explain this next guest. We've got Kate Levchuk. She is a special correspondent at the Kyiv Post. She's a futurist. She has a website, Kate Goes Tech. She's the founder of the transhumanist platform, Transpire, public speaker on future of technology and the role of democracies in shaping human evolution. She will be here at 2:30 p.m. Eastern time. Dylan, what's going on? What's going on in my Twitter space?
As you said, lots of digital things. That's what's going on. It'll be great. I think it'll be really interesting. We'll learn a lot of where Ukraine, is heading, and will be heading, and not just Ukraine, but the rest of us as well with it. Remember, the IT sector is a huge deal in Ukraine. Over the last 8 years, it's had, I don't know, somebody tell me how many hundreds of percents of growth. It's very important. It's also one of the sectors of Ukraine that has been, the most active economically, despite the Russian invasion, for very obvious reasons, right? So I think it'll be very it'll be great to listen first to, what's happening at a very high level, but also at a very low level at the same time, and then where Ukraine will be going forward later on. Thank you, Joseph.
No problem, Dem. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Like I said, I'm just I don't know. I'm trying to think of questions, right? When we have interviews, and I'm like, what do I ask someone who's talking about the future of human evolution? I don't know, man. But I'll work on it, Delman. I'll try to come up with some questions, and I'll send them to you, or I'll be here if I can. Because I always look forward to your interviews, buddy. I think you do a great job, and I'm sure that interview will go great, just like all the other interviews, because they always do, Delman. Not like my interviews or Ben's interviews. No, I'm just kidding. But so with that, we can go to hands if you'd like, Delman.
Let's Bionado.
I was just about to add before Bionado goes, the key aspect of digitization is to leapfrog out of what is currently one of the single most restrictive events, an invasion, and leapfrog out of it beyond the impairments and the constraints which bureaucracy normally have. Because we can do, and the example which Doman produced beforehand about Estonia shows that proper, fully encrypted digital identities and the verification of who is who in the zoo, as a friend of mine tends to say, is absolutely vital for trust. Building additional levels of trust and simplicity, because less constrained, or let's say less constrained on trust, fewer restrictions in terms of communication of the respective identity in a process lead to fewer levels of intransparency. They reduce the transaction cost, and that is not a simple thing, and then allow for more civil engagement because people also spend less time on the transaction with the state, at the same time have the trust that the transaction is verified and no bureaucrat can decide on a whim, no vote can be falsified, no application can be restated or just declined. It turns the table in the state, it turns it onto the state and makes the demand or the impact of the individual felt, heard, and verifiably so. One of the best anti-corruption tools in the world is digital transparency whilst preserving privacy. This is what Estonia pioneered, what Finland has adapted, and both countries are the absolute leaders in weeding out corruption. It is no surprise that Estonia found itself at the behest of the, shall we say, Kremlin, subjugated to a money laundering scandal a few years ago, which was outside of its regulatory sphere because it was used to disparage Estonia by means of using only a branch of a foreign bank. And it was found out because of the digital nature. So you can say that even if corruption or even if crime occurs, it can be easily found out, picked up, and then verified, and therefore taken down and deterred for the future. One of the key aspects for international help to work in Ukraine is both that civil engagement finds its way, and that at the same time, Ukraine is verified towards its donors, its partners, and reduces the cost of foreign direct investment. That is why what we're discussing today is absolutely vital for the present and the future of Ukraine.
Amen to that, Axel. Always inspiring speeches, man. I know Bionade was about to go, and then we'll go to Stephen. Bionade, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, looks like there were explosions in the north of Kiev 30 minutes ago.
Troyeshchina, yeah.
Yeah. Looks like it's again critical energy infrastructure. Yeah. The other topic I wanted to talk about is Oyisk. Yeah, and looks like there are 13 deaths after the Su-34 crashed into the building. 3 kids. I would be interested how they spin this thing in Russia, because I know you can sweep like 118 soldiers which go missing with a cost under the rug.
This is
but
the thing. For
but-
once, they'll actually tell the truth and they'll say it was an accident.
Yeah.
This is the really funny thing.
Yeah.
Once they will actually say what actually happened, which is
It was an accident. Yeah. I'm really interested how the Russians react to it. But yeah, I mean, 3 dead children. I don't know. It would be a really big outcry here in the West. I'm interested how it plays out in Russia. How deep they are down the rabbit hole already.
so. Thus far today, 8 different oblasts have been struck. Zaporizhia using Shaheds. In Sumy region, there were over 300 cases of shelling. In Dnipropetrovsk Oblast, they were hitting Nikopol again from presumably Enerhodar, as per usual. In Dnipro itself, they were hitting energy facilities with several areas of Dnipro without electricity. 7 strikes in Kharkiv. Mykolaiv with a lot more military munitions as well. 4 were shot down by the Southern Air Command, 1 by the Territorial Defense Forces, AK. Massive barrages of S-300s against Mykolaiv as well. Right, it's complete misuse of missiles. However, it's the one thing that they can use them for. They have lots, and they keep just lobbing them at cities. And this is on top of what we were talking about in Kiev and Kiev Oblast as well. OCT was at least up to 17 in Yeisk. But it looks like this was genuinely an accident, or maybe a malfunction of some sort. But it looks like there was nobody decided it would be a good idea for that plane to crash specifically and then acted upon it. It just happened.
Yeah, absolutely. But for example, if this would happen here, the pilot is alive, the airplane crashed in the building, maybe he was bad trained and everything. There would be a whole lot of investigation and outcry and everything. But I guess it's business as usual in Russia. That's I just wanted to point out.
Oh, thank you, Bernard. Stephen?
Oh, yeah. Earlier you mentioned talking about the M777s with how like the Ukrainians got ones that the kind of U.S. Marines were trying to get rid of, and that made me think, isn't there kind of a bit of synergy between what the U.S. Marines presently want to get rid of and what the Ukrainians want? Because like the Marines are trying to switch to being a fighting on small islands force and getting away from like having to or needing stuff that's good at fighting the battles the Ukrainians are currently doing. Like they're getting rid of some of their M777s, they're getting rid of all their tanks and a couple other armored fighting vehicles. And so I guess does that kind of make sense in terms of just the Ukrainians want what the U.S. Marines are getting rid of?
Yes, sure. But on top of that, remember that a lot of assumptions about what war is and how war is going to look like have been changed by this war. Sometimes they say, it was.
Why don't we see civilians?
What I don't understand your question, and if you'd be so kind as to put your hand up, that'd be
Why
great.
don't we see civilians?
Okay. Yeah. Now, either this is a miscommunication, or who knows? I guess we'll never know.
I see
Right.
civilians, Doman. I see them in pictures and movies. We've talked to them a lot. They're pretty cool people, and they just want to stop being shelled and attacked by Russia. Yeah, I mean that's what we see civilians, don't we, Doman?
All the time. All the time. I have no idea I have a guess, but goodness, people have to find something better to do with their lives. So where were we? We have something interesting to say here, right? Yeah, right. Assumptions about how war looks like have been changed. For a very long time, war was only thought of as, it will always be relatively small scale. It will be airstrikes, counterinsurgency operations. That's going to be kind of it, and might not need artillery. And this kind of said, yeah, actually, do you know what? Actually, these are still really important things. So, while the Marine Corps might have been wanting to get rid of them a while ago, maybe they're rethinking things. Stephen?
Yeah. And I guess the other thing about this kind of U.S. Senate buy list, I think there'd probably be a bit of resistance from the military in that, like as far as Stinger, Hellfire, and like harpoons, most of the services are trying to move on to replacing those rather than buy more of them. Like I know harpoon, like they're already trying to replace that, and so I feel like they might resist buying 1,000 more of them, as well as like most of our other allied navies are getting rid of them. And then
the DoD has recently published notices that systems which were previously considered to be at the edge of their lifespan have shown their merit in combat and would therefore be reviewed again. I think the US military bureaucracy is just learning what actually works.
Okay. And then I guess the other question I had is like, is this the, I guess, amount of artillery shells in the request like a bit kind of counter to what we've seen in Ukraine with like, well, like guns going through 750,000 rounds in like 2 months?
Yeah, the next contest, wherever it is fought, will almost likely involve a lot more, say, Air Force capacity. That's absolutely true. But at the same time, we have seen the effectiveness of indirect fire. And if you put those pieces of kit on the list, just as the M777, and if you consider what we actually have in terms of Western artillery systems, self-propelled howitzers, for example, included, then you will need more shell capacity. Absolutely, it's no question. I think also our friends in Taiwan are currently stocking up on self-propelled howitzers and specifically precision-guided smart ammunition. I think people are currently learning from what is going on and changing their perspective as to certain systems. But there's no surprise. War is a great crystallizer.
Yeah, well, I know for Taiwan, a bunch of relatively cheap compared to missiles, things that can hit a bunch of small boats that could go, I don't know, be
Smart
coming from
ammunition.
somewhere. Yeah.
Smart ammunitions are good. And by the way, indirect fire is very good if somebody actually makes it to the beach. Taiwan doesn't need cheap per se. Taiwan is rich enough, as we all know.
Yeah. I misspoke. I guess relatively inexpensive compared to other guided munitions.
True, absolutely. I think I would make the same choice. If I have something which is working very well at a decent price and I can have it, I'll take it.
Greg.
Hi, Damon. And how are you going, Axel? Sorry, I'm just driving home at the moment.
All right. How are you, mate?
Good, yeah, not too bad. I just wanted to bring up a couple of things. Everybody's talking about this missile shield for the cities in Ukraine. And, I've been at work all day, just driving home, like I said, down under. And it's just so sickening hearing that those poor people are going through another day of bombing and all the infrastructure is being destroyed all around them. So it's very frustrating. Richard Stevens, retired Brigadier General Richard Stevens in the US on CNN this morning, was advocating CRAMs, which is like the phalanx systems to provide to cities around Ukraine, and America has plenty of them to install and use them to shoot these drones and the missiles out of the sky. Yeah, I heard a few guys this morning arguing about this and about the best way of defending those cities. I don't know. I mean, that has its merits, pluses and minuses in terms of being able to install those CRAMs around the cities. As you know, they're pretty static, and if missiles come from a wrong direction or a drone, you're not going to knock it out of the sky. Do you know what I mean? So is that something that the panel and the listeners think is a viable option or not really?
The CRAMs are good, but as you you already highlighted it by now. They're not necessarily a perfect tool. Is there a perfect tool? Nah, debatable. But there are two tools which have been developed by Germany's Rheinmetall. One is a laser-guided product. The other one requires a different sighting system, but still, both of which are extremely effective against exactly those kind of what I would call slow and dumb drones, because they are slow and they are pretty damn dumb. But as they fly low on the radar, they are detectable, and the system integrates with the fire solution, solution and guidance capacity Ukrainians already have. It's something which, Olaf Scholz and his people just simply need to release if and when offered. I think it has been the anti-drone capacity and the anti-drone tools have been on the request list of the then still Ambassador Melnik, just switched and left Germany, and Makeyev as this replacement, have been on the list since at least the end of March. And whether they might be given or sold, nobody says Rheinmetall shouldn't sell them, remains to be seen. Is there enough stock? Absolutely. Has Rheinmetall plugged it, and has this been battle tested? Yes. Some of these systems have been used most recently in the conflict in Yemen. So even under battlefield conditions, you could say that this thing is working. That would at least, provide a better, more effective and determined response against those drones. Now, the drones are only one part of it, as Doman just highlighted. The S-300 are going in. Now, the CRAM is something which you can use for such purposes, and you can use it to deter aircraft just as well if you want to. It's not, so I'm not against the CRAM, on the contrary, and given the fact that there's such a mass of them available, you could definitely train up the Ukrainians to do that and use them. I don't see any constraint on this, both from a training and technical perspective. But the S-300, you wouldn't need more of the IRSTs the Germans are sending to be put in place to provide an appropriate shield.
And what about
is it doable? Yes.
Yes.
But that's what I'm saying. Please go on.
Yeah, I think the issue that Richard had this morning when he was advocating it on CNN was that they'd have to have their own technicians in Ukraine to function these types of CRAMs. And if that was the case, of course, somebody might see this as a escalation, which could cause other problems. Going back to manpads and stingers,
are you worried about it? Are you worried about having civil contractors going into Ukraine? No, I presume not, right?
Do you really want to know, Axel? I mean, to be honest, I think we all keep worrying way too much about what may please or displease Putin. With him, what he's doing at the moment is so disgraceful and offensive to every single person on this planet, unless they're aligned to the Russian Mordor anarchy group, that seriously, I can't see how why we're holding back. I mean, it's just so frustrating at the moment to always consider, we might offend him, so we better not do this. It's like, well, if he's going to get long distance ballistic missiles from Iran, well, excuse my language, bloody hell, let's get some long distance ballistic missiles from the States. And let's use them properly against targets in Russia to knock them out before the missiles are launched. But the thing is, with the stingers and the manpads, just changing topic or tack slightly, what I understand is 25% of the world's production of those types of anti-missile aircraft weapons in Ukraine, as well as also the I think it's from Sweden or one of those Nordic countries. There's a piece of it's a strange looking beast that people hold up against a drone, and it actually knocks out their actual avionics and cause them to crash to earth.
It's an Israeli German invention which the Estonians are using and have propagated, and it has been given to Ukraine already. It's one of the it's a system not dissimilar to what I just indicated about Rheinmetall. It's an anti-drone jamming gun, which by means of its hardened EW capacity jams and then therefore deters the drone.
So could those systems be useful for these drones, Iranian
Yes.
drones, at all,
Absolutely.
including the man-pads and the stingers?
Well, I'm not perfect on man-pads. I can definitely tell you. I've heard and been told that they've been effective in various regards because these dang things are very slow flying. And that's fine. But the Estonian/Israeli anti-drone gun is very effective. It has been used for various drones already being in use, and therefore significantly more high-tech drones even than the bloody Shaheeds. However, the systems from Rheinmetall are seemingly the ones currently to go for to take down the larger Shaheeds in that regard. So we have capacity for it, and those systems are available, absolutely.
Was it so, Damon? Were you on this morning? When I say this morning, I'm talking about Australian time. I'm talking about 12 hours ago when there was a gentleman who worked for Rheinmetall who had a big argument with somebody on your show, and he was literally swearing and he was going out of his mind, just not understanding why on earth they just can't reconfigure them to actually be used in Ukraine and send them over to help defend the city. So maybe you want to talk a bit more about that. It was fascinating to me sitting here as a bystander listening to this.
Yeah, it's our friend M, the voice of Cairo, and one of the co-moderators, and he has had the pleasure, given the fact that he's a very decent engineer, he's had the pleasure to work, amongst other things, for under contract with Rheinmetall. So, and yes, so he has relatively intricate knowledge of one of the two systems and has seen the other one in demo cases. So I tend to agree with him. It's a fair assumption that the system should be already in theater, but isn't, and that's very annoying. And this is just political will. So yet again, it goes on the list as with our Free the Leopards campaign. It goes on to a list of things which need to be given, because Germany and manufacturers in and around Germany do produce these pieces of kit. We are not bad at technology. I think what M's frustration is vested in is that we have the tech, we have the solution, but we're sitting around and not doing the right thing. We have it, we ship it.
So frustrating. And I don't want to hold up Stephen because I know he's got his hand up and he wants to talk to you on the panel and the listeners too. But just to finish off, so looks like we're not going to be able to do much with Germany sitting on its hands regarding the Rheinmetall products to help Ukraine and amongst other products they can ship over to help the situation. What do we know about?
There's two calls. There's two calls ongoing at the moment in that regard, and there's a press conference set for later this afternoon. So I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised to hear that Ms. Lambrecht, the current German defense minister, were to be forced to announce that a few more goodies are being given, but we'll see. Typically, the list the German government presents is updated around 2:00 German time. So we should just watch out for what is being given.
We will, Axel, but also the time frame too. It'd be nice if it was this century.
Yeah, right. I agree. Thank you. Are you just suggesting we should put her on the Barbie? I mean, please.
And to finish off, sorry, like I said, I don't want to hold up other people want to speak as well. But obviously, if your infrastructure is going to be continuously attacked, is there any talk of any governments wanting to ship large commercial generators to Ukrainian cities to try and help them get through this winter? Because if it's just going to be attacked non-stop, we know what the outcome's going to be. They're just not going to have electricity during winter, and we can't wait till the last minute on the 1st of December to start thinking about this sort of thing.
This has been done quite a lot. I think the UK government sent somewhere like 10,000 generators already before the summer.
Wow. Okay.
See, it doesn't really go publicized massively, because it's not. NLAWs are way more exciting because NLAWs make Russian tank toss turret much high. Whereas a generator is kind of boring. But you're right. It's very important. It's something that's being done, absolutely. After Ukrainians have, with the help of partners nearby, managed to solve their fuel availability issues that they were suffering from in March and April, this also became a more useful thing to be thinking about, and they've done it basically. So I'm sure much more is happening. This is just what I remember from
that's
many months ago. I'm sure many more have been delivered by others, but they were talking about we'll give some hundreds now, and then hundreds next week, and then hundreds next week, and the total will be so many thousands, on the order of 10,000. I forget exactly how it went, but there you go.
No, fantastic. All right, we'll let you go because I know other people want to speak. Appreciate your time and have a good day, everybody.
Good day, mate.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
So, Domin, I think I'm going to call it a night here, but good luck, guys. Looking forward to the interviews today. I guess they will be Yehuda's interviews, and yeah, looking forward to those. I'll do my best to be here and help out. And so have a good shift, guys, and Slava Ukraini.
Slava Nazi.
Smith with a ham.
I grabbed myself a quick cup of coffee, Domin, and then I'll be right with you.
Stephen.
Okay, I guess my question is about how I guess I'm a bit confused as to why pretty much the selling or leasing or giving to Ukraine any like non-strategic weapon system could be considered escalatory when when it was for the past 200 years you could sell whatever you want to somebody in terms of weapons.
I can explain this.
Nobody would, blink an eye. While because I mean, this is a bit of a poor comparison, but in terms of tanks and fighter jets, the Soviets giving the Vietnamese tanks and fighter jets while the U.S. / South Vietnam were fighting them. And I mean, while we complained a bit, we didn't say, "Oh, that's illegal," or "You're pointlessly escalating the war." Or so
I can explain.
Why is that such
Can
a
I please
thing
explain?
here?
Okay. It's because the Russians don't want to have to try hard to fight. Okay. So Russians want to be able to go and conquer Ukraine and commit their genocide. So they've been promoting this whole escalation BS in order to try to make it easier for them to win. There's no other basis for it. It's just Russians trying to, have an easier time. But what Russians don't just think of warfare as guns and tanks shooting at things. Russians think of warfare as about 20% that and about 80% other. And that other includes anything from economic measures, as in, economic measures aimed at other countries, as well as crucially, so say energy as a weapon, right? As well as crucially, the information warfare. If you can persuade your enemy to not fight, you're going to win way